Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, The Gourmet Girl and the Zombie Apocalypse. Deep breath. Nakamura Ryuji tried his best to steady his breathing, minimizing any unnecessary noise and lightening his footsteps. His efforts paid off. As he approached the sleeping zombie, it remained unaware of his presence, its head drooping forward, exposing its vulnerable neck. Ryuji took a deep breath of the air filled with the stench of decay. With a swift motion, he swung his fire axe downward. The already rotting neck bent unnaturally from the impact, and the zombie collapsed face first onto the ground. But Ryuji didn't stop. He ignored the axe now lodged in the zombie's neck and let both fall together. Without hesitation, he pulled another axe from his back and viciously hacked at the zombie's head. However, due to the creature's sudden movement as it growled and stood up, the angle was off, and the axe lodged into its forehead instead of killing it instantly. Ryuji was prepared for this. He immediately let go of the axe, took 2 steps back to evade the zombie's retaliation, and pulled a hammer from his belt. With a wide swing, he smashed the hammer against the embedded axe. The back of the axe was wrapped in cloth to muffle the noise, resulting in a dull, heavy thud. The force drove the axe deeper into the zombie's skull, causing it to shudder before collapsing lifelessly. Ryuji didn't immediately approach. Instead, he moved toward the other twitching zombie and pulled out the axe lodged in its neck. Before it could rise again, he swung down, severing its head with a single strike. Only then did he allow himself to exhale, slumping against the wall of the house to recover his strength. But he couldn't hold back a curse. This fucking world. He had woken up in this nightmare just yesterday morning. The first thing he saw was 2 scantily clad blonde women rushing toward him as if to throw themselves into his arms. Had it not been for the fact that their necks were half rotted away, their intestines spilling out even as they walked, he might have actually been delighted. And if that weren't bad enough, a crawling half-body of a corpse was also inching toward him from the side. That was when he realized, he was either on the set of a zombie movie or had somehow been thrown into a supernatural horror world. Many people freeze or scream when faced with life-threatening danger. It's a natural instinct, much like how people often find themselves unable to move when a car is about to hit them, even though running away would be the best choice. But Ryuji was different. He punched things. Unfortunately, the last time he acted on impulse like that, it only resulted in a fractured hand and a month-long hospital stay. This time, when the 2 blonde zombies lunged at him, he instinctively pushed them away, only to feel a sharp pain as their nails scraped his skin. That was how he got infected. Staring at the scabbed-over wound on his hand, Ryuji sighed. This was humiliating. Other protagonists in similar situations would either miraculously survive or heroically fight their way out without a scratch. But him? One reflexive action and he had already doomed himself. Still, while this wasn't the most embarrassing way to die as a transmigrator, there were certainly worse. He figured his story might at least make the news in some other universe. But if not for that reflexive punch, he would have been dead already, his throat torn out by zombie teeth before he could even grab a weapon. Upon realizing he was wounded, Ryuji frantically searched the RV he had woken up in, looking for anything to clean his injury. He had even considered cutting off his own arm to prevent the infection from spreading. But he knew that without proper medical facilities, such an action would only speed up his death. So, after an entire night of contemplation, he made a decision. Whether or not he turned, he was going to make the most of his remaining time. He wasn't going to starve or die of thirst waiting for the inevitable. With that resolve, he wasted no time scavenging for supplies. Most of the food in the abandoned house was inedible, either spoiled or dried out. Only 5 cans of luncheon meat, 2 jars of jam, and an unopened bottle of water remained salvageable. The rest was either rotten or completely useless. As quietly as possible, Ryuji continued searching for supplies. Although he hadn't found much drinking water, he did discover 2 jars of honey stored in the rooftop cabinet. Honey, huh? Licking his lips, he figured there was no reason to hold back anymore. He popped open one jar and took a large gulp. The sweetness lifted his mood instantly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare consume honey so recklessly. But now, who cared? He didn't even know how long he had left to live. Devouring honey and canned meat, he took a brief rest in the seemingly zombie-free house. However, he still planned to return to the RV for the night. Most of the houses in the area were wooden and showed signs of decay. If a horde of zombies attacked, he'd be done for. While there were sturdier concrete buildings, a quick glance revealed at least 20 zombies wandering inside. Not worth the risk. Just as he packed up his remaining supplies and prepared to leave, a sudden scream pierced the air. A blonde girl in a Japanese school uniform burst out of a house down the street. Chasing her were 3 zombies. Unfortunately, her panic had drawn the attention of every zombie in the area. Ryuji watched as, in the instant she screamed, sounds of falling objects and shuffling footsteps echoed from inside the surrounding buildings. Soon, rotting figures appeared in the windows and doorways. Among them, a particularly grotesque zombie moved like a frog, crouching low to the ground before launching itself forward in powerful leaps. It was rapidly gaining on the girl. What an idiot. Ryuji glanced at the scar on his arm. If he hadn't already been bitten, he wouldn't have bothered interfering. But since he was already infected, what did he have to lose? Besides, these zombies weren't exactly fast. The fastest among them only moved at a normal walking pace. Kicking open the door, Ryuji charged forward, axe in one hand and hammer in the other. He bellowed at the girl as she ran toward him, her terrified eyes locking onto his. Get down. Instinctively, she dropped to the ground. In the next second, Ryuji tossed his axe aside, gripped his hammer with both hands, and swung it into the face of the frog-like zombie. A sickening crack echoed as its skull caved in. Without pausing, Ryuji spun, let go of the hammer, and drew his other axe. With a heavy chop, he split another zombie's forehead open, sending it convulsing to the ground. Ignoring the slow-moving zombies breaking through doors and windows, Ryuji grabbed the girl's hand and ran. Move. Terrified but obedient, the girl followed him as they dashed into the forest, soon losing the sluggish horde behind them. Catching his breath, Ryuji finally turned to properly look at the only other living person he'd seen so far. She was far more beautiful than he had expected, fair skin, violet red eyes, and a delicate, trembling expression that evoked sympathy. Her school uniform was strangely clean, almost out of place in this world. Unlike him, covered in dust and blood after just one day here. Why did you scream? He asked directly. The girl, her eyes glistening with tears, spoke in a voice tinged with grievance. I was too hungry and wanted to find something to eat, but... Ryuji immediately understood. He nodded without saying much and simply handed her a can of luncheon meat. The girl accepted the can but bit her lip hesitantly before speaking again. Do you have anything better to eat? I can't eat this kind of food. I threw up after eating canned food, and that's what got the zombie's attention. Even she knew how unreasonable her request was, so she lowered her head in embarrassment. Huh? Ryuji was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at the girl again. Then how have you been surviving in this world? Were you some kind of VIP before, and now you've been cast out? He couldn't quite understand her, but recalling some stories from novels, he conjured up a possible scenario in his mind. And no, it's not like that. I just woke up yesterday morning, opened my door, and suddenly appeared in this world. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Clearly, the close call with death had left her shaken, and seeing Ryuji was the first bit of reassurance she'd had. Seeing Ryuji's odd expression, she suddenly realized her mistake. She quickly bowed deeply to him, causing her chest to bounce wildly. Ah, my apologies. I forgot to thank you. Thank you for saving me. My name is Arina Nikiri. Please take care of me. Arina Nikiri? Ryuji's expression grew even stranger. If he remembered correctly, Arina Nikiri was a character from an anime. She just arrived yesterday too? Ryuji studied the golden-haired girl carefully, especially her bare white legs beneath the hem of her skirt. He wasn't ogling her out of lust, but rather, there was a bloody scratch there. Chapter 2, Zombies at Night. This was a matter far more pressing than whether or not she was from another world. After all, Ryuji himself was already wounded by a zombie and was practically done for. And now, the girl he had just barely managed to save was in the same dire situation. It was truly disheartening. Forget everything else for now, your leg has been scratched. You've seen zombie movies before, right? You should know what happens after you get wounded like this. Ryuji pointed at the girl's calf, where blood was steadily dripping onto her black stockings and delicate leather shoes, forming crimson trails. Her once flawless, pale skin now bore an ugly, vicious wound. Blood rarely made anything look beautiful, and with such a grotesque injury, there was no aesthetic to be appreciated here. Ah! The girl, who had introduced herself as Arina Nikiri, let out a startled cry. She stared at her leg in shock before collapsing onto the ground. Though she was a prestigious young lady from a culinary dynasty, she had watched enough movies to understand how zombie infections worked. Panic flooded her face as she looked at her wound. Her trembling hands hovered over it, hesitant to touch it. Previously, her hunger had overshadowed the pain, but now that Ryuji had pointed it out, the searing agony was all too clear. The realization sent her spiraling into despair. Hunger. Her god tongue, no, her curse, had made it impossible for her to eat the canned meat. And now, just when she thought she had found salvation in another person, she was cruelly reminded that she might already be infected. Tears welled up in her eyes. Arina was always a strong, proud person, but that pride was built upon everything she had once possessed. Her noble lineage, her exceptional talent, her relentless training. These had been the foundation of her confidence. But in this brutal, zombie-infested world, none of it mattered anymore. Only survival did. Looks like we're all at the mercy of fate, huh? Ryuji chuckled softly. He had felt the same despair not long ago, though his situation had been worse. He had been attacked the moment he arrived, with no time to prepare. Unlike Arina, who had merely made a mistake. He wasn't exactly gloating, but there was a bitter irony to it all. Fate could be so absurd sometimes. Under Arina's astonished gaze, he unwrapped the bandages around his arm, revealing his own gruesome wound. See? Me too. So let's make the most of whatever time we have left. Besides, who knows? Maybe getting scratched doesn't necessarily mean we'll die. He crouched down and pulled out several bottles of water from his backpack, along with what remained of his medical supplies. Then, without hesitation, he reached for her shoe. The delicate leather encased an equally delicate foot, small, refined, and surprisingly pretty. If not for the blood staining it. Arina stiffened as Ryuji grasped her leg, her face heating up. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she watched nervously, her hands fidgeting as he worked. There was nothing else she could do now, only trust him. Ryuji carefully cleaned her wound with gauze and bottled water before pouring the remaining alcohol over the gash, ensuring every inch was sterilized. The burning pain made Arina clench her fists, but she gritted her teeth and endured it without a sound. That, at least, surprised Ryuji. He had been ready to gag her with a cloth if she started screaming. To distract her from the pain, he asked casually, "Earlier, you said you suddenly appeared in this world?" Arina nodded, her gaze shifting to his dwindling medical supplies. There were no antibiotics, no advanced treatments. Either Ryuji had never had them, or he had already used them up. But then again, if medicine really worked, this world wouldn't be overrun with zombies, would it? A wave of hopelessness washed over her, and she tilted her head back, staring blankly at the sky. Yes, I suddenly ended up in this world. She had initially considered hiding the truth. After all, the man before her was a complete stranger. But given that they were both infected, she no longer felt the need to keep secrets. I see. You seem to have a high pain tolerance, so why did you cry out just because you couldn't eat something? Ryuji was aware of the so-called god's tongue, but he hadn't finished the anime, so he didn't quite understand. In such a dire situation, no matter how bad the food tasted, survival should come first. Because of a curse. A curse? That's right. I bear a curse that others envy, something called the god's tongue. No matter how delicious a dish is, its flaws are amplified 100-fold on my palate. And because of my lifelong culinary training and the high-quality food I'm used to, industrially processed food like this, all I can taste are additives, oil, poor quality ingredients, and shoddy craftsmanship. Talking about her ability seemed to bring a slight glow back to Arina's face, giving her a bit of the noble air she once had. However, due to blood loss, She still looked rather weak. I see. I don't really get it, but you should be able to eat honey, right? Ryuji wrapped the gauze around her injured leg. He had done everything he could for her, but unfortunately, this was the best he could manage. He hadn't found any medicine nearby, just some alcohol, gauze, and various vitamins. I think that should be fine? Arena nodded hesitantly. Honey also had different grades, and factors like storage conditions could affect its taste. But at the very least, it should be something she could swallow. Then, a toast to despair. Ryuji wiped his hands on his clothes and took out an unopened jar of honey. He thoughtfully removed the lid before handing it to her. As the sweet aroma of honey filled the air, Arena's tears welled up. She couldn't understand how Ryuji could still smile in such a situation. But she wiped her tears away, tapped her jar of honey lightly against his, and repeated his words. To despair. Ryuji took a large gulp of honey and grinned, giving her a thumbs up. He had thought he would die alone, but unexpectedly, he had met a cute girl. That alone made him feel lucky. At least, if these were the final moments of his life, he wouldn't die alone. The honey was thick and overly sweet, cheap, low-quality honey. All Arena could taste was its sticky texture and chaotic floral notes. But it was very, very sweet. Despite everything, she forced herself to swallow it. Hunger, fear, and the looming threat of death made for the best seasoning. Still, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath as she wiped away her tears. This tastes awful. The words contradicted how she felt inside. She screwed the lid back onto the honey jar, stood up with Ryuji's help, and tried to walk a few steps on her own. No choice, it's the best we have in times like these. Ryuji reassured her with a smile, then let go of her arm, letting her test her footing alone. Unfortunately, due to her weakness and injury, she couldn't walk properly. Ryuji had no choice but to remove his backpack and carry her on his back. It wasn't until her soft chest pressed against his back that Ryuji realized how ample she was. An unfamiliar sensation washed over him. As he passed her his backpack and adjusted his grip around her thighs, he couldn't help but notice how smooth and warm her skin felt. The sensation was oddly comforting in a world where warmth had become a rarity. For Arena, the smell of sweat and blood on him was somewhat unpleasant. But compared to the overwhelming sense of safety he provided, it was something she could easily overlook. Instinctively, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Ryuji carefully made his way to the shelter he had chosen, a stranded RV with deflated tires. He had checked it before. The RV had 2 separate rooms, sturdy metal walls, and windows with protective bars. Most importantly, the gas tank was full, and the keys were still in the ignition. Clearly, the previous owners had tried to escape but had failed. Ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to break in. After all, even the undead were just flesh and bone, how could they compete with steel? Moving cautiously through the trees, Ryuji ensured that no zombies were nearby. Even though the forest wasn't necessarily dangerous, he conserved his strength as much as possible in case of unexpected encounters. Neither of them spoke much along the way, quietly focusing on their surroundings and each other's presence. After nearly half an hour, 3 times longer than it had taken Ryuji alone, they finally reached the RV. He eyed the zombies still wandering through the ruins of the nearby houses, took a deep breath, and quietly shut the RV door behind them. All right, 1 room for each of us. Ryuji exhaled in relief and pointed to the 2 separate rooms inside the RV. Then, he handed Arena an axe. Make sure to lock the door, and keep this with you. If one of us turns into a zombie, the other has to deal with it and survive. Also, block your door with a cabinet, it'll help. After a brief pause, he reached into his backpack, took out the unopened can of luncheon meat, the honey Arena had drunk from, and a bottle of water. He handed them to her. I'll leave the rest of the food in the RV's kitchenette. Don't eat everything at once, we need to conserve our strength for tomorrow. His tone was calm, without any hidden demands. The girl was undeniably beautiful, and carrying her earlier had stirred some reactions within him. But how should he put it? Ryuji felt that the first half of his life had been filled with enough frustrations, school, work, social obligations. Now, at what could be the end of it all, he just wanted a bit of peace. Well, as much peace as this world allowed. Of course, if she were willing, he wouldn't mind stepping into that kind of relationship. But right now, they barely had enough food. They were exhausted. And what if he wasn't actually infected? More importantly, he was just too tired. Ryuji touched his forehead, feeling the heat radiating from his skin. During his earlier fight with the zombies, he had pushed himself to the limit. Otherwise, carrying a girl on his back shouldn't have taken him half an hour. Now, the symptoms were setting in: fever, weakness, exhaustion. If this wasn't an infection, then what else could it be? The symptoms weren't too severe yet, but Ryuji had no intention of wasting his energy on unnecessary things. Besides, if the girl resisted, It would only make things worse. If she fought back with everything she had, they might both end up dead. He just wanted to live his final days with as little conflict as possible. Arina didn't say anything. She understood that what Rigi was doing was for her own good. It was the most reasonable plan. If either of them got infected, the other could still escape. Even if the infected one turned and tried to break down the door, the weapon in hand would ensure their survival. But still. Why was he so calm? Nakamura-san. Arina pressed her lips together. Why are you being so kind to me? She had read enough stories to know what usually happened to girls like her in a world like this. But instead of taking advantage of her, Rigi had given her food, medicine, and a weapon. Because I want to live the last moments of my life without regrets. Rigi smiled, dragged a cabinet in front of the RV's entrance, then waved at her before retreating into his own room. Living without regrets, huh? Arina stared at his door. A heavy sense of powerlessness washed over her, followed by unease and sadness. Holding the food he had given her, she entered her own room. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the axe and brought it inside with her. Rigi, meanwhile, sat down and started eating. The luncheon meat tasted awful. If he had the option, he would have liked to heat it up, but even though the RV had a working stove, making noise was too risky. The honey's sweetness helped a little, even if it wasn't the best quality. By the time he finished the can of luncheon meat, he had eaten half the jar of honey. Afterward, he lay down on the soft bed, the comfort making him realize just how exhausted he was. It's been a long time since I slept like this, he muttered to himself. No work, no social obligations. Just resting. What a joke. Closing his eyes, he exhaled slowly. He glanced at the cabinet blocking the door. Then, he allowed himself to fall asleep. After all, there was no guarantee that he'd wake up. His sleep didn't last long. A sudden, urgent pressure in his bladder forced him awake. Groggy, he sat up and made his way toward the bathroom, then stopped. Something was wrong. Something was hitting the RV. Instantly alert, Rigi grabbed his axe and quietly approached Arina's room. Already turned. A sigh escaped him. He gripped the doorknob. To his surprise, it wasn't locked. That was unexpected, though he had a spare key, so it wouldn't have mattered much. But what did concern him? The cabinet wasn't blocking the door. A bad feeling crept into his gut. She wouldn't jump at me the moment I open this, right? Just in case, he switched his grip on his hammer, preparing to shove anything that lunged at him. Deep breath. He shoved the door open. A short, sharp scream filled the room. Arina was in the corner, terrified, but very much alive. The sound wasn't coming from her. It was coming from the window. Or more precisely, from the glowing green eyes peering inside. Wolves. Dozens of them. Rigi had just enough time to process that before Arina, in her panic, nearly let out another scream. Reacting on instinct, he lunged forward, clapping a hand over her mouth, pulling her close as he shut off the room's lights. The girl trembled in his arms but didn't struggle. Outside, the wolves continued to snarl and scratch at the RV, until another presence made itself known. A blur. A shadow. Then, bang. Something slammed against the RV. Lit by moonlight, their grotesque figures became clear. Zombies. Already? Are they weaker in the daytime? Ryuji's breath caught in his throat. These weren't the slow, stumbling creatures he had imagined. These things ran. They moved fast. And they weren't just chasing the wolves, they were hunting them. As more and more undead creatures joined the fray, the wolves gave up the fight and turned to flee. The zombies, one by one, pursued them into the night. Some passed by the RV, but they ignored it, too focused on their chase. Then, just as suddenly as it began, silence. The last of the zombies vanished into the distance. Ryuji released Arina, but he didn't say anything. He didn't turn on the light. He just stood up, ready to leave. But, a small, trembling hand grabbed his wrist. In the pale glow of the moon, Arina, wearing nothing but an oversized shirt, looked up at him. And in a voice so soft it was barely audible, "Don't go." Chapter 3, An Unexpected Survivor. Under the moonlight, the girl looked breathtakingly beautiful. Ryuji met her gaze, took a deep breath, and in the end, he didn't leave. Instead, he quietly sat down in the corner of the room. The girl hesitated for only a moment before leaning into his chest, burying her face against him. She had been through too much fear tonight. Ryuji gently wrapped his arms around her, letting her rest against him. He could feel the warmth of her body, the soft rise and fall of her breath. And her scent, intoxicating, delicate, yet faintly tainted by the lingering traces of blood. Even so, in this moment, that fragrance was a test of his self-control. A test he wasn't sure he could pass. The girl's body was soft and curvaceous, so much so that she didn't seem like a mere girl anymore. Strictly speaking, she was more like a perfectly ripe peach. Wait a minute. Wasn't Food Wars basically a fanservice anime? And wasn't she supposed to be a blonde tsundere? As Reggie gently stroked the girl's back to comfort her, his mind wandered to these thoughts. If he remembered correctly, she was definitely a tsundere. But looking at their current situation, where was the arrogance? This girl in his arms was nothing more than a delicate young lady, one who had been completely shattered by fear. A chef, yes. But more than that, a genuine princess of the culinary world. A young woman who practically ruled the food industry in the East. A lady so powerful that even the heiress of a massive meat conglomerate had to play second fiddle to her. If I were in her world, there's no way I'd ever get the chance to interact with her, right? Then again, if we're talking preferences, I actually liked the other girl better, the one called Nikiri. It was astonishing how circumstances could change a person. The once proud Arena Nikiri had become so vulnerable. As Reggie reminisced about Food Wars, a different thought suddenly struck him. His actual favorite character was the unashamedly fanservice heavy meat-loving blonde, the one who never stopped talking about A-grade wagyu. Why? Simple. She was big and she showed off, and that was just. Ugh. A startled gasp pulled Reggie out of his thoughts. That was when he realized, there was a real young woman in his arms right now. One whose figure rivaled that of Ikumi. And thanks to their current position, she could definitely feel changes. Reggie coughed awkwardly. To be honest, he wasn't exactly in the mood for such things right now, but what surprised him even more was that Arena didn't pull away. Instead, she clung to him even tighter, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, refusing to face the cruel reality outside. With a sigh, Reggie pulled the blanket from the bed, draped it over both of them, and let exhaustion take over. Together, they fell asleep on the cold floor. When morning arrived, Reggie was the first to wake, not out of habit, but because of his very urgent need to relieve himself. Careful not to wake Arena, he gently lifted her onto the bed before dashing to his bedroom to take care of business using an old plastic bottle. But when he stepped back out, he was met with an unexpected sight. Arena, still dressed in nothing but an oversized shirt, standing by the doorframe, her cheeks tinged with red as she looked his way. When she noticed his gaze, she turned her head to the side and muttered in a voice barely above a whisper, It's not like I was worried about you or anything." Her tsundere reaction was almost refreshing. Especially since they were about to head out and face yet another life-or-death situation. By the time Arena had properly dressed, Ryuji handed her a can of luncheon meat. "Our food supply is running low. Today, we need to scavenge more supplies and find a safer shelter. Or at least get new tires for the RV. Last night, the zombies had been far stronger and faster than expected. Even their detection range had expanded. And if it weren't for those same zombies driving away the wolf pack, their biggest concern this morning wouldn't be food, it would be getting torn apart by hungry wolves." "All right." Arena glanced at the dwindling food stockpile and nodded. She already knew why their supplies were running out. Ryuji had clearly been searching for food yesterday, but because of her, he had been forced to stop. Now, with her added to the group, their consumption rate had effectively doubled. So she had no objections about helping him scavenge. "Make sure to wear something thick but easy to take off, nothing that'll restrict movement. I don't know if the wolves are still out there, and I need you to stay put until I say it's safe." As Ryuji spoke, he opened his own can of luncheon meat and took a bite, only to watch Arena's eating habits in stunned silence. With practiced precision, she cut the meat into small, delicate cubes, then drowned them in honey before swallowing them down like medicine. She didn't even chew. Didn't even let the food linger in her mouth longer than necessary. Ryuji couldn't help but stare. Arena fidgeted under his gaze before lowering her head. "This is the only way I can eat it." He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He could see it, the way her body instinctively resisted the food. The way she fought back the urge to gag. It wasn't an act. And it wasn't something she could control. "It's fine. Everyone needs time to adjust." He gave her a small smile before finishing his own portion. Then, pulling out 2 bottles of water, he handed one to her while pouring the other into his honey jar. Arena took the bottle but hesitated to drink. Instead, her expression turned somber as she murmured, "I must be useless, huh? A burden." For the first time, she resented her own tongue. If it weren't for her god tongue, she wouldn't have been discovered by the zombies so easily. If it weren't for it, her meeting with Ryuji wouldn't have been so chaotic. If it weren't for it, she wouldn't be such a picky eater in a world where food was scarce. "Maybe," Ryuji said nonchalantly. "I wouldn't know. I don't have your ability, so I can't judge. But what I do know is that right now, the most important thing is staying alive. Because tomorrow wasn't guaranteed." Arena still didn't understand how Ryuji could remain so calm in the face of all this despair, but she nodded seriously nonetheless. Once their meal was finished and they rested for a few more minutes, Both of them donned thick coats scavenged from the RV. Then, gripping a hatchet in one hand and a sharp chef's knife in the other, Arena took a deep breath. Ryuji glanced at her, his expression serious. "If we run into wolves, don't worry about me, just protect yourself." Taking one last deep breath, he placed his hand on the door handle. He didn't know if there were zombies outside. He didn't know if the wolves were still lurking. So he had to prepare for the worst. Arena tightened her grip on the knife, her golden eyes flashing with determination. "I'll do my best." Ryuji smirked. "All right, let's go." With that, they stepped into the unknown. Ryuji's heart began to race. He pushed open the door and darted out swiftly. The sound of his landing wasn't too loud, but it was enough to alert any nearby zombies. But nothing happened. The eerie silence around him made it seem as though both the zombies and the wolves had disappeared entirely. The two cautiously surveyed the area around the RV. After confirming that there were no immediate threats, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, Ryuji's gaze shifted toward the houses nearby. Previously, he hadn't dared to scavenge here, for a simple reason: zombies. There had been several wandering at the entrance of the town, and the densely packed houses bore clear signs of their presence. If a fight broke out, it would attract half the town's undead, and by then, things would truly become disastrous. But now, things were different. Most of the zombies had been drawn away, and Ryuji needed to verify something. Most importantly, there was a supermarket close to their RV. Yesterday's wolf pack had already lured out all the zombies inside. If possible, he wanted to check if there were still supplies left in the supermarket. Moving carefully through the tall grass, Ryuji and Arena approached the nearest house. Ryuji peered through a broken window, scanning the rotting floor and abandoned furniture. Only after assessing the environment did he and Arena cautiously enter through the broken-down door and begin searching for anything useful. There wasn't much food left behind. The only things they found were some vitamin tablets and a few pieces of candy. However, something unexpected caught Ryuji's eye: a small box of gold bars sitting on the table. Under normal circumstances, he would have been overjoyed. But in this post-apocalyptic world, gold was practically useless. Still, out of habit, he took one as a keepsake. Never leave empty-handed, after all. With that, the two left the house and moved on to the next one. Their second search also went smoothly, no zombies in sight. More importantly, they found 3 cans of chicken and some well-preserved ham. But something felt off. "This is strange." Ryuji frowned as he looked at the empty bedside tables and storage cabinets. "What's wrong?" Arena asked, pausing from her search through the pantry for spices. "They always say Americans love their guns, but where are they?" Ryuji couldn't wrap his head around it. It wasn't like they weren't being thorough. They had opened every drawer, checked every possible hiding spot. Yet after searching 2 houses, they hadn't found a single firearm, not even a stray bullet casing. It made no sense. Maybe the owners took them when they left? Arena offered hesitantly, giving him an awkward smile. Maybe. Ryuji shook his head. He had really been hoping to find a gun, preferably a submachine gun. With one, even if they ran into a massive horde, at least they would have a fighting chance. At the very least, he could go down with some dignity. But so far, he hadn't found a single weapon, which left him feeling uneasy. Even if he didn't plan on using it, just having one would make a difference. And if they encountered other survivors? Taking a deep breath, Ryuji pushed those thoughts aside. After last night, when he held Arena in his arms as they slept, he realized something: they were both running fevers. That meant there was a high chance they no longer needed to worry about other survivors. "Alright, let's check the next house. We'll head to the supermarket last." He packed the food Arena had gathered into his backpack, ready to move on. But just then, a voice echoed behind them. "The store is open for business." At the same time, there was a distinct clicking sound, like a lock being released. Both Ryuji and Arena froze, their heads snapping toward the source of the voice. Behind the house that had been blocking their view, a strange flag fluttered atop a building. The broadcast had come from there. The two exchanged glances, then nodded. If there were other survivors running a store, that was the best possible news. It meant there was still some form of human society left. Why were they so sure the broadcast had come from a living person? The answer was simple. This town had lost power a long time ago. Forget a broadcast, even the streetlights didn't work. "Let's be careful. If it's just a timed broadcast and there are zombies nearby, we'll leave immediately," Ryuji whispered. Moving quietly, they approached the source of the broadcast. What they saw was a fortress. Surrounded by layers of barbed wire and reinforced walls, the building had clearly been modified for survival. Its gate had been reinforced with metal plating, making it an ideal stronghold for the apocalypse. Inside the fortified enclosure, within a metal shack with added security bars, stood a woman behind a counter. A woman with a stethoscope around her neck. She wasn't rotting. She was breathing. And most importantly, there were no zombies inside. Rigi could confirm it for one reason. She was big. With every breath she took, certain assets of hers visibly moved. And that alone was proof enough that she was alive. An actual human. Rigi and Irina's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, they headed toward the only living person they had seen in a long time. As they got closer, Rigi kept a watchful eye on the building, checking for any hidden zombies lurking behind the door. But he found nothing. Not only that, but there wasn't a single other person inside. However, something was off. The shopkeeper didn't seem to notice them at all. Chapter 4, a cheat? Something was off. Rigi frowned. If this were a normal human, seeing two strangers wandering around, especially after they had circled the place twice, would have prompted some kind of reaction. Even if they didn't assume them to be zombies, they should have at least acknowledged them. But there was nothing. No greeting. No sign of wariness. No attempt to drive them away. Weird. Suppressing his doubts, Rigi stepped forward to the iron gate. He cleared his throat and called out. "Excuse me, can you open the door?" He kept his voice at a volume loud enough to be heard but not so loud that it would attract any lingering zombies. But still, nothing. The shopkeeper neither reacted like a zombie, mindlessly throwing itself at obstacles upon hearing a human voice, nor did they respond in any way to his presence. They just stood there. Breathing. Slightly swaying. Staring blankly ahead. Like a statue. What the hell is going on? Rigi couldn't help but voice his unease. A bad feeling crept over him, and the unnatural stillness of the shopkeeper sent a chill down his spine. But they had come this far. There was no turning back now. Should we go in? Irina gripped her axe tightly, nervous as she looked at Rigi. Should we really go in? She asked hesitantly. Rigi took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his own weapon. Yeah, we have to try. But stay outside for now. I'll go in first. Crouching down, he grabbed the bottom of what looked like a metal roll-up door, intending to lift it. But no matter how hard he pulled, the door wouldn't budge. Is it locked? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a strange sensation rippled through his body, like something deep inside him was stirring. The fever burning through him flared up. His vision distorted. And then, Starsea to open a line of bizarre text floated in his vision. A hallucination? Was he about to turn into a zombie? His head spun violently. He staggered, catching himself against the shop's door. Ding! A sharp, piercing sound rang out the moment his hand touched the door, making both him and Irina wince and clutch their ears. His dizziness worsened, and panic surged through him. Because now, he could see something else. Floating in his vision were several odd little boxes, and in the first slot of the top row was the hammer he was holding. Am I dying? His breaths came heavy and ragged. He forced himself to take a deep inhale, trying to steady his mind. But the more he tried, the more strange elements appeared in his vision. A directional compass at the top. A faint message on the side, collect plant fibers. This was starting to look way too much like a video game. Is this some kind of healthcare? His gaze fell back on the shop's iron door. Without thinking, he instinctively willed the action in his mind, press E, and the moment he did, his hand passed through the rising iron door. Completely off balance, he stumbled through the gate, falling headfirst into the shop. Nakamura-san. Irina gasped in shock as she saw half of Rigi's body phasing through the door. For a split second, she wondered if she was still dreaming, or if she had just witnessed something beyond reason. But as the iron door fully lifted, her fear faded. Rigi hadn't disappeared. He had just tripped and fallen inside. Lying flat on the cold floor, pain shot through his body, real pain. The dizziness faded slightly, his mind clearing just enough for a single thought to surface. Did I just pass through a wall? Had his brain finally lost it? Irina rushed over to help him up, concern written all over her face. But Rigi, still half in a daze, had a different thought. If this is just a hallucination, then it shouldn't feel real, right? Muttering to himself, he reached out and grabbed the softest, roundest thing in front of him, Irina's chest. The plush, warm sensation spread through his fingertips, a feeling so incredibly real that for a moment, he forgot everything. This was definitely something he had never experienced before. Irina froze. Mouth agape. Face turning bright red. And at that exact moment, a new red health bar appeared above her head, 85 out of 100. And she wasn't reacting. Oh. So this really is just a dying hallucination? If this was all just an illusion, then he might as well enjoy it, right? His other hand reached for Irina's slender, soft thighs. But before he could complete the movement, she suddenly snapped out of it, yanking herself away in sheer panic. Nakamura-san. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you turning into a zombie? Ryuji blinked, shaking his head as the strange text and HUD elements began to fade away. The floating menus. The compass. The inventory slots. It was like they had only existed in his mind, shaped by his perception. And yet, something inside him had changed. Something powerful had stirred. And then fallen back into dormancy. His fever was completely gone. His mind was clear again. His heart pounded in his chest. Maybe. But if my guess is right, our lives are about to get a lot easier. When he first arrived in this world, he had tried everything, calling out for a system, willing a menu to appear, even mentally pressing E in random situations. Nothing ever happened. But now, something had. What was different this time? The shop? The fact that he had killed so many zombies? Or maybe the infection? Ryuji wasn't sure. But there was one way to test it. He turned back toward the iron door, staring at it intently. Focusing. Calling out to that hidden power once more. A moment later, the words appeared in his vision, "Pressy to clothes." He grinned. Pressy it is. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the iron gate, untouched by anyone, slowly descended. Arena's mouth fell open once again. She glanced at the motionless, doll-like merchant standing in the room, then turned to Ryuji, who had a knowing smile on his face. Her mind was filled with questions. Watching the iron gate close, Ryuji finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected. If this isn't just a vivid hallucination, then I've already confirmed some crucial information about this world. Arena didn't quite understand what he meant. She looked at him, then back at the eerie merchant, before gripping his arm tightly. Nakamura-san. What is this place? The sudden rise and fall of the iron gate, coupled with the merchant's lifeless demeanor, sent chills down her spine. She feared they had walked into a trap. Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I think this is a good thing. Ryuji strode towards the small room where the merchant stood. As he moved, he carefully observed his surroundings but saw no sign of other people. The only thing separating him from the merchant was a single door. A door, just like the entrance, impossible to push open or twist the handle. But the moment he imagined pressing E in his mind, the door instantly swung open. Even though his hands weren't anywhere near it. Arena watched in shock as Ryuji opened another door without touching it. Her brain struggled to process what she was seeing. But Ryuji wasn't in the mood to explain. He stepped inside and turned his attention to the unmoving merchant. Calling her a beauty might be an overstatement, she was slightly above average. She had black hair, a stethoscope hanging around her neck, and ragged clothing. But she was certainly well endowed. Though smaller than Arena in that regard, she was still quite large. The most important thing, however, was the prompt floating above her head, "Pressy to talk to Merchant Jane." Ryuji instinctively covered his forehead, suppressing the urge to laugh. There were still a few things he needed to verify. He reached out and waved his hand frantically in front of the woman's face. No matter how much he moved, the merchant remained motionless, her expression unchanged, a fixed, welcoming smile. Nakamura-san. What is this? Arena's unease grew stronger. She barely had time to process what was happening before Ryuji suddenly swung his axe and struck the merchant's head. A metallic clang echoed through the room. The axe stopped dead against the strands of her hair, as if an invisible force was protecting her. No matter how much strength he put into it, he couldn't land a proper hit. As I thought. Indestructible buildings. Indestructible NPCs. Retracting his axe, Ryuji took a deep breath to calm himself. This place. What is it? You've played video games before, right, Arena? Ryuji leaned against a nearby shelf, now certain this wasn't just a hallucination. If it were, his hands wouldn't be aching from the force of impact. He also wouldn't be able to feel the warmth and softness of human skin so vividly. I know what they are. The kind of thing guys are obsessed with, Arena said hesitantly, still unsure why he was bringing this up. Well, I think we've been thrown into a game world. Ryuji voiced his suspicion. Arena's first reaction was disbelief. But after taking another look at their surroundings, the eerie merchant, the impossible doors, she found herself swallowing hard. Who would do something like this? And it's not real, right? Nakamura-san? Fear crept into her voice. The situation was becoming more surreal by the second, and she instinctively wanted to deny it. There's no use denying it. We either accept it or we don't. As for who's responsible? An evil god? A malevolent demon? Who knows? Either way, it's out of our hands. The only thing we can do is try to survive. Ryuji sighed. He wasn't sure if this was one of those infinite survival scenarios or something else entirely, but for now, all he could do was live his life the best he could. This woman here, she's probably an NPC that handles supplies and quests. Completely invincible. He chuckled and reached out, pressing his hand against the merchant's chest. Soft. Warm. There was even the sensation of a heartbeat beneath his palm. The fabric of her clothes was real. Nakamura-san. Arina watched, flustered, wanting to stop him but too overwhelmed by everything happening. But the next moment, Ryuji grabbed the merchant's clothes and yanked them open. Her tattered coat slipped off, revealing a simple white undergarment beneath. Yet she didn't react. She simply stood there, smiling. That was when Arina's emotions hit a breaking point. Fear. Embarrassment. She still hadn't forgotten that Uchi had done the same thing to her earlier. See? No matter what I do, she doesn't react, Ryuji explained. That means this world really has no living people, only NPCs and zombies. His expression darkened. And the worst part? This looks exactly like a survival game. Survival games typically operated in one of two ways: either the players were doomed to perish from a never-spreading virus, or they would be constantly hunted by endless hordes of undead. And this building? We probably can't stay here forever, Ryuji muttered. It's invincible, after all. It was a common mechanic in survival games. Players were never given an easy safe zone. There was always some kind of event, a zombie siege, a food shortage, a natural disaster, to keep them on their toes. Which meant, sooner or later, something bad was going to happen. We're probably not going to make it through the night here, Arina. Ryuji turned his full attention to the merchant. Then, in his mind, he pressed E. In an instant, the woman came to life. Her smile became livelier, her arm moved in a welcoming gesture, and she spoke in a cheerful voice. Hello, friend. How can I help you? At the same time, an unseen force surged through Ryuji's body. A menu materialized before his eyes, its text and layout eerily similar to a video game interface. 3 options appeared. 1. Let me see your inventory. 2. Do you have any jobs? 3. Never mind. Without hesitation, Ryuji selected the first option. Again, he felt that strange force moving inside him, as if gears were turning within his soul. Then, a shop window opened before him, displaying a list of purchasable items. Is this my cheat ability? Ryuji frowned, staring at the merchant and the list of goods, suspicion creeping into his heart. Chapter 5, God-tier skill? Ryuji scanned the extensive list of items in front of him: canned food, bandages, concrete, everything essential for surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. But one thing stood out. Duke's Casino token? What the hell was that? Some kind of currency, like bottle caps in Fallout 4? And more importantly, I actually have an inventory? His eyes shifted to the large empty grid on the right side of the shop interface. This world was getting more interesting by the second. On a whim, he retrieved the gold bar he had found in the other room, just a small piece, no bigger than his pinky finger. He had originally intended to keep it as a souvenir. Focusing his thoughts, he mentally selected Press E. In an instant, the gold bar vanished from his hand. A golden icon materialized in one of the empty inventory slots. Ryuji focused his attention on the floating gold icon. In the next moment, a description appeared before his eyes. Gold bar, merchants might be interested in this. Selling price, 140. Without much hesitation, he sold the gold bar. The instant he did, a notification popped up at the corner of his vision. EXP plus 420. At the same time, the empty bar at the bottom of his field of vision, the one he had barely noticed before, shifted slightly, filling with a faint purple glow. Experience points? So even trading can grant EXP? This world was becoming more absurd by the second. His eyes then shifted to his inventory, where a shiny yellow token labeled Duke's Casino token had appeared. Curious, he focused on it, and once again, game-like options appeared. Dismantle, S, drop, D. Ryuji didn't bother with dismantling. Instead, he selected D. The next moment, a small linen sack materialized out of thin air, landing with a soft thud on the merchant's desk. He reached out and grabbed the sack. A notification hovered above it. Press E to pick up. Ignoring the system prompt, he instead loosened the drawstring with his hands. A cascade of yellow coins spilled onto the wooden table. Ryuji picked one up, turning it between his fingers. The coin was made of brass, engraved with intricate patterns and foreign symbols. The problem was, it was all in English, which he couldn't read. His English proficiency had long been forgotten, returned to his teachers the moment he passed his SAT Level 4 English exam. If not for the certificate, he wouldn't even believe he had ever learned the language. Come to think of it, Arina has been speaking Japanese this whole time. He glanced at Arina, who was watching him with confusion. She had been speaking fluent Japanese, yet he had understood her effortlessly. Likewise, she seemed to understand him perfectly. Back in the chaos of their arrival, he hadn't thought about it. But now, His thoughts drifted back to the new interface before him. He closed the merchant's menu and experimented by pressing B in his mind. Immediately, a new interface popped up. The left side displayed a 3D model of himself, clad in a suit, gripping two axes. The right side, however, was filled with text. Concussion. Treated abrasion, 45 hours 23 minutes 42 seconds remaining. Antibiotic effect, 3.5%. Healing minor infection, 1.5%. Hunger. Thirst. Ryuji froze. He focused on the healing minor infection status, and a detailed explanation appeared. Healing minor infection. Your minor infection is being treated. Continue using medicine until fully healed. Being attacked by zombies or animals will worsen the infection. I'm being healed? His expression turned blank. He vividly remembered getting scratched. His symptoms had suggested an infection. The only things he had consumed since then were canned luncheon meat and honey. Wait. Was it the canned meat or the honey? Was this some kind of life hack? The system's explanations were surprisingly logical. The hunger and thirst statuses were expected, and the concussion made sense. He had hit his head upon arrival. But if he could actually recover from the infection? His hands trembled as he reopened the merchant menu. He scrolled feverishly through the medicine section until he finally found it. Honey, food plus 5, HP plus 2, no max stamina boost, heals infection by 5%. It was the honey. A surge of excitement coursed through Ryuji. Without thinking, he grabbed Arina in a tight hug, overjoyed beyond belief. He even kissed her cheek in his excitement before instinctively trying to buy more. Then, he stopped. His money wasn't enough. Even after selling the gold bar, he only had 140 coins. One jar of honey cost 240. But it didn't matter. They had found dozens of gold bars back in that room, more than enough to buy a whole stockpile of honey. Arina, on the other hand, stood frozen. She pressed her hands to her face, completely bewildered by Ryuji's sudden shift in behavior. Watching the sheer joy on his face, she couldn't understand why he was acting so erratically. Ryuji saw the confusion in her eyes. And, for some reason, he kissed her cheek again. We're saved, Arina. If this is all real, then we won't turn into zombies. Eh? Arina blinked, still dazed. But just as he basked in his relief, a troubling thought surfaced. What if honey doesn't work on Arina? His smile faltered slightly. His eyes drifted toward the top of his interface, scanning the various menu tabs. Crafting, character, map, skills, quests, log, players, creative mode if he truly wanted to survive. He needed to understand everything about this game-like world. Ryuji quickly clicked through each option, checking the functions of the items he had acquired. The crafting option opened a blank interface with nothing in it, while the character tab showed the inventory he had accessed earlier. However, when he tried to open the map, a bright red message popped up, insufficient permissions. Ryuji didn't dwell on it and moved on to skills only to receive the same insufficient permissions. Message. The log section was also inaccessible, leaving only the players tab available. When he clicked on it, a spreadsheet-like interface appeared. Nakamura Ryuji, Level 1, Game Stage 1, Party, none, Allies, none, Enemies killed, 12, Players killed, 0. Arina Nikiri, Level 0, Game Stage 0, Party, none, Allies, none, Enemies killed, 0, Players killed, 0. Level 0. Is it because she hasn't killed enough zombies? Ryuji muttered. He clicked on the party option next to Arina's name, but nothing happened. Closing the interface, he kept the game screen in view and stared at Arina. As she looked at him with a mix of confusion and embarrassment, he silently held down an imaginary E-key in his mind, targeting Arina. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Consume 11,240 experience points to make Arina Nikiri a player. A smile spread across Ryuji's face. Overcome with excitement, he planted another kiss on Arina's cheek, completely unaware of the shock it caused her. Nakamura-san. What is wrong with you? Arina clutched her flushed face, utterly confused by his sudden enthusiasm. In short, it looks like we really can survive here together. Ryuji exclaimed, embracing her in joy. Arina, while not resisting, showed an expression of mild disgust. Who would want to stay with you, you? Her heart pounded. She had always imagined her future partner to be someone who could create a dish so exquisite it would lift the god-tongue curse she bore. But now, she found herself thinking that even if that never happened, living alongside Ryuji might not be so bad. After all, honey mixed with canned luncheon meat wasn't that bad. As long as she got used to it. Yes, in a world like this, she could adapt. Come with me, Arina. I need you to take down a few zombies to test something. Ryuji said excitedly, grabbing a Duke's Casino token and stuffing it into his inventory before pulling her along as they rushed out of the store. If gold bars could be exchanged for money, and merchants had an array of goods for sale, that meant other items might also have value. However, as they exited the building, a thought nagged at Ryuji. Do I really not have any kind of cheat ability? This game-like system had clearly manifested because of this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to invite Arena to become a player. While it could be a developing feature, he felt it was more likely tied to this world itself. So, as a transmigrator, was he really just an ordinary person? How disappointing. Shaking off the thought, Ryuji led Arena back to their previous shelter. He swiftly stashed the gold bars in his inventory and began searching for anything else that could be sold. Unfortunately, he couldn't store items like sofas or refrigerators, but smaller things, like folding chairs and flower pots, fit just fine. What disappointed him most was the lack of lootable treasure chests. No matter how many times he mentally pressed E while staring at cabinets and fridges, nothing happened. Throughout this process, Ryuji was no longer afraid of zombies. Instead, he eagerly explained his discoveries to Arena. So, we're in a game world. If we perform actions consistent with the game's logic, we gain the corresponding abilities. And the honey we ate is actually an anti-infection medicine. Arena clutched her head. Mr. Takahashi, this is just too strange. But then again, we've already been transported here, so I suppose anything is possible. She took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. So, you mean neither of us has to die? We can keep living here? Excitement and anxiety swirled in her heart. She had seen many strange things, the vanishing casino tokens, the eerie female merchant, and the automated doors. But until she experienced these game mechanics herself, she couldn't fully believe them. Exactly. But just to be safe, I need to turn you into a player first. Otherwise, I can't be sure if the honey's cure works on you. Ryuji still felt a bit feverish, suggesting that the status screen didn't directly affect his physical condition. He needed to confirm if this was all just a hallucination or reality. So, you're going to fight those creatures? Arena asked hesitantly. She had prepared herself for zombie battles, but the thought of Ryuji fighting them still made her nervous. Yep. If the infection really isn't a concern, then zombies won't be scary anymore. As long as we avoid nighttime hordes or getting surrounded, they'll just be our prey. No need to worry. Also, making you a player doesn't require much experience, only. How much was it again? Ryuji reassured her with a hand on her shoulder while calling up the interface again. He mentally pressed E on Arena. Nothing happened. Frowning, he pressed E repeatedly in his mind, trying to trigger the menu. Then, Arena's clothes disappeared. For a moment, Ryuji was frozen in shock. Her outfit, her dress, shoes, socks, everything had vanished in an instant under his rapid mental E-spam. His palm now rested against smooth, silk-like skin. His eyes took in the snow-white peaks, the soft pink hue of delicate features, and the golden field below hiding its own mysteries. There. Not sagging at all. Truly remarkable, he muttered absent-mindedly. Then, realization struck Arena. She glanced down at herself. Then at Ryuji, who was openly staring at her exposed body. A second later, a sharp scream pierced the room. Nakamura-san. Panicked, Arena crossed her arms over her chest, pressing into the softness as she shielded herself. Her hands also blocked the golden wheat fields, and she squeezed her legs together tightly to hide any further accidents. Ryuji gulped. This might take some explaining. What are you doing? Arena's voice was nearly a shriek, her rationality crumbling under the overwhelming shock. If kissing and hugging could still be brushed off as excusable, then this was absolutely too much. Sorry, I accidentally used the wrong game system. Ryuji hastily turned his back, fumbling through his inventory before retrieving Arena's clothes. They materialized in a small bundle of fabric on the ground. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bundle, tore it open, and handed it to the red-faced girl. Here. These are your clothes. I swear it wasn't intentional. Even after turning away, his mind still replayed the scene from moments ago, but not because of Arena's blushing, curvaceous figure. No, what truly occupied his thoughts was the potential of this strange ability. If I had this ability in the real world, it'd be insane. He pondered its applications. This power could instantly cause someone's social death. And it would make an unparalleled tool for theft. Even in ancient times, during the age of cold weapons, if he faced an enemy clad in full armor, he could strip them bare in an instant, completely defenseless. What a terrifying ability. This is practically a god-tier skill. If I had lived in the medieval times, I could have become a legendary hero, written into history books. Ryuji stared at his own hands, murmuring to himself, completely lost in thought. As for Arena's body, thinking about that now would only add unnecessary troubles. He glanced down at his hands, already rough with calluses and fresh wounds from the past few days. He let out a helpless sigh. If he were in a normal world, maybe he'd be celebrating this absurd ability. But in this reality, where survival was the only concern, even contemplating such things felt pointless. Besides, where would he even? The beds here were filthy, who knew if a zombie had lain on them before? The thought alone was revolting. And demanding such things from Arena? There was no need. They might end up spending their entire lives together in this world. Ruining their relationship over something so petty would be foolish. Meanwhile, Arena was fuming. She did have a faint, unspoken fondness for Rigi, but that affection definitely wasn't strong enough to justify him stripping her naked out of nowhere. At first, she was just furious. But then she overheard his mutterings. A different kind of anger began burning inside her, embarrassment-fueled rage. Idiot. What the hell is going on in your head? Of all times, you're thinking about that? Arena, now fully dressed and her face burning red, began furiously kicking Rigi's leg. Idiot, idiot, idiot. You absolute moron. But just then, a deep, guttural growl echoed from outside the building. The unmistakable sound of zombies. Arena immediately froze, her frustration vanishing. Without hesitation, she grabbed the axe from the side and thrust one toward Rigi. Nakamura-san. I think I made a mistake. Chapter 6, A Simple Battle. No, this is actually just right. Rigi grinned, but the moment he glanced toward the doorway, his smile froze. Because standing outside wasn't just one or two zombies, it was an entire horde. Dozens of them. Yeah, I think we'll need to have a serious talk about your mistakes later. Despite the sheer number of zombies outside, Rigi wasn't too worried. These weren't the frenzied, fast-moving ones that came out at night. They were slow, sluggish, and stumbling forward at a snail's pace. Most importantly, they only had one way in. The front door. Alright then. Rigi took a deep breath. As long as the door held, he only needed to deal with them one at a time. No need to panic. The real concern was that these American-style wooden houses weren't exactly the sturdiest structures. He wasn't sure how long the doors and windows would last. And just as he started worrying about that, crash. A series of rotting arms suddenly punched through the thin wooden window frames. Rotten, gnarled fingers reached inside, grasping blindly. And unlike zombies from other worlds, these ones could climb. Rigi had already noticed this back when the wolves had lured zombies away. But he hadn't expected them to be this agile, even during the daytime when they were supposed to be slower. Watching the zombies squeeze through the windows while others shambled toward the front door, Rigi couldn't help but twitch. Arena, you take the windows, I'll handle the door. If things get bad, call me, and we'll retreat. Without wasting another second, he charged forward, gripping his axe tightly. As soon as the first zombie staggered through the doorway, he swung. Crack. The half-decayed skull split open like an overripe melon. This one was already heavily rotted, so it went down fast. Taking advantage of the opening, Rigi pulled out his hammer and brought it down on the next zombie's head. Thud. The blow knocked it over, causing it to crash to the floor, blocking the others behind it. The next zombie tripped and fell face first onto the corpse. Without hesitation, Rigi stomped on the first one's head, yanked his axe free, and buried it into the second one's skull before it could get up. With a brief moment to breathe, he glanced toward Arena's side, half expecting her to hesitate in fear. Instead, what he saw left him stunned. Facing the zombies trying to crawl through the window, Arena stood poised like a seasoned warrior. With a flawless swing, she brought her axe down, shing. A zombie's head flew clean off. Before the next one could react, she spun a kitchen knife in her other hand, stabbing it straight into its neck. A quick flick of her wrist. Slice. Blood gushed from the wound, but not a single drop landed on her clothes. With a swift motion, she tilted her knife upward, snapping the zombie's neck and sending its head lolling to the side. It stopped moving instantly. For a moment, Rigi just stood there, slack-jawed. The way she moved, so fluid, so efficient, so precise. Not a single wasted motion. Meanwhile, he dodged another zombie's clumsy attack, swung his axe, and, splat. Blood sprayed all over his clothes. Arena's eyes widened as she shrieked, What are you standing around for? Pay attention. I am a chef, you know. Of course, I know how to use a knife properly. Oh. Right. Rigi glanced at his own aching arms, then back at Arena, who had already found her rhythm. 3 clean swings, 3 zombie heads rolled across the floor. And she wasn't even out of breath. Wait a minute. She's stronger than me? Faster. More agile. More precise. And her timing was perfect? Sure, she still looked a little scared, but her combat skills were undeniable. Rigi blinked. Huh. At first, it seemed absurd, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Arena was a rich, arrogant blonde. A picky eater. A self-absorbed princess, but she was also a chef. And not just any chef, a world-class, elite chef. Never mind her slim waist, long legs, and, well, other assets, she was someone who could effortlessly flip a heavy iron wok in one hand. And if you really thought about it, out of all modern professions, chefs were probably the most skilled at handling knives. Even professional swordsmen didn't know as much about cutting flesh as a chef did. Chefs were actually masters of cold weapons? Ryuji felt like he had just uncovered a fundamental truth of the universe. Ryuji let his thoughts wander for a moment, but when he saw another zombie stepping into his attack range, he snapped back to reality. Without hesitation, he swung his axe again, cleaving through another rotten skull. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Ryuji exhaled heavily, panting from exertion. Even though the zombies were decayed, wielding an axe and hammer was still exhausting work. As an injured office worker, he didn't exactly have the best stamina. I can't let myself be outdone. Gritting his teeth, Ryuji adjusted his grip and swung again, bringing down another zombie. He flexed his arms before delivering a crushing blow to its head, making sure it stayed down. Then, a thought struck him. He mentally called up his game interface. He wanted to see how much experience he was gaining from each kill. As soon as the interface appeared, Ryuji instinctively swung his axe at the next zombie, landing a perfect hit. The zombie collapsed instantly, and at the edge of his vision, a string of numbers popped up. Plus 1,250 EXP. His experience bar surged forward. Almost enough for a level up. So, 9 more zombies and Arena can become a player too? No. The required experience should be lower for her, since she doesn't have. Ryuji trailed off as he turned toward Arena, and froze. In the short span of time he had been fighting, a small pile of severed zombie heads had already formed at Arena's feet. And she still wasn't even breaking a sweat. Her breathing remained steady. Her clothes were spotless. The zombies, despite their limited intelligence, were capable of clearing away fallen bodies to make room for more of their kind. But that didn't help them much here. Because every single one of them was sticking their heads into the window first, which meant Arena had the perfect opportunity for one clean decapitation after another. In fact, thanks to the zombies clearing the window for each other, it had essentially become a high-efficiency guillotine. So how the hell did she ever end up running from a handful of zombies before? Watching this absurd display, Ryuji was at a complete loss. With combat skills like that, even he might struggle to do anything to her, let alone the zombies. Where the hell is she getting all that strength from? His gaze drifted to her slender arms. It didn't make sense. But he didn't have time to dwell on it, another zombie was coming at him. Because of Arena's relentless efficiency at the window, Ryuji's workload at the door wasn't as overwhelming. But unfortunately, the zombies weren't exactly lining up in an orderly fashion. They pounded on the walls, circled the house, and desperately tried to find another entry point. And just as Ryuji brought down another zombie, a hand with exposed bones suddenly burst through the wall next to the door. The rotting wooden boards cracked and splintered under the impact. The door, already damaged, creaked dangerously. It wasn't a full breach yet, but it was enough to make him realize these houses weren't safe. If they wanted a true shelter, they'd need something made of concrete and steel. Then again, watching the mindless, swarming zombies, Ryuji frowned. I can't be sure whether this world has special zombies that can burrow through concrete. Or one so strong that they're completely immune to gunfire. That was a terrifying thought. After all, he was still in the process of figuring out how this world worked. The merchant he had encountered earlier had been selling guns and ammunition, which suggested that firearms weren't particularly difficult to obtain. Which led to one major question: would the game really be this easy? Ryuji had his doubts. Pushing the thought aside, he continued his mechanical motions, swinging his axe with practiced efficiency. Then, as another zombie fell, ding! He leveled up. But nothing happened. No stamina recovery. No health restoration. Not even a reset on negative status effects. He still felt just as tired, sore, and hungry as before. What the hell is the point of leveling up, then? No time to think about that now. With their relentless attacks, Ryuji and Arena gradually thinned the horde. Eventually, the last zombie swayed on its feet before finally collapsing. Ryuji exhaled, his arms aching so much he could barely lift his weapon. Even Arena, who had seemed untouchable before, was finally starting to show signs of exhaustion. Looking at the sea of corpses, Ryuji turned to her. Do we stay here and rest, or find a new place? Arena shook her head, and took a few deep breaths. Then, suddenly, her face turned pale. The overwhelming stench of rotting flesh and blood hit her all at once. Her stomach twisted violently. Without another word, she turned on her heel and marched straight for the door. She hadn't noticed the smell while fighting, but now that the adrenaline was wearing off, it was unbearable. Ryuji wasn't a fan of the stench either, but he was too exhausted to move just yet. He wanted to avoid unnecessary risks by staying put for a while. Still, if Arina wanted to leave, then fine. Sighing, he followed her. Just as they were about to step through the back door, Arina suddenly froze. Ryuji frowned. What's wrong? Before he could finish his sentence, the door in front of her swung open, all on its own. There was no wind. No one had touched it. For a brief moment, an eerie silence filled the air. Then, oh? You got the system too? Ryuji had suspected it might happen, but seeing it confirmed still left him with mixed feelings. Relief. But also something else. Yes, I got it too, but is this really not an illusion? Arina's voice wavered. Her expression was a mix of disbelief and confusion as she stared at the door, which continued to open and close as if controlled by an invisible force. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Ryuji gave her a tired smile. Yeah. But it'll help us survive. For a moment, he considered patting her on the head. Then he looked down at his hands, still covered in zombie blood. Maybe not. Oh, by the way, check your character info. See if you have an infection cured status. Just think about opening the menu and press B in your mind. Arina hesitated but did as instructed. A few seconds later, she frowned and shook her head. Something was different. No. Aside from a treated abrasion, hunger, and thirst, I don't have any other status effects. Ryuji's mouth twitched. He never expected this outcome. Arina wasn't infected at all. Wait. But she did have a fever and dizziness earlier. Those were clear signs of her immune system fighting something off. So, is her immunity just way stronger than mine? The thought was a bit frustrating, but it made perfect sense. She had spent her whole life eating top-tier nutritious meals, exercising regularly, and even had a personal chef specializing in medicinal cuisine. Meanwhile, he was living off takeout every other day, working late hours in an office, and barely seeing sunlight. It'd be more shocking if her physical condition wasn't better than his. Guess you won't have the same problems I do, huh? Ryuji sighed, forcing a smile as he stepped outside. Arina didn't quite understand why he looked a little disappointed, but she quickly followed after him. Hey, pervy old man. Do you think we'll ever get back home? She grabbed onto his sleeve. Even after beheading more than a dozen zombies, her hands were still spotless, completely unlike Ryuji's, which were coated in blood and grime. Ryuji casually wiped his hands with a few scraps of fabric before shaking his head. I have no idea. No one knows what the people who threw us into this place are thinking. If this is some kind of trial, then maybe we can leave when we clear it. But for all we know, we might be stuck here forever. He shrugged, then gave her a suspicious look. Also, what's with the whole pervy old man thing? I'm not that old. Arina playfully stuck out her tongue, only to immediately regret it as the lingering stench of corpses hit her again. She hurriedly pulled it back in, her expression twisting in disgust. Because you're a pervert. Not only did you strip me naked, but you even did that to that scary merchant lady. She huffed, crossing her arms. The memory of Ryuji grabbing the merchant's chest made her inexplicably angry. Even though she wasn't sure why. Chapter 7, System and Non-System. Now that you put it that way. That actually is kinda creepy. Ryuji didn't notice Arina's subtle emotions, but he did agree with her assessment. The merchant was unsettling. After all, this was a textbook example of the uncanny valley effect. When you see a face that's completely expressionless and unnaturally motionless, especially under dim lighting, it instinctively triggers fear. But, well, her chest is huge, and she's warm to the touch, so honestly, I wasn't that scared. Ryuji stated his thoughts bluntly. See? How are you not a pervy old man? The fact that that made you feel less afraid is proof enough. Arina shot back immediately, her voice laced with frustration. Maybe it was because she had successfully killed zombies on her own, her confidence had returned, and she couldn't help but complain about Ryuji's words. Ryuji shrugged. Fear doesn't help us. We need that merchant, so the best thing to do is find a way to make her less scary. If he had been alone when he discovered this NPC-like merchant, he might have done even crazier things. Like, say, testing whether or not he could take off her pants. Because, apart from lacking self-awareness and being unable to inflict real harm, this merchant was identical to a human. She had saliva. A soft tongue. Skin that felt real to the touch. Honestly, if he were left alone for too long, things would definitely take a weird turn. But his eyes flicked to Arina, watching the way her figure moved as she walked, her swaying chest, her long, fair legs. He let out a long sigh. Somehow, having her as a teammate might actually push him toward insanity even faster than if he were alone. If he were solo, he'd distract himself with tasks, building defenses, crafting tools, anything to keep his mind occupied. Now, he still had to do all that, but with Arena around, everything was faster and more efficient. Take scavenging houses, for example. Without her, it was like playing a stealth game. One wrong step, and a hidden zombie could force a game over. But with Arena, he could search boldly, moving faster with less risk. Of course, the downside was, she was too attractive. His mind kept wandering to dangerous places. You always come up with the stupidest excuses, Arena huffed, turning her head away, her cheeks tinged red. She was still irritated, but she stayed focused on scanning the surroundings for anything useful. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Meanwhile, Ryuji made an interesting discovery on their way to the store. Oh, I'm already level 3? That was quick. He grinned at his character interface. Most of the options were still locked, quests, skills, and the map were all inaccessible. But, the crafting menus open now. As soon as he clicked on it, his character model and status bar vanished, replaced by a long list of items. Wooden frames, storage boxes. Huh? This looks just like the crafting system in other survival games. I wonder if I can make guns? Scrolling through the list, he found a variety of basic tools, including a stone axe. The icon showed a simple wooden handle with a rock tied to it. However, the crafting recipe called for sticks, grass, and small stones instead. Weird. If I craft this, does the system automatically weave the grass into rope for me? Or do I have to do it manually? Curious, he decided to test it out. The materials weren't hard to find, so he crouched down and picked up some stones, only to notice something strange. All the stones were about the size of a loaf of bread or an egg. There were no tiny pebbles, no fingernail-sized rocks, no bin-sized stones. Huh. That's odd. Shrugging, he moved on to collecting plant fibers. The crafting menu called them fibers, but the icon just showed generic grass. So, he reached down and yanked out a tuft of grass. A notification popped up, you have collected 20 plant fibers. Wait. 20? Just from pulling one weed? Ryuji blinked, dumbfounded. But before he could complain any further, something even more ridiculous happened. As Ryuji prepared to swing his axe at some nearby trees, he stumbled upon a withered bush. Curious, he attempted to store it in his system space. The next moment, out of the corner of his eye, a small icon flashed. A wooden plank icon appeared, accompanied by a number, +3. Ryuji's eye twitched. He grabbed more shrubs, snapped them apart, and tried storing them in his inventory. Regardless of whether the bush was waist-high or barely reached his calf, as long as it was broken, the system categorized it as wood. So, what exactly are you doing? Arena watched him curiously. She had no idea what he was trying to accomplish, nor why he was suddenly gathering these strange materials. Oh, I leveled up to level 3 and unlocked a crafting system. I just wanted to test it out. You should be close to leveling up too, right? You took down way more zombies than I did back there. After explaining to Arena, Ryuji opened his inventory and selected the option to craft the stone axe. There were no fancy effects or sudden experience pop-ups. Instead, a small stone axe icon appeared in the lower left corner of his crafting menu. A second later, a stone axe with a 1 next to its icon materialized in his inventory. That fast? Ryuji skeptically took out the stone axe. It looked identical to its icon, but when he swung it against a roadside tree, cracks immediately appeared along its surface. A chunk of the axe head even broke off. What kind of garbage is this? He stared at the axe in dismay and put it back into his inventory. Then, noticing the row of empty slots in his item bar, he hesitated before placing the half-durability stone axe inside. Nothing happened. Confused, he selected the axe and chose use. In an instant, the axe reappeared in his hand. Ryuji closed his inventory and swung the axe at a large tree again. This time, something strange happened. The tree remained unscathed, but a number appeared in his vision, 536 out of 600. Additionally, a notification popped up on the right side, wood +5. I see. Now I get it. Ryuji nodded, flashing a smug grin. He repeatedly struck the tree, swinging again and again. On the 10th swing, the tree's durability hit 0. He expected the tree to topple over and had already braced himself to dodge. However, to his surprise, the moment its durability was depleted, the entire tree disintegrated into nothingness. No leaves, no branches, just gone. In its place, the wood counter increased, this time by 25. This is exactly like a video game. I want to argue, but... yeah, this is seriously unbelievable. Arena nodded in agreement. She was slowly coming to terms with this bizarre world but still couldn't help expressing her amazement. Ryuji licked his lips. His inventory now contained an item called wooden frame. His gut told him this was likely the equivalent of a basic building block in other survival games. Crafting a wooden frame required 10 pieces of wood and took 2 seconds to complete. Since he had plenty of wood, he decided to craft one and see what it was. 2 seconds passed quickly. His inventory now held 2 small, promising items. He immediately took one out. A small sack materialized in his hands. Opening it, he found a 1 meter by 1 meter wooden composite panel inside. Frowning slightly, he pushed against it. It felt exactly like plywood, both in texture and weight. He then placed the second wooden frame into his action bar. The next moment, a transparent outline of the frame appeared in his field of view. It should be the right button. Ryuji aimed at the asphalt road and placed the wooden frame. Instantly, it materialized on the ground. When he tried to move it, he found it completely immovable, as if fused with the pavement. This is feeling more and more like a game. He clicked his tongue. This thing was basically a miracle item. If it worked like Minecraft, where blocks could be placed midair, then he and Arena wouldn't need to worry about zombies at all. They could just find a river, build a floating farm, and live a peaceful life above ground. Excited by the thought, he crafted another wooden frame and stacked it on top of the first one. Then, he pressed T in his mind to retrieve it. To his disappointment, the third wooden frame fell to the ground instead of returning to his inventory. Before he could react, it crumbled into a pixelated mess of unusable debris. A bad feeling crept over him. To test further, he placed another wooden frame and took out his iron axe. Swinging it against a normal plywood board barely left a dent, the axe got stuck halfway through. However, when he struck the system-generated wooden frame, it instantly shattered into a pile of debris. Ryuji set his axe down and sighed at the mess on the ground. Seeing Arena's curious gaze, he summarized his findings. Looks like there's a huge difference between system-generated items and real-world materials. System objects have some incredible properties, but they also have major weaknesses compared to real-world ones. He nudged the non-system wooden frame with his foot. Though it looked like plywood, it was far more durable than the one he had placed using the system. Taking out his stone axe again, Ryuji used the system's perspective to strike the real-world wooden frame. The moment he did, a durability bar suddenly appeared over it. 2 out of 100. Ryuji placed 2 more framework blocks and struck each one with his stone axe. 36 out of 100. 36 out of 100. Perfectly fair, no difference at all. The only distinction was that the digitized framework block remained unchanged, while the real-world one had already lost more than half its structure. It seems like this system is playing favorites. I just wonder which set of rules the zombies follow. Ryuji wasn't entirely sure, but he had a strong hunch. Just like himself, the zombies might follow real-world physics when interacting with real-world objects, but adhere to game mechanics when encountering digitized ones. If that were the case, there were plenty of loopholes to exploit. Ryuji stepped onto the digitized wooden frame. Even though its durability had dropped significantly, no matter how much he jumped and stomped on it, the block held firm. The real-world version, however, was a different story. The moment he placed his foot on it, the half-broken plywood cracked under his weight. Forget jumping, Ryuji nearly fell straight through. I think I understand what you're trying to do now. Arena watched Ryuji hop down from the framework block, nodding in realization. You want to build a base, don't you? Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Exactly. The two of us alone don't have the manpower to construct a truly solid house, but with these materials, we can dig trenches and build a reliable shelter. And if we manage to repair that RV, we'll have a backup escape plan in case things go south. Ryuji nodded, his mind already racing ahead. If the stone axe was this powerful, then what about a stone shovel? Or an iron shovel? Or even an iron axe? And if he wasn't mistaken. Ryuji looked at the axe in his hand, and the next second, it vanished into his inventory. A small green number 4 appeared beside its icon. He pulled it back out and swung it at another tree. The tree's durability plummeted by a staggering 166 points. And the best part? The description for the frame blocks mentioned that their shape could be altered, while the stone axe could repair and upgrade items. This thing was basically a universal tool. With a system like this, they wouldn't even need to break into houses the traditional way. They could just hack straight through wooden walls with a single swing. That sounds pretty amazing. Arena envisioned what Ryuji was describing, a well-fortified shelter, built by the two of them, standing strong against the outside dangers. No matter how bad things got, they could live safely inside their own fortress. That sounded far better than their current life of constant fear and paranoia. Then as soon as we're done trading with the merchant, let's hurry back and start building. Nakamura-san. Her face lit up with excitement as she grabbed his hand and sprinted toward the nearby store. Ryuji grinned as well. With what he had seen of the zombies so far, As long as they didn't do anything reckless at night, there was no way they'd be in real danger. No unforeseen disasters. Unless this world had even more terrifying zombies. But even then, he had options. He had already noticed a crafting recipe in his menu, a pipe machine gun. And the materials? 6 wooden planks, 2 bottles of glue, and 4 iron pipes. That was all it took. If he could make one of those, and he and Arena dug themselves a cave in the mountains, then what zombie could possibly stop them? Who could touch them? No one. Nothing. It was impossible. What, were the zombies suddenly going to shoot projectiles or explode like TNT? Ryuji laughed to himself, filled with excitement and confidence. Of course, he knew better than to get careless. Anything was possible in a game-like world. But that didn't stop him from dreaming about their bright future. With those thoughts in mind, he stepped into the store. His eyes landed on the scantily clad shopkeeper, and he instinctively swallowed hard. But instead of getting distracted, he quickly accessed her inventory and sold all 19 gold bars he had collected. In an instant, his Duke's Casino tokens skyrocketed to 2,400. Without hesitation, Ryuji bought out every single jar of honey in stock. Looking at the 7 bottles of honey in his inventory, he finally felt at ease. Only then did he take a moment to browse the rest of the store's wares. And the outrageous prices instantly crushed his enthusiasm. Ryuji had no choice but to accept the bitter truth. He was still broke. Chapter 8, Scorching Heat. Due to his dire financial situation, Ryuji had no choice but to sell off some of the items he had specifically brought along. Things like toasters, small, easy-to-carry objects. He had grabbed a few, hoping to see if they were worth any money at the merchant's shop. But to his disappointment, they were practically worthless. Each item fetched barely 10 Duke's Casino tokens, making them not worth the effort of hauling around. Surprisingly, though, stones held some value. 10 stones could actually be sold for a decent sum. So this game really is like Minecraft, huh? Mining and chopping wood are essential. Ryuji nodded to himself. Hard labor? No problem. With the system-enhanced stone axe, he could mine all day without breaking a sweat. What's there to fear? Looks like we can't afford anything. Arena also browsed through the merchant's inventory but quickly closed the interface. She knew full well that, in their current broke and destitute state, they couldn't afford anything worthwhile. Seems like we'll have to step up our scavenging game. Ryuji nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. Tonight, we'll head back and set up our base. Tomorrow morning, we'll focus on gathering food, and in the afternoon, we'll chop trees and mine stone to stock up on materials, for both trading and fortifying our defenses. Ryuji laid out the schedule. Arena had no objections. After all, nightfall was approaching, and once it got dark, the zombies would become far more dangerous. Even though she could fight them now, she had no intention of going up against those Usain Bolt zombies that could sprint like Olympic athletes. However, the thought of heading back made her smile. Tonight, I'll finally get to show off my cooking skills. Thinking about the spices she had collected, Arena couldn't help but feel excited. Even though canned luncheon meat wouldn't taste amazing no matter how it was cooked, they had managed to scavenge some peas and canned chicken. With the right seasoning, she was confident she could whip up a delicious stew. And, finally, she wouldn't have to force down disgusting rations. After all, honey was now a strategic resource and couldn't be wasted carelessly. Of course. I've been looking forward to your cooking. Ryuji grinned and nodded. Arena Nikiri was from a gourmet anime. From the start, he had been eager to see just how amazing her food could be. Until now, circumstances had held them back. Fear of zombies had kept them from lighting fires and cooking properly. But now that they had a cure for the zombie virus, they didn't have to hold back anymore. Then get ready to be amazed. Arena beamed, and the two of them made their way back toward their RV. A new discovery on their way back. Taking a detour, Ryuji spotted a gas station. Its roof was entirely reinforced with steel, and its 4 pillars were made of solid iron. Looking at the completely flat rooftop, Ryuji's mind started racing. They could climb up using a ladder made from wooden framework blocks, then remove the ladder, preventing zombies from reaching them. Would setting up a defensive base here be safer than staying in the RV? Ryuji memorized the location but didn't bring it up right away. He still felt that having a working vehicle was the most reliable option. So, he took a quick look around, and sure enough, not far from the gas station, he spotted a repair shop. After thinking it over, he decided that tomorrow, he and Arena would explore the shop to see if they could find replacement tires for the RV. Even though wheels were available in the system's crafting menu, Ryuji wasn't sure whether system-crafted wheels would be suitable for the RV. So, it was best to prepare for both possibilities. The two of them quickly returned to the RV's vicinity. After carefully checking for any zombies in the area, Ryuji and Arina washed their hands with the soap and bottled water they had scavenged, then began preparing dinner. Arina, with practiced ease, set up a campfire, placed a makeshift cooking station, and took out a kettle from inside the RV to serve as their cooking pot for the night. As they sat by the crackling fire, watching the sun slowly dip beyond the horizon, the stew inside the pot simmered and bubbled. Ryuji had to admit, in Arina's hands, even cheap canned luncheon meat and questionable long-expired seasonings were transformed into something remarkable. With effortless finesse, she used boiling and seasoning to neutralize the chemical-laced artificial flavors in the meat, skillfully extracting and refining its true taste. Back in her old life, Arina would never have cooked such commoner food. It was beneath her, her god tongue would have rejected anything less than culinary perfection. But now, surrounded by the stench of synthetic chemicals and low-quality ingredients, she glanced at Ryuji, who was completely focused on flipping through his crafting menu. A small smile unknowingly surfaced on her lips. Somehow, the unappetizing smell didn't seem so unbearable anymore. She looked into the distant forest, where she had spotted blueberries and wildflowers earlier. She had gathered some along the way, planning to use them as seasoning and for making tea later. But that wasn't what occupied her thoughts. If we could find seeds for potatoes, wheat, or corn, then Ryuji and I could cultivate a large farm here and never have to worry about food again. The fact that it was just the two of them, the uncertainty of ever returning home, and her natural obsession with quality ingredients as a chef made this thought impossible to ignore. Even though her refined palate still struggled with this kind of food, even though her hypersensitive taste buds made her want to gag at the mere scent, she couldn't help but think about the future. Ryuji, the man who had saved her life that day, without a doubt, he was a good person. His mentality was strong, his outlook optimistic, but he's just so normal. He wasn't particularly handsome, nor especially charismatic, just an ordinary person. But this ordinary man had pulled her out of a state of fear and despair. Even she was shocked at herself. Just yesterday, she had been running in terror, but today, she had personally beheaded over a dozen zombies. Maybe it's because Ryuji is so ordinary. Seeing someone so unremarkable manage to survive. It made someone like me, someone who once thought herself elite, realize that I could do the same. She had finally figured out the real reason. It was because of Ryuji's comment-accepting attitude. Live each day well, huh? Humphrey, what a cliché. Live like today's your last, that kind of philosophy has been repeated to death. It's useless. Frustrated, Arina jabbed at the stewing pot twice with her spoon, producing a sharp clang-clang, but Ryuji didn't even flinch. He was too engrossed in analyzing his crafting menu. Unlocking the system's potential: a screw drill? Airplanes? Even cars? The system can craft those? Ryuji's eyes narrowed at the crafting table's requirements. Right now, the only real path to survival in this world was through the system. However, without a crafting table, they could only make basic, primitive items, things like fiber clothing, crude shoes, bows and arrows, stone tools, and weapons. Even simple stone spheres. But with a crafting table, they could make almost anything. There was even a furnace, and things like iron ingots, which were clearly meant to be produced there. But the problem is, these two things are locked. To unlock it, he needed either an advanced engineer's skill or a blueprint. Ryuji wasn't sure if he needed both conditions or just one, but right now, he had neither. His skill system wasn't even unlocked yet, leaving him with no way to access advanced crafting. So for now, I can only rely on the pipe gun? Ryuji pressed his lips together. If killing zombies was the key to unlocking the skill system, then he needed to slay as many as possible. But melee combat was too dangerous. And while guns were effective, without a furnace to mass-produce bullets, firearms weren't a sustainable option, at least, not for wiping out hordes of zombies. This is such a pain. Ryuji scrolled further down the crafting list, and then his eyes widened. Gunpowder? The crafting recipe for gunpowder had multiple variations. A chemistry station could refine one coal powder plus one nitrate powder into gunpowder. Manual crafting required double the materials to produce the same amount. So, even without a crafting table, I can still make gunpowder? Ryuji looked at gunpowder, then at the locked bullet recipes. Slowly, a grin spread across his face. Then why not make homemade landmines and Molotovs? If he remembered correctly, Molotov cocktails were fairly easy to make. All it took was a flammable liquid and something to ignite it. Regular gasoline wasn't particularly lethal and could be easily extinguished. But what if he enhanced it? Ryuji's smile grew even more devious. Who was he fighting? He wasn't fighting living, breathing humans. His enemies were mindless zombies. Even if he encountered a horde of them, all he had to do was dump a barrel of gasoline, light a match, and boom, wouldn't they all just go up in flames? But there was one problem. My own safety. Ryuji felt conflicted. If they ran into a massive wave of zombies, he and Arena would have no choice but to take shelter at a gas station. Their RV was too small. If it wasn't properly repaired, escape wouldn't even be an option. But lighting a fire inside a gas station? To be honest, that was a bit too reckless, even for him. He had never imagined himself playing with fire in such an insane way. This was a place where a single cigarette butt could trigger an explosion. The station might look abandoned, but who knew how much gasoline was still inside? And to make matters worse, he couldn't even read English. What a hassle. Shaking his head, Ryuji glanced over to see Arena lifting the kettle of stew and setting it on the grass. She then placed a metal canister over the fire, preparing hot water for tea. "Come on, try my cooking." With a proud smile, Arena began serving the meal. The richer aroma made Ryuji's mouth water, and he eagerly grabbed a bowl of rice, practically shoving the food into his mouth. The moment he took a bite, he was hit with an explosion of flavor, far beyond anything he'd expected. He had eaten canned luncheon meat plenty of times before, but never had it tasted this good. This was the first time he had ever thought luncheon meat could be delicious. "This is incredible. Arena, your cooking is amazing." He couldn't help but shower her with praise, while Arena lifted her chin smugly, as if his compliments were only natural. "Humphrey. Of course. But common people like you has such basic tastes. Once we get back, I'll show you what real ingredients can do to bring out my true skills." She didn't mean to insult him, she just genuinely disliked using low-quality ingredients. Things like canned luncheon meat were garbage to her. In her world, such processed food wasn't even worthy of being called an ingredient. It was just a mix of starch and additives, disguising scraps of meat that people would normally avoid. She couldn't understand why anyone would willingly eat it. And the worst part? Most luncheon meat barely contained any actual meat. The flavor was nothing more than chemically engineered deception. In essence, it was just a block of flavored starch. This kind of self-deceiving food was something she could never appreciate. "Well, for me, this is already amazing." Ryuji took another bite, and almost immediately, a strange warmth spread through his body. He felt lighter, more energized, and strangely satisfied. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, no matter what he ate. Even though Arena's dish wasn't the most delicious meal he had ever tasted, it had some kind of mysterious effect on him. Before he even realized it, a vivid daydream played in his mind. He saw himself as the head of a peaceful rural household, working in the fields by day and returning home in the evening to a warm, welcoming smile from his beautiful wife. She had already prepared a simple, home-cooked meal, and the sight of her filled him with warmth. After dinner, they would bathe together. Warm water cascaded over their bodies, their skin brushing against each other, soft and smooth. His heart began to race, his body craving more contact. Her full, inviting chest pressed against him, and just as he was about to lose himself in the moment, the vision suddenly snapped away. Ryuji blinked, snapping out of his trance. It wasn't the fantasy that had ended, he had simply finished all the food in his bowl. No doubt about it. This food is basically an aphrodisiac. Silently setting down his chopsticks, he bent forward, trying his best to mask his expression, flushed cheeks, dazed eyes, and a lingering heat coursing through his body. But the intense warmth spreading through him made it clear, this wasn't going away anytime soon. Honestly. This has to be some kind of magic, right? He glanced at Arena, who was also struggling, her face twisted in discomfort as she forced herself to eat. Ryuji sighed, shaking his head. Without a word, he reached into his bag and pulled out a bottle of honey. "Here, try washing it down with this." Arena's sharp eyes narrowed. "Are you looking down on me? That's an important resource." She huffed in irritation, but despite her pride, her body craved sugar to counteract the overwhelming taste. Ryuji simply chuckled and handed her the honey anyway. He genuinely meant well. As long as they weren't unbelievably unlucky, they wouldn't end up in a situation where they had no way to counter an infection. Besides, that merchant has other medicines for sale, right? And it's not like we can't scavenge for more. Arena hesitated for a moment before reluctantly accepting the bottle. But instead of opening it, she tucked it into her inventory and turned away with an irritated pout. "I'm not as foolish as you." Ryuji felt a bit guilty, not because he had given away a strategic resource, but because his mind was once again wandering towards certain thoughts about Arena's chest and thighs. And the painful reality of his own reaction. Chapter 9, The Troublesome Special Zombies. After finishing his meal, Ryuji went into the nearby woods and chopped down a few trees. Gathering enough wood, he started building a wooden frame around the RV. Since he already knew that his stone axe could upgrade these structures, he quickly figured out how to do it, just by clicking. Upgrading a single wooden frame required 8 pieces of wood, and once upgraded, its durability reached 500. Curious, Ryuji tried upgrading it again, only to find that he now needed cobblestone. To make cobblestone, he needed clay and stone. After thinking for a moment, he crafted a stone shovel and experimentally struck the ground. Instantly, a durability bar appeared, and a notification told him he had collected some clay. After a few more swings, a large pit had formed in the ground. Looking at the 1-meter-deep hole, Ryuji scratched his head. Well, that's quite user-friendly. He had only dug 3 times, yet the pit was already this deep. He felt a little dumbfounded, but this also confirmed something: surviving in this world wasn't going to be too difficult, as long as he didn't do anything reckless. Ryuji crafted 10 pieces of cobblestone, not because he didn't want to make more, but because he had run out of stone. He used 1 piece to upgrade a wooden frame, and in an instant, the simple wooden structure transformed into a solid brick wall. He tapped on it with his stone axe, and a number popped up: 1,457 out of 1,500. So, its defense increased too. Excited by the discovery, Ryuji attempted another upgrade, only to be met with a message indicating he lacked the required materials: cement. Cement, however, was going to be a headache. Unlike wood or stone, cement required a cement mixer to produce, and the mixer itself could only be crafted at a workbench. That was another layer of complexity, and Ryuji sighed in frustration. Looks like I'll have to become a full-time miner tomorrow. He glanced at the darkening sky and decided to stop working for the day. Arena, having finished cleaning up the campfire, was helping him upgrade the remaining wooden frames into sturdier wooden planks. Yes, they had built a wooden fence around the RV and even installed a system-crafted wooden door for easy access. After all, once a wooden frame was upgraded, it couldn't be retrieved. Time for bed. Stretching his arms, Ryuji walked inside, and Arena followed. As usual, they each occupied their own rooms. Arena slept soundly, but Ryuji did not. The effects of that meal hadn't worn off completely. If anything, lying down only made the lingering heat in his body more noticeable. Though he still had a slight fever, his body's natural reactions were unavoidable. Damn it. Unable to sleep, Ryuji sat up in frustration, pressing his hands against his face. He just couldn't calm down. His body burned with restless energy, and his mind was already forming a solution. Not with Arena, he wasn't planning to make a move on her just yet. He wanted their relationship to develop naturally over time. No, his thoughts drifted toward the merchant woman. Her large chest, her curvy hips, and those toned legs, she was the perfect candidate for relieving some stress. Sure, she wasn't as stunning as Arena, but the biggest advantage was clear: there wouldn't be any complicated emotional entanglements. Unlike Arena, who relied on him and fought alongside him as an equal, the merchant was just a convenient option. Am I really going to cross that line? Ryuji stared at his hands. Though he had washed them with clean water, he could still faintly smell the stench of zombie blood. God only knew if manual relief would risk infecting him. Getting turned into a zombie because of something so stupid would be the most humiliating death imaginable. Yet, the relentless heat inside him refused to subside. Frustrated, he pulled the blanket over his head. What he didn't know was that, in the next room, Arena was also struggling to sleep. The human body is a strange thing. After intense battles or physical exertion, it naturally craves release. Especially activities that flood the body with adrenaline, they tend to awaken an instinctual desire to reproduce. That's why people who exercise regularly often have higher libidos, while those who live sedentary lives rarely feel the same urges. If you don't believe it, try comparing the difference yourself. See how things feel after a few months of working out versus after being inactive for a long time. That night, Ryuji dreamt of many things, but the most vivid were 2 sensations: the memory of kissing Arena, and the softness of the merchant's chest when he had groped her. When morning came, he woke up feeling drained and muttered a curse under his breath before getting out of bed. Still half asleep, he stepped outside to check their wooden barricade. He placed a wooden frame in front of him, then jumped onto it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered a common trick from sandbox survival games. Jumping again, he leapt about a meter into the air and, in that brief moment, placed another wooden frame beneath his feet. In an instant, he was standing on top of it. Holy shit, this actually works. Ryuji felt a surge of excitement. This trick opened up countless possibilities. He could use it to climb mountains or reach places where zombies couldn't grab him. That means getting to the top of that gas station might be easier than I thought. With this in mind, Ryuji moved along the wooden barricade, scanning the area for any signs of zombies or wild animals. Fortunately, there were none, not a single creature in sight, and even the barricade's durability remained untouched. Just then, Arena stepped out of the RV, carrying some leftover food from the previous night. Seeing her, Ryuji jumped down from the barricade and gave her a small nod. After breakfast, we'll head into town to scavenge for supplies, mainly duct tape and anything else that looks useful. Arena had no objections. She hadn't slept well either and began reheating their meal while listening to Ryuji excitedly talk about his latest discovery. When he mentioned the ability to place blocks in midair, her face lit up with excitement. However, just as they were about to start eating, a sharp, chilling scream suddenly pierced the air from outside. The sound was distinctly inhuman. Both Ryuji and Arina tensed immediately. Without hesitation, Ryuji leaped onto the barricade and turned toward the source of the noise. But as soon as he saw what was coming, his brief hope of encountering another survivor vanished. The screeching figure was not human. It was a pale, ghostly zombie, covered in wounds, shambling toward them. The creature bore an uncanny resemblance to Sadako from horror movies. The moment Ryuji laid eyes on it, he knew there was no way this thing was alive. Its hollow, greedy eyes locked onto him, and it let out another ear-piercing shriek. In the next instant, a series of crashes erupted from the town nearby. Doors and windows shattered as at least a dozen zombies, previously hiding in the shadows, burst into the open, sprinting toward them. Yes, sprinting. Despite the bright daylight, these zombies displayed unnatural speed, dashing toward them with the velocity of Olympic sprinters. Shit. Ryuji didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the barricade, summoning a stone spear out of thin air. At the same time, he retrieved his axe from his inventory, gripping both weapons tightly as he charged straight at the shrieking zombie. In just 5 seconds, he closed the distance. The Sadako-like zombie opened its mouth to let out another scream, but before it could, Ryuji drove his spear straight into its gaping jaw, pinning it to the ground. Without wasting a moment, he gripped his axe with both hands and swung it down with all his strength. The sharp blade embedded itself deep into the zombie's skull, silencing it forever. But the sprinting horde did not slow down. They continued their relentless charge, closing the distance at terrifying speed. Less than 100 meters separated them now. Ryuji yanked his axe free and bolted toward the barricade without a second glance. By the time he reached it, the zombies were already within 10 meters. Grab my hand. There was no time to place a wooden frame, and opening the door wasn't an option. Thankfully, Arina was already on the barricade, half kneeling, her arm stretched out toward him. With a powerful leap, Ryuji grasped Arina's outstretched hand while using his other hand to grip the barricade. With her help, he managed to haul himself over the top. The very next moment, a horde of zombies crashed violently against the barricade. Damn it. So there are special zombies. Ryuji's heart pounded as he counted at least 12 of them. If he had been caught in that stampede, there was no doubt, he wouldn't have just been infected. He would have been ripped apart and devoured. Lying on the barricade, he took a moment to catch his breath. But then, the sound of bones scraping against wood filled the air. Looking down, both he and Arina saw the zombies furiously clawing at the wooden wall beneath them. Some had even turned toward the wooden gate. The only relief was that their movements were slowing down, they no longer moved with the insane speed they had shown before. At least that's one good thing, Ryuji muttered, taking a deep breath. Without hesitation, he flipped over the barricade and landed inside. Grabbing his axe, he yanked open the wooden gate and swung his weapon down on the head of a zombie girl scratching at the door. Blood splattered as the axe split her skull open. Stepping aside, he made room for Arina, who brought her own axe down on another zombie. The two of them worked in sync, systematically eliminating each zombie trying to force its way through the entrance. Once they had cleared the gate, they moved outside to finish off the rest still clawing at the barricade. By the time the last zombie fell, Ryuji collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. Arina, on the other hand, wasn't even out of breath. She walked over and crouched beside him, concern in her eyes. But from this angle, Ryuji had a very clear view of her underwear and the outline of her figure. He froze for 2 seconds. His adrenaline was still pumping, and his thoughts started wandering. Realizing he was dangerously close to making a mistake, he snapped his head away, sat up, and grabbed his now dulled axe. Turning toward the town, he forced himself to focus. We need to find guns. Fast. His voice was serious. And we need to start taking shifts, one of us has to be on guard at all times. Also, until the RV is repaired, staying here is way too dangerous. We need a secure base with a watchtower and a proper guard rotation. If he had a gun earlier, and knew how to use it, he could have killed that white zombie before it even finished screaming. Hell, he could have wiped out the entire horde before they reached the barricade. And if someone had been on watch duty, they could have eliminated that Sadako lookalike the second she showed up. Alright. I'll follow your plan. Arina nodded without hesitation. She saw no flaws in his logic. After finishing their meal, they cautiously ventured back into the town. Ryuji moved carefully, there were still plenty of unexplored buildings, and if another Sadako zombie appeared, they had no clue how they would handle it. But this time, Ryuji came prepared. Since he didn't have feathers to craft arrows and didn't know how to use a bow anyway, he skipped making one. Instead, He discovered that spears could be thrown. So, he loaded his backpack with a massive stash of spears. If they encountered another Sadako zombie and it was blocked by other undead, he'd let Arena spear it to death. That's right, he had tested it. Even when it came to throwing spears, Arena was more accurate and deadlier than him. That fact alone hurt his ego. So, as they scavenged inside a house they hadn't explored before, Ryuji found himself distracted. Arena was bending over to search through a cabinet, and her chest bounced slightly with every movement. A dangerous thought crept into his mind. Wait a second. Is SHE the real protagonist? And me? Am I just the expendable old guy who dies to unlock the main character's hidden potential? Chapter 10, Time to prepare. Although they had eaten leftovers earlier, the lingering heat in Ryuji's body was still strong, making him feel restless. As a result, he moved quickly while scavenging, almost 3 times faster than the previous day. Of course, part of this efficiency was due to the fact that most of the zombies in the area had already been cleared out. A large number had been taken away by the wolf pack, another batch was killed during yesterday's scavenging, and the ones summoned by the Sadako zombie had lured out even more. Ryuji and Arena continued searching for supplies. He experimented with his stone axe, testing what materials he could gather from different objects. Unfortunately, apart from leather and scrap metal from things like leather sofas, they didn't even find a single wrench, let alone anything like water pipes. In the end, Ryuji had to hack away at the heating pipes with his axe just to collect a few short metal tubes. After searching the entire house, all they had to show for it was a pile of scrap cloth, wooden planks, brass doorknobs, and other miscellaneous junk. As for duct tape? Nowhere to be found. And those so-called every American owns a gun clichés from movies? Completely inaccurate. Isn't everyone in America supposed to have at least one gun? Ryuji muttered in frustration. They had searched at least 10 houses by now, yet they hadn't found a single firearm, just some empty tin cans, glass bottles, and a few withered corn cobs. Relax, Arena said with a helpless smile. At least we found this. And you know, people can eat dog and cat food. It just doesn't taste great. Even she found the situation strange. She had always believed that America had an incredibly high gun ownership rate. Her family members who had lived there certainly made it sound that way. Yet after so much searching, they still hadn't found anything useful. Most of the food they discovered was either close to expiration or already spoiled. If we can't find better supplies, we might have to start mining, Ryuji sighed, glancing at his scavenging skill in his status menu. He had a gut feeling that the lack of resources was tied to this skill. If this were a game, he wouldn't mind, it would just mean searching a bit longer. But in real life, exhaustion was a real factor. After searching only 2 or 3 houses, he was already feeling worn out. If this keeps up, we might as well just mine for resources. The merchant sells stone, so we could make money that way. Ryuji couldn't help but compare this world to a modded survival game where loot drops had been drastically reduced. After all, 5 pieces of raw meat only sold for 60 casino tokens, while 50 small stones could fetch 10. If he spent the entire morning breaking rocks, he might end up with more profit than scavenging. But duct tape is expensive, 75 tokens for just 1 roll. And even the merchant doesn't have everything we need, Arena pointed out as she packed away another bag full of kitchenware. They had spent all morning searching, but their loot was pitiful. Even the few bicycles they found had completely ruined tires that needed replacing. We're running out of options. Let's check out the auto repair shop. Maybe we'll find some wrenches there. They headed over to the shop, which was now zombie-free. Inside, they found an assortment of tools used for car repairs. They managed to find pliers and screwdrivers. But wrenches? Not a single one. Nor did they find a claw hammer. That's right, despite being in a mechanics shop, there wasn't a single wrench in sight, as if they were some kind of rare, one-use-only items that had all mysteriously vanished. They tore the place apart, searching every shelf, every toolbox, and every drawer. No wrenches. No replacement tires. Yet somehow, they managed to find several car engines. Are you kidding me? Ryuji sat down on a crate decorated with a half-faded logo of a mechanic in overalls. He let out a long sigh. This world really is as ridiculous as a game. Arena was equally frustrated, staring at the engine in her inventory with a look of disbelief. No wrenches. No wheels. In a mechanics shop. But seeing Ryuji looking so exasperated, she didn't know what to say. Screw it. Let's just start mining. With a heavy sigh, Ryuji made his decision. Their priority was to get their hands on firearms, which meant making money fast. If they couldn't get duct tape, they had to find another way to buy supplies. Mining seemed like the most straightforward option. If you want to be rich, start by chopping trees, he muttered to himself, recalling an old saying from survival games. Before heading out, They stopped by a nearby gas station. The good news? They found a decent amount of canned food and some dried out, bagged bread. Even better, there was a small lake behind the gas station, and in the distance, they could see a large river. The bad news? Every single gas pump was empty. Riji's dream of crafting Molotov cocktails was dead before it even started. Since they abandoned the idea early, they arrived at the mining site before noon. They agreed to take turns, one person would mine while the other kept watch. This way, if anything went wrong, they could react quickly. However, after just 10 swings of his axe, Riji shattered a large rock the size of a millstone, only to receive 10 measly pieces of stone. Are you kidding me? He stared at the now cracked ground in disbelief. If this was the rate at which they gathered stone, he'd have to dig a massive pit just to collect 1,000 pieces. This method was almost as inefficient as scavenging. The only advantage was that it didn't require as much brainpower. This thing broke that easily. Arena was just as surprised. She took a turn swinging her axe, only to confirm the same frustrating result. Her expression darkened. Yeah. Something's off. In games like this, gathering basic resources is never this difficult. We must be missing something. There has to be a more efficient way to mine, Riji muttered, setting his axe down to stretch his arms. He then spotted a reddish-brown rock beside him that looked suspiciously like iron ore. Let's test this. Raising his axe, he slammed it down with a heavy strike. +3 scrap iron. Riji's eyes lit up. He crouched down and struck the ground again, producing a distinct metallic clang. Knew it. There are actual ore veins here. He remembered that while scrap iron had the same base value as stone, 10 pieces for 2 tokens, it could be used to craft certain items, like turret ammunition, which sold for 1 token per unit. Now this was the path to wealth. Arena. Start mining this. Excitedly, Riji raised his stone axe and began striking the iron ore repeatedly. The satisfying sound of scrap metal entering his backpack echoed in his ears, fueling his enthusiasm. What thrilled him even more was that with each swing of his axe, he gained 3 pieces of iron ore. This rapid progress made him work even faster, his movements becoming increasingly swift. However, he was mindful not to exhaust himself completely. The moment he felt his arms beginning to tire, he stepped aside and let Arena take over the mining while he stood guard. The memory of the Sadako zombie still haunted him. He had no intention of experiencing another terrifying encounter like that again. Arena, however, was even more skilled and powerful than he was. Preserving her combat strength was crucial, so the moment he saw sweat forming on her forehead, he switched places with her and resumed striking the ore. By now, they had dug a sizable pit in the area. As they mined deeper, they had to clear more surrounding soil, creating escape routes in case they needed to climb out quickly or scan their surroundings. This additional effort significantly increased their workload. Bit by bit, Riji chipped away at the iron while also using a wooden shovel to dig alternate paths, ensuring they could exit the pit at any moment. Under the relentless sun, he felt the heat growing unbearable, making him instinctively want to strip off his shirt. However, after glancing at his slight belly, he reconsidered. If Arena weren't around, he wouldn't have minded going shirtless. But with her present, he wasn't particularly eager to reveal a less than impressive side of himself. Just as he was mulling over this, Arena, equally affected by the scorching heat, casually took off her jacket, revealing her now sweat-drenched white shirt. You old perv. Aren't you hot? She wiped her forehead, feeling utterly drained. Between the strenuous activity and the blazing sun, she was completely exhausted. I'm fine. Riji muttered, stealing a glance at her. That's when he noticed the fabric of her shirt had turned slightly translucent in the sunlight, clinging to her frame and revealing the outline of her undergarments. Black? Of course, it's black. At that moment, Riji realized the heat he was feeling wasn't just from the sun anymore, his own body temperature seemed to be rising as well. They kept digging for another half an hour before finally calling it quits. By then, their arms were aching, and their stamina had hit its limit. Let's head back, eat something, and then visit the merchant. I've got 2,200 pieces of scrap iron. What about you? Climbing out of the now 5-meter deep pit, Riji took a long, deep breath. Looking back at the massive hole they had dug, a hole that would have taken an excavator at least an hour to carve out on Earth, he couldn't help but marvel at their own efforts. Unreasonable system abilities. As Arena patted the dust off Riji's clothes, she answered casually. I don't know. I already turned everything into robot turret ammunition. I have 450 rounds now. You finished already? Riji was surprised. Yeah, we still need to buy a few things, after all. And I wanted to show you my cooking skills. I'm curious about what the meat in this world tastes like. Her already slightly sun-kissed face turned away, as if she was too embarrassed to look at him. No need to be shy. Besides, we can't really use that stuff right now anyway. Speaking of which, Arena, want to go wash up in that little lake? Ryuji pointed toward a small lake near the gas station. There were clean oil drums behind the station that could be used for bathing, so they wouldn't need to go all the way to the river. I'll just wash my hands for now. We still have more mining to do this afternoon. Arena hesitated. In this situation, if she wanted to bathe, someone would obviously have to stand guard. And right now, that someone was just Ryuji. Together, they made their way back to the trader. Arena sold all the turret ammunition she had crafted and then bought every piece of raw meat available. Please be a big piece, please be a big piece, she muttered nervously, pressing her palms together in a small prayer before materializing the meat into the real world, just as Ryuji had done before. After a brief moment, a palm-sized chunk of meat wrapped in burlap appeared before them. Arena let out a sigh of relief. But when she pressed her fingers into it, her brows furrowed. This is weird. What kind of meat is this? The texture is strange, and why does it smell like every kind of meat at once? Ryuji didn't quite understand her concern, but looking at the thick slab of meat, he couldn't help but chuckle. As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. He was genuinely happy. With this much meat, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time. True. I'll go back and figure out the best way to cook it. Arena nodded, dropping her concern as she turned toward the door. Meanwhile, Ryuji's gaze lingered on the scantily dressed merchant. The merchant's body swayed unsteadily, and the tattered clothing, messed up from when he had grabbed them earlier, remained disheveled, exposing more skin than it should. Just as Arena stepped outside, Ryuji's hand twitched. He had the sudden urge to reach out and feel that softness again. But in the end, he resisted. Patience. Patience. Muttering to himself, he quickly followed Arena out. But as he thought about the meal she was about to cook, his heart skipped a beat. Wait. I won't turn into a beast, will I? For the first time, Ryuji felt a tinge of fear. Chapter 11, First Time Arena. Ryuji swallowed hard as he watched the swaying hips and long, snow-white legs of the girl walking in front of him. If it's too much trouble, I'll cook my own food from now on. Your cooking is just too good. It's making me feel weird. Weird? Arena tilted her head in confusion, glancing back at him. What do you mean by weird? Ryuji hesitated for a moment, but seeing the genuine curiosity on her face, he decided to be honest. Well, how do I put this? Eating your food makes me feel like I just took an aphrodisiac. The second he finished speaking, Arena's expression grew even more puzzled. Aphrodisiac? Yeah. It's probably a difference between our worlds. In mine, no matter how good the food is, there's a limit. But in yours, that limit doesn't seem to exist. He swallowed again. Even a simple meal made from low-quality canned beans and luncheon meat had him burning up inside. If Arena were to put in even the slightest bit of effort, if she really let her culinary talent shine, Ryuji wasn't sure what kind of disaster that would lead to. He might actually lose control of himself. So, this had to be stopped, immediately. Huh? Arena tilted her head again, completely failing to understand his concern. Sure, the Nikiri family had a unique trait: when they ate something incredibly delicious, their clothes would explode off. But because of her god tongue, Arena had never experienced that reaction herself. And now, he was saying food could work like an aphrodisiac? She'd never heard of something so ridiculous. Sure, some dishes could make people feel more passionate, but the effect faded quickly. It wasn't something that lasted the way Ryuji was describing. Still burning up even now? That was just absurd. Don't say things like that, she scoffed. Besides, are you doubting my cooking skills? And who would ever be attracted to a guy like you? You get out of breath just from moving a little. She huffed, crossing her arms, but in the end, she chose to believe him. After all, Ryuji had actually asked for it. Fine. Since you brought it up, you can cook your own meat. But I'm warning you, the texture of this meat is strange. It feels like a fusion of countless different types. Even I'm not sure how well I can prepare it. But if you mess up and make something terrible, you still have to eat it. No wasting food. Arena waggled her finger at him before handing over 10 portions of meat. Got it. Ryuji breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about any unexpected side effects. Back at their base, they had plenty of water thanks to the lake. The two of them started cooking separately. Ryuji wasn't particularly skilled at grilling meat, but under Arena's guidance, he managed to avoid completely ruining it. Meanwhile, Arena had entered her serious mode. Po. A completely unknown ingredient. She took a deep breath and ran her fingers over the strange piece of meat in front of her. From its texture to its marbling, everything about it was perfect. The fat distribution was just right, ideal, even. And that was exactly what puzzled her. Something this flawless shouldn't exist. Yet, when she tasted it, She could detect the flavors of countless different animals. Let's see just what kind of dish I can create from you. Despite their limited resources, her chef's instincts burned strong. She took out a carefully collected cooking knife, sterilized it in boiling water, and set to work. Her blade danced as she swiftly portioned the meat, preparing to season it with every ingredient she could find. Her movements were sharp, precise, almost divine. She looked like a Valkyrie in battle, exuding confidence and power. Ryuji found himself mesmerized by her. But compared to her, his task was much simpler. Before long, his meat was cooked. Taking his portion, he climbed onto the base's perimeter wall to keep watch, just in case the smell attracted any wandering wolves. Fortunately, there were no signs of a wolf pack in the area. However, as Arina cooked, the aroma of the meat continuously teased Ryuji's senses. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, it was simply meat, a fragrance so rich and tantalizing that despite having already eaten 3 large pieces of roasted meat, he still craved more. As expected of a world from a gourmet anime. This level of cooking is just ridiculous. Ryuji swallowed hard as he watched Arina stir-fry the freshly picked wild vegetables with meat and prepare a pot of stew. She even thoughtfully set aside a portion for him. A warm feeling welled up in his chest. But why is it that just smelling the food is already causing problems? Ryuji groaned inwardly as he struggled with his increasingly restless mind. When he had eaten his own grilled meat earlier, everything had been perfectly fine. But now, after catching the scent of Arina's cooking, he felt an overwhelming heat rushing through his body. It was as if he were being pulled into an intoxicating realm of meat. Just the aroma alone was enough to make his senses tingle and draw his attention toward anything even remotely meaty, whether it was the girl's round, supple thighs or the soft curves of her chest. His gaze was irresistibly drawn toward them. The urge to reach out, to touch and squeeze, was almost unbearable. This is on a whole different level compared to before. Ryuji fought to suppress his growing desires, but the scent continued to cloud his mind, making him dizzy. Arina, on the other hand, was experiencing something similar. Staring at the meat in the pot, she swallowed hard, a rare sight indeed. Yet here she was, unable to resist the urge. Given the crude conditions they were in, there was no way for her to fully unleash her culinary skills. She could only bring out a fraction of the meat's potential. And yet, even that small portion was already overwhelming. The moment she finished cooking, an almost uncontrollable urge to devour it all surged within her. But she managed to hold herself back. Ryuji, seeing that the food was ready, dared not stay there any longer. The longer he inhaled that scent, the harder it became to keep himself in check. Without hesitation, he leaped off the wall and hurried toward the RV. He definitely didn't want to risk losing control and doing something reckless. I'll be in my room. Arina murmured absent-mindedly, her entire focus locked onto the plate of meat in front of her. Ryuji sighed. Clearly, she was completely enraptured. Shaking his head, he climbed back onto the wall, determined to keep watch over the surreal landscape that surrounded them. But then, he suddenly covered his nose. What kind of scent is this? Arina's lips parted slightly as she panted, her breath shaky. With trembling fingers, she reached for a piece of the meat she had prepared under these incredibly makeshift conditions. This is. Her heart pounded in her chest. But the moment her tongue touched the meat, her eyes widened in shock. A cacophony of animal cries filled her mind, each one tied to a distinct, primal flavor. The sensations flooded her senses, drowning her in an overwhelming wave of tastes that sent shivers down her spine. The fragrance of spring, the richness of the meat, it all melded together in an intoxicating dance within her brain. Her heart raced wildly, and combined with the deliberate way she had prepared the dish to enhance the meat's flavor, it set her entire body ablaze. But she couldn't stop. She couldn't stop. A body long deprived of sustenance. A spirit starved for fulfillment. And the curse that was the god tongue? All of it made it impossible for her to stop eating. Even as the fiery taste of the meat threatened to consume her, she kept going. She had no choice. Meat. No, it's so hot. As Ryuji listened to the sound of Arina devouring the meal, a sudden, suppressed force within her seemed to erupt. Arina let out a startled cry, her chopsticks slipping from her fingers and clattering to the ground. She clutched her chest, her voice trembling as an unbelievably seductive sound escaped her lips. What happened? Ryuji instinctively turned his head, and the sight before him completely broke his mind. In the blink of an eye, Arina's school uniform burst apart, shattering into countless fluttering fragments like delicate white butterflies. Her flawless, fair skin was revealed in all its glory. He saw it all. The snug uniform that had once accentuated her curves. The stockings. The leather shoes. And even the delicate undergarments that had guarded the most secret parts of her body, all of it had been shredded apart by the sheer force of the explosion. As if in slow motion, a piece of white fabric drifted toward his face. Without thinking, he caught it in his hands. It was her panties. The very same ones he had caught a glimpse of earlier. The intricate lacework that had once hugged her supple hips had now been torn apart, barely holding together in the aftermath of the blast. Meanwhile, Arena was drenched in sweat, her face and neck flushed a deep, feverish red. Droplets of sweat, the size of pearls, traced down the delicate curve of her throat, sliding into the valley of her chest before pooling at the toned, yet soft expanse of her stomach. This. Ryuji's mind short-circuited. His thoughts spun wildly, trying to process the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. But in his dazed state, only one word escaped his lips: battle aura? This kind of thing usually happened in hot-blooded fighting anime. Why was a gourmet anime character experiencing it too? Ryuji. I feel so hot. Completely bare, Arena took deep, shuddering breaths, desperately trying to compose herself. But it was impossible. Clutching her chest, she lifted her gaze toward Ryuji, her golden eyes clouded with an overwhelming, feverish intensity. I have water. Ryuji hurriedly jumped down, handing a cup of water to Arena before quickly turning to fetch a blanket for her. But before he could take another step, Arena grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. No. That's not what I need. Something felt off. She sensed that the restraints she had always placed on herself were gone. Her body, her emotions, everything felt unshackled, free. And beyond that, she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her veins. And it wasn't just a feeling, it was real. With a single pull, she yanked Ryuji closer, pressing herself against him. Her golden hair brushed against his chin as she nestled into his chest, her soft, warm body radiating heat even through his thin shirt. Arena, this isn't right. You need to calm down. Without hesitation, Ryuji grabbed another bottle of water and poured it over her head. Yet, despite the cold splash, the burning heat within her didn't fade. Instead, she licked the droplets from her lips and gazed at him, her violet eyes flickering with something unreadable. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her breath trembling. I'm scared. So scared. Tears welled in her eyes as she buried her face into his shoulder. In her distress, she bit down lightly, sending a shiver through him. Startled, Ryuji tried to push her away, but his hands, by accident or fate, landed somewhere soft. The contact sent a visible shudder through Arena. And Ryuji, feeling the smooth warmth beneath his fingertips, stiffened. His hands, roughened by days of travel and survival, pressed into her sensitive skin. Arena met his gaze, her face flushed. Ryuji. The lingering taste of meat was still on her lips, and as their tongues brushed for a brief moment, she tasted the rich, smoky flavor of his earlier meal. It was bitter, raw, but strangely comforting. Tears trickled down her cheeks, though she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in, surrendering to the intoxicating warmth between them. Meanwhile, Ryuji's mind teetered on the edge. The people in her world, those who had adapted to its culinary magic, already reacted dramatically to intense flavors. But he was just an ordinary human, an outsider to her world's madness. His senses were overloaded, his body struggling to withstand the sheer force of it all. Do you want this? His voice was hoarse as he held her face, forcing her to focus. Do you want this, Arena? Her violet eyes were hazy, uncertain. She had never liked bitterness before, but now, something about it felt irreplaceable. She didn't understand why. She didn't need to. Following the emotions surging inside her, she gave a small nod. Then I won't hold back. With that, Ryuji scooped her into his arms and laid her on the bed. As he pulled off his shirt, he realized that, even without any foreplay, even without setting the mood, Arena was already prepared. At that moment, his vision twisted. Something deep inside him clicked, unlocking a power he hadn't noticed before. The sensation flooded his mind, reshaping itself into something familiar, something he could comprehend. Favorability system. Unlocked. Power acquired, a system. A game-like interface, separate from this world, had activated within him. But he had no time to care about that now. The only thing consuming his mind was the overwhelming heat. The hot, narrow, and winding passage attracted all his attention. Chapter 12, Arena Nikiri. What was this feeling? A strong feeling of being squeezed, a feeling that if you don't use a little effort, you will be directly squeezed out. All you can feel is that hot, softness constantly squeezing you from all directions, and every time you move forward, there will be something blocking you. She trembled, her breath quickened, as though uncertain whether to allow him closer or to push him away. But just as he considered retreating, she instinctively tightened plump and smooth legs around his waist, unwilling to let go. The folds were pushed open little by little, with an obvious sense of friction, but only gave a soft and comfortable feeling. When Ryuji reached the deepest part, he felt wonderful. This wonderful feeling, like sliding and sucking. When Ryuji pushed against it, He felt as if he was being teased by fingers and tongue. He couldn't help but push harder again, wanting to experience more. Moreover, when he got deep inside, he felt an unprecedented sense of squeezing, a feeling that was eager to be pushed out. However, her legs were entwined even tighter. Their surroundings blurred into irrelevance. Every movement, every hesitation, was met with a response, sometimes uncertain, sometimes eager. As they intertwined, a quiet realization settled between them, a connection beyond words, an understanding unspoken yet deeply felt. Rigi. Just like a bullied little animal, Arina Nikiri made a sound like crying. She felt her body was torn apart. A feeling of pain and numbness swept through her body, but she couldn't help but want to use her legs to keep Rigi in her body, and even keep him in her body forever. After an unknown amount of time, Rigi felt an unimaginable sense of comfort. He couldn't help but hug Arina tightly, and Arina also hugged him tightly, and both of their bodies began to tremble at the same time. Her voice quivered, delicate and breathless, carrying both hesitation and surrender. Arina felt an overwhelming rush of sensation, unfamiliar yet somehow comforting. A warmth spread through her, wrapping around her heart, filling the spaces of uncertainty with something undeniable. Time lost meaning. The tension that had built between them finally unraveled, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment. Rigi tightened his embrace, holding her as though anchoring himself in the moment, while Arina clung to him, her fingers grasping, unwilling to release what she had found. Then, Arina felt a hot current rushing inside her. The feeling of the hot liquid in her body, but she could not feel any pain now. All she could feel was a strong sense of security and happiness. Not only that, she and Rigi both felt that their tense spirits had been relaxed. Rigi was the most obvious. He felt that he had accomplished a certain mission, and the girl in front of him also treated him differently. A quiet sigh escaped her lips as she rested against him, a glow settling over her expression. The world outside no longer mattered, only the steady rhythm of their breaths, the warmth they shared, and the silent promise exchanged in the space between them. Looking at her face now, flushed and radiant, Rigi couldn't resist drawing her into another kiss. This time, there was no hesitation, no second guessing, only the simple, undeniable truth of what they had discovered together. This time, the two tongues took the initiative towards each other, with the afterglow of the climax, as well as the sense of mental relaxation and joy. The two tongues continued to intertwine with each other. The sweet saliva of Arina made Rigi unable to stop, and the rough and bitter taste that Arina felt made her intoxicated, making her think of the feeling of being roughly entered by Rigi, a feeling of being dominated and divided. She felt like a fish lying on the chopping board, and Rigi was the chef holding the kitchen utensils. She should be plundered and treated so madly so that Rigi could taste her deliciousness. This is an extremely comfortable feeling, a feeling that does not require thinking or understanding, and one only needs to let Rigi play with and manipulate her. It took a long time for the two people to relax from the kiss. At the same time, they also woke up from the temptation of food. But Rigi looked at Arina's panicked and evasive eyes and did not retreat. One of his hands loosened the hand that he had been holding with Arina at some point, and then slowly pinched the pink strawberry. Although it was only the size of a cherry, one could tell at a glance that it still had the potential to grow. But even so, Rigi could only barely hold one of Arina's soft breasts with one hand. He squeezed it vigorously in order to vent the fire that was still burning in his heart. Rigi's hand was quite strong, causing Arina to whimper in suppression, but before she could make any move to resist, Rigi's hand changed direction again and pinched the top of her snow-white and plump breasts, which still had a lot of room to grow. The intense pain was accompanied by an intense feeling of comfort, and Arina's voice also began to change, becoming another kind of voice. Rigi. Be gentle. Arina didn't quite understand this kind of happiness. Although she was only being controlled a little by Rigi, she felt a strange itchy and tingling sensation in her upper body and a peculiar sense of anticipation. Although she clearly said no, her hand couldn't help but touch her other breast. Really? Rigi gently pinched Arina's face, then kissed her cute lips, then moved again, lowered her head, and bit another pink bud. The intense pain made Arina cross her legs again, and she felt as she wished, something reviving in her body. The feeling of slowly sprouting and growing made her unable to help but start breathing again, and then she gently raised her waist. Then, like the signal to ignite the engine, Rigi once again began to move. The two of them began to embrace each other, but unfortunately, Rigi's physical strength was not as good as Arina's. Although he was able to fight again against Arina's beautiful and youthful body, he eventually used up his limited physical strength when he moved wildly and came inside Arina for the third time. However, Arina was still somewhat unsatisfied, which resulted in Rigi being exhausted when he finally knocked her down, and the sun was about to set. Hours could have passed, or perhaps mere moments. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Rigi exhaled, brushing a stray strand of hair from Irina's face. Her purple eyes met his, uncertainty flickering within them, yet softened by the trust now settled between them. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he lightly pinched her nose. "We should clean up." Irina hesitated, shifting slightly in his arms. A slight soreness lingered, a reminder of the intensity they had shared, yet she made no move to pull away. Instead, she nestled closer for a moment, letting the feeling settle before offering a small, contented hum of agreement. For now, there were no more words needed, only the quiet certainty of what had changed between them. So, she wrapped her arms around Riji's shoulders, rubbed her nose against his chin, and finally struggled to get up. "All right, let's go take a bath. And then, I'll teach you how to cook." As Irina said this, her face couldn't help but flush red. If that meat hadn't been so delicious, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The two of them managed to get up, though Irina still moved a little awkwardly. Walking was fine, but she was clearly not at her best. They made their way to the small lake behind the gas station together. Ryuji set up an abandoned oil barrel, filled it with relatively clean water, and started a fire underneath it. He had no way of knowing what kind of bacteria or viruses might be lurking in the water, so boiling it first seemed like the safest option. In a world without running water, even bathing was a hassle. Fortunately, the oil barrel heated up quickly, and before long, Irina was soaking in the warm water. Watching her submerged in the barrel, scrubbing herself clean, Ryuji waited patiently. When she started to shiver slightly from the cooling water, he thoughtfully reignited a small fire beneath the barrel, allowing her to continue soaking in the warmth. Meanwhile, he began preparing his own bathwater. Since Irina's clothes had been torn to shreds, Ryuji had no choice but to scavenge some replacements. He found some clothes that had belonged to other people and disinfected them in another barrel of boiling water. Now, they were drying by the fire. Before long, Irina would have a clean shirt and a pair of shorts to wear. Shoes were another issue, but at least the RV had clean socks. That would have to do for now. As Ryuji tended to her drying clothes, Irina, who was lazily draped over the edge of the barrel, suddenly spoke. "Hey, Ryuji. Do you know how to deliver a baby?" Her fingers absent-mindedly brushed over a certain sensitive spot, and she couldn't help but frown. While cleaning herself, she had noticed something constantly leaking out of her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was what Ryuji had injected into her body earlier. She wasn't in her most fertile period, but there was always a chance. No, Ryuji replied, caught off guard. "Then we should probably find a bookstore and get some books on the subject. You'll have to study hard. And also, your cooking skills are awful, but you have to improve." Irina rested her chin on the barrel's edge, watching Ryuji as he worked by the fire, a goofy smile on her face. Her mind was now filled with thoughts of the future, her previous embarrassment as a spoiled rich girl completely forgotten. "Huh? Oh. Yeah, I will," Ryuji said, though his initial ease was quickly replaced by a sinking feeling in his chest. Unlike Irina, his mind raced ahead, considering the full weight of the situation. Not to mention whether we can even bring a child into this world. But if something goes wrong, his heart felt heavy. Meanwhile, Irina, feeling another wave of fluid escape, quickly turned around to clean herself up. Watching her from behind, Ryuji let out a silent sigh. If only we could leave this place. In the modern world, their relationship would have been completely mismatched. With her family's influence, her grandfather and father would probably arrange for him to disappear before anything serious even happened. But even that was better than this apocalypse. No matter how difficult things got, Ryuji wasn't about to give up. "For now, I can only take things one step at a time." Ryuji had never been too keen on scavenging in the city, there were just too many zombies. Any attempt to search for supplies would risk being surrounded by hordes of the undead, or worse, those special mutated ones. But if Irina really was pregnant, there was no question, he would need medical supplies, books, and everything else necessary to ensure a safe delivery. So this is what responsibility feels like? A surge of determination rose in his chest. But just then, he noticed something strange about Irina. No. More accurately, the moment he wished for a way to go back, something in his vision changed. A strange red dot appeared in the upper left corner of his field of view. Frowning, Ryuji focused on the dot. The next second, a glowing blue panel, one that felt completely out of place in this world, materialized in front of him. Nakamura Ryuji level, 1 skills, Master of the 7 Days to Die World Dimension, 0.1%, Endless Traveler LV1 Energy, 300 Current Recorded World, 7 Days to Die. What the hell is this? Ryuji's gaze instinctively shifted to Irina. Just as he was about to ask if she saw it too, he suddenly noticed a new option hovering above her. "Would you like to safely return this traveler to their original world?" Ryuji froze for a moment, his gaze instinctively locking on to the word return. When he clicked on it, a new message appeared, Sending Arena Nikiri back to her world would require 1000 energy points. But right now, he only had 300. How do I obtain energy points? He couldn't help but ask aloud, but there was no response. So, he clicked on the energy section instead. A string of symbols materialized in front of him, gradually forming a sentence. Energy is gained through emotional connection. Even in such a serious situation, Ryuji was momentarily speechless. Emotional connection? They might as well just say it outright. Wasn't this just sex? Why bother being so cryptic? Ryuji wanted to complain, but it was too late for that now. If that's the case, can I go to Arena's world and return to my own? He asked again in his mind, but once more, there was no response. Looking at his own status, he saw that there were no options available. No return, no escape, nothing. For a moment, Ryuji fell silent. If that was how it worked, then His fists clenched instinctively. But just then, his gaze landed on his skills. Master of the 7 Days to Die world. And Endless Traveler LV1? Curious, he tapped on both options. Immediately, 2 descriptions appeared before him. Master of the 7 Days to Die world, you are in the process of seizing control over a world's power, though at present, you only possess the tiniest fraction of this dimension's strength. Fortunately, this world has yet to claim a true master. The more you explore and understand this dimension, the more power it will grant you. However, be aware, due to this dimension's unique nature, it does not mind sharing its power among multiple individuals. That said, there can only be one true master of the dimension. And even then, they will always be limited by the power of their world. So that's how it is. That explains why this world works like a game system. Ryuji looked down at his hands. He had always wondered why this world allowed people to gain power. If it was about controlling the world's power, then it all made sense. It was clear now. If he wanted to grow stronger in this world, he needed to increase his mastery over this Dimension Lord skill. Then, what about Endless Traveler? He turned his attention to his second skill. Endless Traveler, you are one of the rare individuals who can travel freely between worlds and accept their power. However, as a result, returning to your original world will become increasingly difficult. But do not worry, whenever you do return, time will be frozen at the exact moment you left. This is your world's final kindness to you. That being said, in order to upgrade this skill, you must send other travelers back to their original worlds. Doing so will grant you access to the world they originated from or their traversed worlds. So, hope that your world has enough travelers to send back. And that you can gather enough energy. I see. Ryuji exhaled deeply. If that was the case. He turned to look at Arena, who was still bathing nearby. If he could send her back, then at least he wouldn't have to worry about losing her forever. In the worst-case scenario, if things became too dangerous, he could ensure her safety by sending her home. But the problem was, where the hell was he supposed to find other travelers to upgrade his skill? Just looking at that LV1 was enough to give him a headache. But watching Arena, Ryuji made up his mind. He wasn't exactly a good person, but he wasn't a bad one either. And so, he hesitated. Should he tell Arena that after a few nights together, he had suddenly unlocked the ability to send her home? Would she think he had planned it from the start? Would she be angry? Would she leave him? He had no way of knowing. It all felt too coincidental. Forget it. I don't have enough energy yet anyway. Ryuji took another deep breath. He would decide later, when he actually had the option to send her back. Because even if he wanted to return her to her world, he still needed to gather energy through emotional exchange. 1000 points. 7 times. He glanced at the fire, suddenly feeling a little weak in the knees. Sure, in theory, he could manage it in 2 days. But he was only human. After just 3 times, he had already been exhausted. 7 times in a single day? That would leave him completely useless for anything else. And in this dangerous world, he couldn't afford to be that kind of useless. Chapter 13, Young Couple. Speaking of which, Arena, you said you'd teach me how to cook, but isn't that exactly what I'm doing right now? Setting aside other thoughts, Ryuji teased Arena, who was sitting in a metal tub, kept warm by a small fire. Arena froze for a moment before quickly realizing what he meant. You idiot. Her face turned bright red as she splashed some water at him. But as soon as she did, she quickly covered her chest, feeling embarrassed. Even though things had already progressed that far between them, she was still shy about it. After all, they had only known each other for a few days, yet their relationship had already advanced to this point. It was only natural for a girl to still feel bashful. You dare say something like that in front of a chef? How outrageous. Arena pouted, puffing up her cheeks, her adorable expression making Ryuji chuckle. However, this topic made him think of something else, something from Arena's world. Specifically, a certain girl who was always talking about A5 grade meat. A tanned, golden-haired, well-endowed beauty who wore very revealing clothes. To be honest, her outfit was barely different from a swimsuit. If she walked down the street in just her underwear, the only real difference would be about 20 centimeters of fabric. And yet, despite all her talk about high-quality meat, most people would probably just think that she was the real high-quality meat. That being said, Arena herself was certainly not lacking either. In terms of looks and figure, Arena would definitely be A5 grade as well, huh? The moment he muttered that, Arena splashed even more water at him. I told you not to say things like that in front of a chef. She glared at him, huffing in frustration. After all, wasn't it because of meat that she somehow ended up with this useless old man in the first place? Not that it was all bad, but still, there was no date, no wedding ceremony. Something just felt off. Most importantly, Ryuji wasn't even a little bit gentle. Feeling the soreness between her legs, Arena snorted in frustration, completely forgetting how she had been the one refusing to let him go earlier. I was wrong. Alright, it's time to change the water. Ryuji quickly surrendered, raising his hands as he pointed toward a nearby bucket of clean, preheated water. It had been prepared specifically for Arena and was now at the perfect temperature. Humphrey, I'll let you off for now. With a little huff, Arena let him help her into the new tub, where she began rinsing herself off. By the time she finished and washed herself thoroughly, Ryuji had already prepared a fresh set of clothes for her. Now, it was finally his turn to bathe. As he stripped off his clothes, Arena let out an annoyed huff. She had just recovered some strength, so she quickly averted her gaze, careful to avoid looking at him too much. Who knew if he'd suddenly turn into a beast again? But despite herself, she couldn't help but sneak a glance. After all, that thing had given her an entirely new experience of pleasure just moments ago. It looks so weird and ugly. But just now, it actually. With that thought, she glanced down at her lower abdomen. It was still a little sore and swollen, but aside from that, her body seemed just fine. She was amazed by how quickly she recovered. Meanwhile, Ryuji wasn't thinking about anything too complicated. He was just exhausted. The moment he stepped into the hot water, he let out a deep, satisfied sigh. This feels amazing. Hearing his relaxed moan, Arena, who was in the middle of buttoning up her shirt, immediately blushed. She hurriedly covered herself with her clothes and sat down nearby, pretending to focus on tidying up Ryuji's laundry. His underwear hadn't been ruined, so all he had done was boil a couple of shirts to disinfect them. He had already washed them beforehand, so she simply folded his spare clothes and placed them neatly to the side. Then, she started keeping watch. Men typically didn't take long baths, so it wasn't long before Ryuji was done. When he stepped out, Arena frowned in disapproval. Did you even wash yourself properly? She poked him in the lower back, pouting. In her eyes, he had rushed through it way too quickly. Ryuji simply shrugged and pointed at the sky. I don't have a choice. We need to get back before dark. The sun was already starting to set, there was no time to waste. Humphrey, whatever. Next time, if you rush your bath like that again, you're not allowed in my room. With a proud huff, Arena turned and walked away, leaving Ryuji standing there, speechless. Girls really do change once they become women, huh? She was still as bashful as before, but there was something else in her attitude now, a kind of assertiveness. She was acting like the lady of the house. If it weren't for the way her face turned completely red whenever she made eye contact with him, she might have actually been convincing. The two of them quickly returned to their RV to prepare dinner. Since Arena wasn't confident in cooking in this world's conditions, tonight's meal was left to Ryuji. Under her watchful eye, he followed her instructions carefully. But when the meal was finally finished, Arena took one bite and sighed. You completely wasted this meat. She looked at him with clear disappointment. The heat control was off, your flipping technique was weak, and you didn't properly balance the seasonings. You just threw them in without blending them together during the cooking process. It's a mess. But I guess it's edible. Just so you know, if we were in my world, I wouldn't even touch food like this. Humphrey. Despite her harsh words, she still picked up another bite and ate it. Ryuji scratched his head awkwardly. He had tasted Arena's cooking before, and while her dishes had some strange effects, there was no denying that her skills far surpassed his. Still, watching her eat his food so earnestly, he couldn't help but smile. What he didn't realize was that Arena was completely stunned by something. Why doesn't it taste bad? She chewed the meat, confused. Objectively, the flaws were obvious. Ryuji had absolutely failed to bring out the meat's full potential, he had ruined it completely. And yet, instead of tasting the imperfections first, she noticed the small bits of deliciousness before anything else. It was as if her senses prioritized the good parts first, and only when she focused did she pick up on the flaws. This was completely different from how her god tongue normally worked. This discovery left her astonished, yet at the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She didn't understand why such a change had occurred, but she knew one thing for sure: her past self would have broken down in tears over something like this. Because this meant she wouldn't starve. This meant her mother could be saved. And most importantly, this meant she could finally enjoy food. However, as she looked at Uji's awkward smile and the subtle defiance hidden in his expression, the flavor in her mouth no longer seemed as important. Instead, just watching his amusing reactions felt satisfying enough to make her keep eating. What a strange feeling. Is this what it means to be a married couple? She had no idea why this was happening, but she did know that it was a good thing for her. And she absolutely wasn't going to tell Ryuji about it. If he found out, his ego would skyrocket. Though, to be fair, something else had already skyrocketed earlier as well. As Arina finished eating, Ryuji also had a realization. Unlike her, though, he chalked it up to the sheer quality of the meat. Even he could tell, it tasted amazing. It was essentially the purest, most ideal form of meat. If one had to describe it, it wasn't just meat, it was the very concept of meat, made real. As expected of a game world. With that thought, Ryuji found himself looking forward to what the future held. And so, after dinner, despite Arina's reluctant and mildly disgusted expression, the two of them once again slept together in her room. When Ryuji woke up in the morning, he found Arina nestled against his chest, her head buried in him. He couldn't resist reaching out and gently stroking her shoulder. That small movement was enough to wake her up. Her face instantly flushed as she hurriedly moved her hand away from the rather questionable spot. "Good morning." Ryuji greeted her with a lazy smile, and though her face was still red, Arina responded in kind. "Good morning, MMPH." Her morning greeting was abruptly cut off, followed by a series of muffled whimpers. Later, while Ryuji was outside roasting some meat, Arina, who had just finished washing herself with the hot water from the night before, stormed out with a flushed face and promptly smacked him on the back with his own coat. "You bastard. Do you even know what time it is? Hurry up and finish breakfast already. We need to make up for lost progress today." She was furious. Ryuji, still grinning, put on his clothes, and after breakfast, the two of them headed back toward the mine they had been working on the day before. Just like yesterday, they split up to dig, collecting iron ore and converting it into robotic turret ammunition in their inventories. For reasons, their progress was a little slower than usual. Occasionally, a few stray zombies would show up, but thankfully, none of the strange, white-colored ones made an appearance. That made things much easier to deal with. At noon, they took a break and ate inside the massive pit they had dug. They managed to unearth even more materials, nitrate powder, coal, and even some tin ore. It was a classic game-style mining vein, which saved Ryuji a ton of time. However, the most valuable thing remained the robotic turret ammunition made from scrap iron. By the time they called it a day, Ryuji had leveled up to 15. Yet, despite that, the game system still didn't show any new changes. Worse, he was feeling an intense soreness in his lower back, and his arms were aching from all the digging. Arina wasn't faring much better. She stretched her arms and waist with a wince, clearly struggling with the miner's life just as much as he was. Ryuji had a feeling that tomorrow, they'd both be taking a well-deserved rest day at home. But when they arrived at the merchant's outpost, he ran into an unexpected problem. After selling 3,000 rounds of robotic turret ammunition, the merchant stopped buying from him. However, when Arina tried selling the same item, the trader was suddenly willing to buy more again. That left Ryuji completely baffled. Wait, so each person can only sell 3,000 rounds at a time? Chapter 14, A Future Full of Hope. This was undoubtedly a blow to Ryuji. If things stayed this way, they could only earn a total of 6,000 Dukes Casino tokens per day. While that amount was barely acceptable, it was far from enough to achieve true bullet independence. Ammunition was expensive, so expensive that it was almost as costly as the guns with colorful numerical ratings. A single bullet cost 48 tokens, and just a bullet tip was priced at 30. It was beyond robbery, it was outright extortion. Not to mention, a tactical assault rifle with a 3-digit rating cost a whopping 10,000 tokens. Frankly, Ryuji had no intention of buying bullets here. He preferred to craft them himself. Unfortunately, without the necessary blueprints, they still couldn't build a furnace, let alone a workbench. This is really troublesome. Now that his relationship with Arina had deepened, Ryuji felt an even greater urgency to obtain better firearms, something capable of dealing with large hordes of zombies. But despite his stockpile of resources, he had no viable way to convert them into weapons. What the hell is wrong with this game? Why does it always block progress at the most crucial moments? Ryuji was frustrated. Scavenging clearly wasn't a sustainable option. Apart from food, They found nothing of real value. The merchant had strict limits on what he would buy. And their ability to craft was completely restricted. Is it a matter of world resolution? I'm nearly level 20 already. Unwilling to accept this deadlock, Ryuji slammed his fist on the merchant's counter in frustration. With no better option, he begrudgingly purchased 4 bottles of glue, deciding to focus on crafting his own gun first. As he turned to leave the shop, something caught his eye, the merchant's furnace and a table stacked with boxes. He had seen them before. Previously, even when he mentally pressed T in his mind, nothing happened, no interaction menu appeared. He had dismissed them as mere background props. But now, looking at his level, he decided to try again. After everything, he refused to believe that leveling up had been completely useless. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in front of the furnace and pressed T. A menu popped up. His eyes widened. As someone who had played countless survival crafting games, he immediately recognized the interface. The grayed out items at the top were clearly furnace attachments, the flame icon at the bottom indicated fuel, and the left panel listed resources like brass and lead, showing their current quantities. A triumphant grin spread across his face. But when he glanced at the nearby table, his expression shifted from joy to outright elation. It works. I knew it. This world unlocks features based on level progression. Gaining levels unlocks more gameplay elements. Overjoyed, Ryuji hurriedly placed several brass components into the furnace's smelting slot. His hands trembled with excitement as he ignited the forge, watching as a 20-second countdown appeared over his brass door handles. The moment one handle finished smelting, he saw the brass counter increase by 50. Wasting no time, he tossed in a full stack of clay. He clearly remembered that both brass casings and lead tips required clay to craft. 1 brass, 1 clay, that was the recipe for bullet casings. 2 lead, 1 clay, that was the recipe for bullet tips. Not stopping there, he quickly added 2 stacks of lead to the forge, ensuring that all 3 critical materials were in production. However, as he watched the painfully slow smelting process, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. So slow. But still better than nothing. Curious, he examined the Duke's Casino tokens in his inventory and made an attempt. Sure enough, they could also be smelted into brass. That changed everything. If they refrained from purchasing unnecessary items, they could produce 1,000 bullets per day. Relief flooded through Ryuji's body. His stress and tension from the past few days finally began to ease. What is it, Ryuji? What did you discover this time? Why do you look so happy? Arina, who had been browsing the merchant's food supplies, stepped out of the store, curiosity evident in her golden eyes. She was surprised to see the furnace actively burning. When they had searched the merchant's shop earlier, they had found nothing useful. These objects had seemed purely decorative. Without answering, Ryuji quickly navigated his inventory and crafted a pipe machine gun. Once the process finished, he immediately equipped it. In an instant, the rusty, makeshift gun appeared in his hands. At first glance, it was a crude piece of junk, so poorly assembled that even the bolt had been replaced with a screwdriver. There was no logical way wood, glue, and scrap metal could have been turned into such a functioning firearm without a machine shop. But logic didn't apply to this world. And what was even more absurd, when he equipped the gun, a cross appeared in his vision. As he moved the sight, his body instinctively adjusted. When he thinks about pressing the right mouse button, the cross shrank, and his view zoomed in. It felt as though he had gained perfect proficiency with firearms without any training. Staring at the gun in his hands, Ryuji couldn't contain himself. He rushed forward, pulled Arina into an embrace, and buried his face into her chest. Taking in her sweet scent, he spun her around in excitement. Our safety is secured. For the first time since entering this world, Ryuji felt a genuine sense of security. What's gotten into you? Flustered by his sudden enthusiasm, Arina's face flushed red as she lightly smacked him on the head. We don't need to keep searching. There's already a workbench and a furnace here. We can craft everything we need. And as long as we keep leveling up, we'll unlock even more of this world's hidden features. Though many elements were still locked, Ryuji was certain that if they continued to progress, they could one day live safely and happily in this world. Wait. What? Realizing the implications, Arina broke free from his arms and dashed to the furnace. After confirming the truth for herself, she let out a joyful cheer and threw herself back into his embrace. Weapons were the greatest source of security for humans. The moment they saw their first gun and realized they could manufacture their own bullets, both Ryuji and Arina felt genuine happiness for the first time in a long while. Yes. We can make our own weapons now. Their faces glowed with excitement as they obsessively monitored the countdown timers, watching their collected brass and casino tokens melt into usable material. Without hesitation, they dumped all 6,000 of their hard-earned tokens into the furnace, leaving only 1,000 for emergencies. At the same time, They combined their gathered colon nitrate powder in the crafting menu, producing gunpowder. While they had plenty of gunpowder and lead, brass remained their limiting factor. In the end, they managed to craft 1,000 bullet casings. They eagerly watched the workbench convert those casings and lead tips into actual bullets, grinning like fools the entire time. When Ryuji finally loaded his first magazine and test-fired a round, he confirmed what he had suspected. His body moved precisely as he imagined, as if guided by an invisible aim assist system. With their newfound weapons and ammunition, Arena formally declared their success. After melting down some scrap iron to forge short iron pipes for gun repairs, they returned to their RV. That night, for the first time, Ryuji truly got to experience Arena's legendary cooking. But before they could even finish their meal, they tumbled into bed together. At least they had the foresight to extinguish the furnace before sleeping. That night, they slept soundly, safe, warm, and full of hope for the future. However, when Ryuji stretched lazily the next morning, expecting to start another productive day, he was met with an eerie sight. A pitch-black sky. The sun hasn't risen yet. As Ryuji kneaded Arena's soft chest in his half-asleep state, he playfully pinched a small, swollen bud before sighing in satisfaction, preparing to drift back into sleep. After all, they had been overly enthusiastic the night before, making love multiple times without restraint. His waist was sore, and even his legs felt weak. However, just as he was about to relax again, his eyes caught sight of something outside, something that nearly made him cry out in alarm. Zombies. An endless sea of zombies. They staggered forward in uncountable numbers, filling the landscape as far as the eye could see, their rotting bodies moving toward the back of their RV. It was only then that Ryuji noticed the true reason for the darkness in the sky. It wasn't night. It was a sandstorm. Thick clouds of swirling yellow sand filled the air, blotting out the sun and casting an eerie twilight over the world. Yet beneath this unnatural gloom, hordes of zombies continued their relentless march, stretching beyond the horizon. Covering his mouth, Ryuji cautiously turned his gaze toward the front of the vehicle, only to realize that the same terrifying scene awaited him there as well. There was no end in sight. This was despair on an unimaginable scale. He could not see the beginning of this swarm, nor could he find its end. He had no idea what had caused this disaster, but one thing was certain. If they were discovered, they were as good as dead. But this wasn't the only thing that sent a chill down his spine. There was something even more disturbing. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he saw it. The moon. Hanging high above, unnaturally large and luminous. Even though the sun's light was obscured by the storm, the moon's glow remained eerily bright, its pale light cutting through the haze. And more than anything, it felt unnatural. Chapter 15, Blood Moon. Ryuji clenched his fists, his body tense as he whispered to himself, "What the hell? Is this? The strange moon? The endless flood of zombies?" Just from what he could see outside the window, there were already thousands of them. Every inch of land in his vision was crawling with the undead. And then, realization struck him. His mind raced back to the information displayed on his system interface, the words that had been there from the beginning. 7 days to die. 7 days. Was this what it meant? A massacre every 7 days? Previously, he hadn't given it much thought. His time with Arena had kept him occupied, and the world, despite being harsh, had still felt manageable. But now, this isn't a game. In a game, you can respawn when you die. You know the rules, the mechanics. Yet here, reality was cruelly different. Staring out at the horde, Ryuji felt despair creeping in. The only reason they weren't swarmed yet was because they had built a defensive wall around their camper van. The zombies' senses weren't particularly sharp, so as long as they remained silent, they could stay undetected. But if even a single one of them noticed the van, it would be over. Even though he believed that metal was stronger than flesh and bone, sheer numbers could change everything. If thousands of zombies pressed against the van at once, they could crush it with their combined weight. The reinforced walls wouldn't hold forever. As he was lost in thought, he noticed Arena stir beside him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as her eyes fluttered open. Ryuji reacted instantly. He turned, pressing a hand gently but firmly over her mouth before she could make a sound. Then, with his free hand, he pointed to the window. Arena's golden eyes widened in confusion, but as she followed his gesture and looked outside, her entire body froze. A muffled whimper escaped her lips, panic flashing across her face. But she quickly understood. She covered her own mouth, stifling her scream before it could escape. Ryuji could feel her trembling. Her breathing was shallow, rapid, but as the seconds passed, she slowly calmed herself. Only then did Ryuji release his grip on her mouth. Arena continued to clutch his arm, pressing herself against him, her body shaking with fear. Her crimson eyes glistened with unshed tears as she buried herself in his embrace, seeking comfort. Ryuji held her tightly. Right now, She was the only warmth he could hold on to. The two of them curled up together, keeping their movements small and controlled, watching in silent horror as the sea of zombies trudged past. Time lost all meaning. They remained frozen in place, their bodies stiff from tension. Even sleep came and went in small, restless bursts. When nature inevitably called, they used plastic bottles they had scavenged earlier, barely making a sound. Ryuji felt his face heat up as he caught a glimpse of Arena in such an intimate, vulnerable moment, but for the first time since he had met her, there wasn't even a hint of lust in his heart. There was only fear. Because as the hours passed, something even more terrifying began to happen. The moon, which had already been unnaturally bright, was changing. It was getting brighter. Not just that. A deep, unsettling red was slowly creeping in from its edges. And under this blood-red glow, the zombies changed. Their sluggish, stumbling gait quickened. Their dull, empty eyes began to glow. Ryuji wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the zombies outside seemed to be growing more frenzied. Their movements were becoming wilder, and every now and then, he could hear one of them letting out a chilling roar. Damn it. Watching the increasingly erratic undead, Ryuji took a deep breath. He glanced up at the eerie moon, his gut twisting with a sense of foreboding. He pulled out his phone, long dead from lack of power, and turned it on briefly before it shut off again. The time showed only 2:00 p.m., yet it felt as if an entire day had passed since he'd been trapped in this place. Good thing I managed to craft those guns and bullets yesterday. Otherwise, I'd be completely defenseless right now. Checking his inventory, he frowned slightly at the remaining 4 or 5 batches of gunpowder. Not much left. If only he had more time, or better yet, the unlimited stamina like in a game, he'd be in a secure, steel-fortified gas station with Arena instead of huddled inside this RV. But if things are really playing out the way I suspect, this RV won't be safe for much longer, either. Ryuji looked at the horde outside, then gently ran his fingers through Arena's hair. She was just as tense and anxious as he was, but nestled in his arms, she could at least get some rest. His gaze flicked to the sky again. The moon had deepened in color, tinged with even more red than before. Strangely, Arena, too, seemed more energetic than earlier. Suppressing his unease, he opened his system interface. Energy, 900. He stared at the number in silence. Then, his hand slid down Arena's body into her clothes, gently pinched her plump breasts, and then began to knead them. While kneading, Ryuji felt the smoothness of her skin, the beautiful little strawberries, and the gradually accelerating heartbeat. Ryuji? Arena opened her eyes, gently called Ryuji's name, and looked at Ryuji with some confusion. Her eyes were full of confusion. She didn't know why Ryuji would do such a thing at this time. Ryuji raised a finger at her, asking her to keep her voice down, but his hand did not stop at all. Instead he became even more bolder. Arena's face quickly turned red. She glared at him with a mixture of shy frustration on her face. She didn't understand why Ryuji would do something that might expose them at this time. But now was not the time to fight with him, so Arena bit her lips and tried to control Ryuji's hand with her own hand to prevent him from continuing to do something strange. But Ryuji did not stop. He took a deep breath and continued to caress Arena's body. Arena held his hand even tighter to prevent him from taking any further action. However, Ryuji kissed Arena's lips. At first Arena was very resistant, but after accidentally making a little sound, she could only obediently raise her head and let Ryuji kiss her lips. Her hands, which had been trying to stop him, also moved away. Arena's delicate flower path was entered by Ryuji's fingers. The rough fingers made Arena quite uncomfortable, but she still felt a pleasure that was hard to let go. However, she still covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. So, when Ryuji pulled his fingers out from Arena's snow-white buttocks that looked like ice cream balls, a long, sticky silk thread was pulled out from the pink area. He put his finger in his mouth. Arena immediately punched him in anger and shame, then silently closed her mouth. Because she had already felt the burning thing of Ryuji, she was hopeless and knew that at this time, she could no longer stop him. Then, Ryuji slowly entered the hole, which was still as tight as the first time, and entered the narrow passage. Arena was not that heavy, and at the beginning, she could still move on her own while straddling on Ryuji's lap. But as the two of them got into the mood, Arena, who was trying hard not to make any sound, soon lost the strength to keep up, so Ryuji took over, holding her snow-white, soft hips and moved them back and forth continuously. It didn't take long before the two of them couldn't help but gasp for breath together, but even while they were gasping, their hearts were already pounding, and they were suppressing their sounds so that outside couldn't hear them. They did it very successfully, so when Arena was recovering her strength on Ryuji's body, the zombies outside didn't notice them. Ryuji took a deep breath, glancing at the moon in the sky. Over half of its surface was covered with red. Without another word, Ryuji reached into his inventory and began crafting dirt and stone blocks. Simple materials, but they might come in handy soon. Dirt was easy to obtain, and stone only required a few small rocks. Arena stirred beside him, sensing the change in his demeanor. She followed his gaze to the blood-red moon and tugged at his sleeve, silently pointing at it. He nodded, acknowledging her concern. There was no need for words, they both understood that something was very wrong. Arena watched as he worked, then finally noticed just how unnatural the moon had become. She clenched his sleeve a little tighter. Ryuji remained silent, methodically preparing for what was to come. He retrieved the food they had scavenged, wrapping it in a blanket before opening it carefully, minimizing noise as much as possible. But things rarely went according to plan. Just as they were halfway through their meal, Ryuji noticed the moon outside had turned completely red. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach. He quickly reached for his phone again, pressing the power button just long enough to see the time before it shut off once more. 17:59:42, almost 6 o'clock. Ryuji watched helplessly as his phone flashed a low battery warning before shutting down automatically. Just as the screen turned black, the final second ticked to 59. The very next moment, the sky plunged into darkness. The moon, once merely tinged with red, was now a deep, bloody crimson, staining the world in its eerie glow. There was no time to react. Before Ryuji could even process what was happening, a deafening chorus of enraged zombie roars erupted from all directions, echoing through the mountains. His heart pounded as he turned toward the window. And what he saw nearly stopped it entirely. Countless zombies had turned their heads in unison, their glowing yellow eyes fixated on his location. Their skin was now covered in an unnatural, sinister green hue, an omen of something far worse than before. The next moment, these zombies rushed towards them with roars. Shit. Ryuji didn't hesitate. He rushed to the RV's entrance, slamming a wooden frame against the door and reinforcing it to the best of his ability. He upgraded it as high as his system would allow, barricading the entrance completely. But before he could even catch his breath, a horrifying sound reached his ears, the sound of his makeshift barricade being ripped apart. The undead had already reached the walls of the RV. The pounding of fists, the screeching of nails against metal, it was relentless. Thinking fast, Ryuji grabbed more wooden frames, stacking them against the walls, desperately trying to reinforce the vehicle. But it wasn't enough. Not even 20 seconds later, he heard a new, far more terrifying noise: thud, thud, thud. From above. They're climbing onto the roof. Arena's voice trembled with fear. Ryuji's blood ran cold. Through the window, he could see them, zombies hurling themselves at the RV without any care for their bodies, mindlessly slamming against the vehicle. Dozens. Hundreds. A seething tide of undead engulfed the RV, tossing it about like a raft caught in a violent storm. Fuck this. Snarling, Ryuji yanked out his machine gun, taking aim at the broken window. There was no need for precision. He unleashed hell, bullets tearing through rotting flesh. Each shot struck multiple targets, heads bursting like overripe fruit. But it was useless. For every zombie he killed, more simply trampled over the corpses, pressing in even tighter. The RV lurched, pushed off course by the sheer weight of the horde, rolling uncontrollably toward the abandoned town in the distance. Ryuji had no control over it anymore. Still, he kept firing, but the imbalance in weight from his attacks only made things worse. The undead toppled the RV, flipping it onto its side. It hit the ground hard, skidding, then began to roll again and again, as the horde continued to push and shove, eager to break it open like a tin can. Inside, chaos erupted. Ryuji and Arena were thrown against the walls as the RV tumbled. The impact slammed his head against a cabinet, nearly knocking him out. Arena let out a pained cry, trapped beneath the collapsed bed frame. If she hadn't barricaded the windows earlier, the grasping hands of the undead would have already torn her apart. But this was still a death trap. There were too many. Even if the RV held for a little while longer, it wouldn't last until morning. If there even was a morning to see. Ryuji took a deep breath. He stopped shooting. Wasting bullets wasn't going to save them. Instead, he used what little time they had left to crawl toward Arena, swiftly constructing wooden frames around them, creating a tight enclosure, just enough to keep them from being tossed around in the rolling vehicle. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling her trembling heartbeat against his chest. In the darkness, amidst the relentless clawing and tearing of metal, he heard her whisper, "Ryuji." Her voice was weak. "Are we going to die?" A pause. Then, more softly, "Will we become one of them?" She was in pain. He could feel the warmth of her blood against him. Her head must have been injured when the RV flipped. He exhaled sharply, forcing himself to remain calm. Pulling out his phone, he pressed it into her hand. "Arena." His voice was steady. "My name is Nakamura Ryuji. I'm from China. My mother's name is in that phone." He swallowed hard. If you ever find yourself in my world, look for her or for me, if I am still alive. Give her some money for me, okay? Ryuji? Arena's voice wavered. She didn't understand why he was saying this now. He smiled faintly. I'm saying goodbye, Arena. Being with you. His grip on her hand tightened. I was really happy. A new notification appeared in his vision. Do you want to return Arena Nikiri back to her world? Yes. The moment he made his choice, Arena disappeared from his arms. Her warmth. Her heartbeat. Gone. Only empty air remained. And as the zombies finally tore through the RV's walls, as death itself reached out to claim him, Ryuji grinned. What a damn good dream that was. With a chuckle, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a full batch of gunpowder. Like hell he was going down without a fight. Chapter 16, Escape from Death. Even if he was going to die, Ryuji had no intention of surrendering without a fight. The RV continued to be pushed, shaken, and torn apart by the relentless zombies, but he gritted his teeth, held onto the wooden frames he had reinforced, and forced himself to move toward the most fragile part of the vehicle. He could hear it clearly. The first layer of metal on the RV had already been stripped away. If he didn't act quickly, the wooden reinforcements he had placed inside wouldn't hold for long. Damn bastards. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji clenched his teeth and pulled out a full stack of gunpowder from his inventory. In his inventory, a single stack contained 1,000 units of gunpowder. In reality, each unit appeared as a large handful of black powder. Without hesitation, he ripped open the burlap sack that appeared before him, completely defying the laws of physics by holding such a massive quantity, and poured the contents toward the front of the RV. Instantly, a dense, continuous stream of fine black powder gushed out from the sack, covering the entire front section of the vehicle, burying the dashboard, and even blocking the entrance. Ha! I remember Mythbusters once proved that as long as there's a solid wall, most of the explosion's force can be contained, right? While emptying the sack, he worked quickly to reinforce any gaps, trying to seal off every possible opening. But just as he finished, he heard a loud clang, the sound of the front windshield shattering. A zombie's grotesque face came into view. Ryuji didn't hesitate. He pulled out his lighter, lit a piece of plastic, and threw it onto the pile of gunpowder. As the burning plastic tumbled through the air, he hurriedly sealed off the last remaining opening with a stone block and curled up into a defensive position. The next moment, a violent shockwave hit. A blinding flash of fire engulfed everything. Ryuji felt himself being lifted into the air before the RV crashed back down on him. His ears rang with a deafening hum, drowning out even the howls of the zombies. Dazed, he caught a glimpse of his makeshift barricade shattering under the force of the explosion. A strange, twisting sensation filled his body, a mix of dizziness and something else. Then, another jolt. This time, weaker than the first. When the dust settled, Ryuji found himself sprawled on top of the wooden frames he had constructed. His body screamed in pain. His left arm and right shoulder throbbed, refusing to respond to his commands. His vision blurred with red. But he was alive. Through the smoke and flames, he saw something unexpected. He was no longer outside the town. He had somehow ended up near the merchant's outpost and the gas station. Unfortunately, the distance between him and safety was still littered with countless zombies, many of them now burning. Burning? His sluggish mind finally caught up. The explosion hadn't just destroyed part of the RV, it had ignited the fuel tank. The chain reaction had set off a massive fire, spreading through the dense horde of zombies. Even those that hadn't been directly hit by the blast were now catching fire as they pressed against each other in the chaos. Ryuji inhaled sharply, forcing himself to stay conscious. Several flaming zombies had already turned their attention toward him, charging forward. Worse, the ones that weren't on fire were still relentlessly pushing against what remained of the RV. He tried to move, but pain shot through his body. That's when he realized his legs were pinned beneath a collapsed cabinet. The once cozy interior of the RV was now a total wreck. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind and pulled out his machine gun. He raised it with one good arm and squeezed the trigger. The gun roared to life, spewing bullets in a desperate spray. Precision didn't matter, every shot found a target in the densely packed swarm. But as soon as he ran out of ammo, he encountered a new problem. His injured arm prevented him from reloading. Then, something strange happened. Even though he hadn't moved his hand, the magazine clicked into place on its own. Before he could process what had just happened, the RV lurched again, shoved forward by the burning horde. The sudden movement gave him a clearer view of the merchant's shop, a place he had seen before, but the merchant inside remained eerily motionless. Then, just as he braced for the RV to crash into the trader's building, that strange, twisting sensation returned. A sudden shift. The suffocating heat disappeared. The roar of the flames vanished. And in an instant, the sea of burning zombies was gone. Instead, He now found himself standing near one of the steel pillars of the gas station, facing an entirely new wave of fresh, unharmed zombies, all charging toward him. For a moment, Ryuji was too stunned to react. Then, survival instincts kicked in. Without wasting another second, he turned and sprinted toward the gas station's steel pillar. The zombies immediately changed course, closing in on him. At the last moment, he leaped, landing on a wooden frame he had placed earlier. His legs screamed in protest, but he forced himself to jump again, just as the first frame was torn apart beneath him. Every jump sent fresh waves of agony through his body. But there was no time to stop. He kept placing wooden blocks beneath his feet, climbing higher and higher. By the time he reached the steel beam supporting the gas station's roof, his vision was blurry, his strength nearly gone. He pulled himself up onto the metal structure and took a deep breath, finally allowing himself a brief moment of respite. Then, he looked down. And his heart sank. Below him, the zombies were already piling up, climbing on top of each other in a grotesque, writhing heap. Among them, he spotted one of those frog-like mutants, coiling its legs in preparation to leap. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. This world really wants me dead, huh? As he spoke, Ryuji couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He barely noticed it. In a situation like this, what difference did a little blood make? Even losing an arm wouldn't change anything now. Damn it. I need to take a few more down with me. Panting, Ryuji tightened his grip on the wooden frame in his hands. He manifested the last 2 bundles of gunpowder, then ripped open the absurdly large burlap sacks and hurled them down onto the horde of zombies below. As the bags tumbled through the air, they scattered thick clouds of black powder over the rotting bodies beneath. With his strength nearly spent, Ryuji pulled the trigger of his gun. A burst of bullets struck the scattered gunpowder. In an instant, twin fireballs erupted, engulfing the area in flames. To his shock, the 2 burlap sacks themselves ignited, exploding violently and sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The blast threw Ryuji backward. For a fleeting moment, he was airborne before crashing down hard onto the stone slabs below. Pain consumed him. The deafening hum in his ears drowned out everything except the roaring flames around him. But at this point, nothing else mattered. With trembling fingers, he reached into his coat and pulled out a piece of grilled meat, one that had been specially prepared by Arena. It was his emergency ration, meant for when he finally found a chance to escape. Yet now, escape was nothing but a fantasy. Surviving another 30 minutes would be a miracle. He chewed slowly, savoring the rich flavors, even as his consciousness began to fade. The last thing he heard was a series of explosions and the relentless crackling of fire. His eyelids grew heavier. Am I dying? Darkness swallowed him. At last, morning arrived. A crisp breeze brushed against Ryuji's face, rousing him from his unconscious state. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a soot-stained ceiling above him. A splitting headache sent waves of dizziness through his skull. He struggled to sit up against the crumbling stone wall, his mind dazed and sluggish. Then, he took in his surroundings. Charred corpses stretched as far as the eye could see. The once thriving town was nothing more than a smoldering ruin. Smoke still curled from the nearby forest, evidence of the inferno that had raged through the night. And, of course, the merchant's building remained untouched, just as pristine as always. Was this place hell from the very beginning? The thought surfaced in his groggy mind, but the sharp pangs of pain in his body and the growling of his stomach quickly snapped him back to reality. He was still alive. How? How did I survive? Ryuji frowned, turning his gaze toward the gas station below. What had once been a functioning, albeit fuel-depleted, station was now a wasteland of craters and wreckage. The ground was marred by deep pits, and where the fuel storage tanks had once stood, a massive, gaping hole remained. Despite this, small flames still flickered here and there, as if waiting for the slightest spark to reignite the inferno. Ryuji stared in stunned silence, piecing the events together. The fire must have ignited the fuel tanks. Then the explosion wiped out the zombies, burning everything to the ground. His theory wasn't far from the truth. After he blacked out, the fire had crept into the gas pumps, igniting the residual fuel inside. The flames then spread to the storage tanks, triggering a massive explosion that turned the entire area into an inferno. Even so, the undead horde had continued its relentless advance, only to be consumed by the flames. But then, something unexpected happened. 4 hours after Ryuji lost consciousness, the zombies suddenly stopped. As if a switch had been flipped, their aggression vanished, and they aimlessly wandered away, leaving only the charred remnants of their fallen brethren. Ryuji had no way of knowing this. But the fact that he had survived was already a miracle. Well, I don't know how I made it, but as long as I'm alive, I need to keep going. He coughed and pulled up his system interface. A long list of negative status effects filled the screen: concussion, 54 hours 36 minutes remaining. Fracture, 68 hours 7 minutes remaining. Internal bleeding, 72 hours 21 minutes remaining. Cured infection, 23% recovery. Lacerations, 36 hours 21 minutes remaining. Arena Nikiri's love, 38 hours 42 minutes remaining. Huh? The last one caught him off guard. The rest were understandable, but this... Curious, he tapped on it. Arena Nikiri's love. Upon consuming a dish made by Arena Nikiri, you receive the following buffs based on her feelings toward you. Plus 50 max HP, plus 50 max stamina, plus 200% stamina recovery, plus 20 horsepower regen per hour, immunity to all negative status effects, injuries, and diseases that would otherwise be fatal. Heals infection by 50%. Ryuji immediately thought of the grilled meat he had eaten before losing consciousness. His gaze shifted to the remaining portion of the meat in his inventory. A large E now hovered over it. When he selected it, the name changed before his eyes. Arena Nikiri's newlywed grilled meat, plus 50 max HP, plus 50 max stamina, plus 200% stamina recovery, plus 20 horsepower regen per hour, immunity to all negative status effects, injuries, and diseases that would otherwise be fatal. Heals infection by 50%. A dish filled with a girl's love, delicious beyond compare. Ryuji burst into laughter. He glanced at his health bar. He only had 6 horsepower left. Yet he was still alive. With renewed determination, he pushed himself to his feet, ready to face whatever came next. But just as he steadied himself, something impossible happened. 2 orbs of light suddenly materialized above the ruins of the burned town. Before Ryuji could react, the light coalesced into 2 human figures, both of them looking utterly bewildered. One was a blonde girl, dressed in a kimono-like outfit. The other, Ryuji's eyes widened in shock. He knew her. Lady Kiri? Chapter 17. 2 women. Ryuji remembered very clearly what the woman named Kiri looked like. In fact, any player of Dungeon Fighter Online would never forget her appearance. From the 2 large hairpins stuck in the back of her head to the cheongsam-like outfit, and the single lace glove worn only on one arm, everything about her confirmed one thing: this woman was Lady Kiri. However, the other woman was different. Ryuji couldn't see her face clearly. She wore something resembling a kimono and had been trembling ever since landing, as if she were completely terrified. Is her mental fortitude really this weak? Even so, Ryuji wasn't about to take any risks. He remained seated on his platform, gripping his gun while trying to recover his strength, waiting for them to notice him. Yet, he had underestimated Lady Kiri's sharp instincts. It didn't take long before she looked directly at him. The moment she spotted the gun in his hands, her demeanor shifted, but just as quickly, she relaxed again, flashing him a confident smile. Then, she waved at him energetically, causing her ample chest to jiggle with the motion, as if a little more movement would reveal something even more enticing. When she spoke, Ryuji immediately recognized her voice, that unmistakable accent, brimming with confidence and a hint of playfulness. Hey there, buddy. You look like you could use some help. Got separated from your group? Also, if you don't mind me asking, where exactly are we? Her voice carried the same smooth yet slightly roguish tone that he knew so well. Now that he had a clearer view, Ryuji noticed the 2 uniquely designed revolvers holstered at her waist. If this really was Lady Kiri, the Lady Kiri from Arid Continent, then Ryuji had no doubt that even if he fired first, she'd still be able to put a bullet through his skull in an instant. He took a deep breath, kept his gun trained on her head through his game's aiming system, and answered her questions cautiously. I don't know where this place is either. But I can tell you, it's extremely dangerous. He paused, then added, and yes, I do need help. But how do I know I can trust you? The moment he spoke, he realized just how hoarse his voice had become. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and even nausea began to creep in. Internal injuries, he thought grimly. And there's nothing I can do about it. Lady Kiri, however, just sighed, shaking her head. Given his current state, covered in blood and barely able to stand, there wasn't much she could do to reassure him. She only had basic battlefield first aid knowledge, and more importantly, she didn't have any medical supplies on her. If she had, she wouldn't have been forced to jump into the ocean in a desperate attempt to survive. Well, even if I wanted to help, I don't have any meds on me, she said, spreading her hands in a helpless gesture. By the way, is this Arid? Looks kinda like the Empyrean, except with way more corpses and gunpowder smoke. But don't worry, so long as you don't shoot at me, I won't shoot at you. I, the great Lady Kiri, have no need to do something so dishonorable. She jabbed a thumb at herself with a smirk. Just then, the other woman, who had arrived with Lady Kiri, finally spoke. Holding her stomach and taking deep, shaky breaths, she managed to force out a few words. I'm a medic. Patch up his external wounds first. I can heal him. With that, she tossed a bundle of bandages and gauze toward Kiri before collapsing onto her knees, clutching her chest as she tried to steady her breathing. Ryuji finally got a clear look at her face. She was beautiful. Stunning, even. Her chest size was unparalleled, even Arena couldn't compare. And like Kiri, her outfit left just enough exposed to make one wonder if a single careless movement might reveal even more. But as Ryuji studied her golden hair, he struggled to recall if there was ever a character in the game who fit the description of a sickly doctor. Because from the looks of it, she was just as unwell as he was. Well, then, buddy, don't go shooting, alright? Kiri said, waving a hand dismissively. Once we patch you up, I'm sure you'll be willing to tell us everything you know. Hold on, I'll go look for something to use as a ladder. She turned to search the surroundings for anything useful, but Ryuji shook his head. No need. I can calm down myself. Coughing twice, Ryuji forced himself to stand. He moved toward the wooden blocks he had set up earlier. Most of them had been destroyed, so he had to take a more tedious approach, constructing a spiral staircase down the pillar. Piece by piece, wooden blocks appeared in his hands, stacking into a descending path. Below, Kiri watched, dumbfounded. To her, it was as if Ryuji was simply waving his hand and making solid wooden planks materialize out of thin air, forming a staircase right before her eyes. Holy crap. Are you a mage or something? She stared at him in shock while also keeping an eye out in case he lost his balance and fell. But Ryuji just coughed again and waved a dismissive hand, unwilling to speak. Step by step, he descended. Every movement drained what little strength he had left. Each step felt like he was inching closer to death. By the time he was near the ground, his body could no longer hold out. He finally collapsed, falling forward. The world blurred as the ground rushed toward him, then suddenly, something soft cushioned his fall. His face pressed against an unbelievably plush, warm surface, accompanied by a faint scent of gunpowder. And an even fainter trace of cigarette smoke. Ryuji froze for a moment before realizing that the woman, who seemed to be Kiri, had just saved him. It was only then that he finally lowered his guard, allowing himself to relax. His body instinctively leaned against Kiri as she supported him, guiding him toward a relatively clean and flat section of asphalt where he could lie down and rest. But something felt off. Both of them noticed that the blonde woman, who had introduced herself as a doctor, was still trembling, making no move to come closer. Ryuji glanced at Lady Kiri, then tried to move his arm, only to find it completely unresponsive. Even lifting his head sent a wave of dizziness crashing over him. There was no time to waste. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out his makeshift scrap metal machine gun along with a few rounds of ammunition, pointing toward the back of the gas station. There are guns and ammo here. Over there, there's a pond and some tools to boil water. But be careful, this world is crawling with zombies. The only way to kill them is a shot to the head. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of dizziness hit him. His vision blurred, then went black. Lady Kiri watched as Ryuji collapsed again. Her gaze flickered to the suddenly appearing machine gun and bullets, and she scratched her head in confusion. Then, she turned toward the still trembling blonde doctor. She had been about to ask why the woman wasn't doing anything when she noticed how hard she was trying to maintain a composed expression, as if forcing herself not to completely break down in fear. Hemophobia? Lady Kiri muttered to herself. With a sigh, she decided not to press further. Instead, she picked up the machine gun and gathered a few scattered rounds before heading toward the back of the gas station. Fortunately, the pond behind the station hadn't been contaminated. Though its surface was covered in ash and plant debris, that was the least of their worries. Kiri used a section of her own clothing to filter out the worst of it before filling a container and carrying it back to Ryuji's side. She dipped a cloth into the water, gently wiping the blood and grime from his face. Then, without hesitation, she tore apart his already ruined clothing to inspect his injuries. This guy is ridiculously lucky. She muttered, clicking her tongue. His body was covered in deep cuts and bruises, and several of his bones were clearly dislocated. One of them was frighteningly close to piercing his lung, just a few millimeters off, and he wouldn't have survived long enough for them to find him. Hell, by all rights, he shouldn't have even made it this far. After cleaning away most of the blood, Kiri turned back to the trembling blonde woman, who still hadn't moved. I've done what I can, but there's still more that needs to be treated, she said bluntly. Can you actually heal him or not? She had already guessed that the woman was dealing with some kind of trauma, but Ryuji's condition was too severe to wait. The blonde woman hesitated for a moment, then clenched her fists. I'll try. Just take my hand and place it on his chest. I can heal him. She turned away, squeezing her eyes shut. But even without looking, Kiri could still see her body trembling. Kiri wanted to ask how the hell she planned to heal someone without even looking at them, but then she remembered the strange abilities Ryuji had already displayed. Maybe this woman had her own kind of power too. The blonde woman, guided by Kiri, slowly approached Rigi and placed her hands on his wounds. Every time she touched the blood, Kiri could feel her hands trembling. Then, something incredible happened. A bright green glow suddenly radiated from the woman's palms. As the light seeped into Rigi's body, his wounds began to heal right before their eyes. His breathing, once weak and unsteady, gradually became calm and even. But there was a cost. Beads of sweat formed on the woman's forehead, and her body trembled more violently. Her movements became unsteady, as if she was on the verge of collapsing. In my chakra. Why is there so little of it? Her voice was weak and confused. As she continued healing Rigi, she could feel her own strength draining at an alarming rate, something that had never happened before. Then, just as Rigi's eyes fluttered open, the woman lost her balance and collapsed, straight onto him. The first thing Rigi saw upon waking was the bright sun overhead. The second was a blur of white softness crashing into his face. His breath caught. His brain, already deprived of oxygen, short-circuited once again. And before he could even process what had happened, darkness swallowed him whole once more. Chapter 18. Unable to trust each other. When Rigi woke up again, he found himself inside a tent. The first thing he noticed was the rich aroma of meat soup lingering in the air. His head was still a little foggy, but he forced himself to sit up and crawl off the makeshift bed. To his surprise, although his limbs still ached slightly and were now secured with crude splints made of small branches, the pain in his internal organs and head had completely vanished. Even when he moved his arms, there was only a faint sting, no sharp pain, no unbearable soreness. Strange. How long was I unconscious? Stepping out of the tent, the first thing he saw was a small bonfire, with two women sitting beside it, cooking meat in a metal pot. They were still dressed the same way he had last seen them. As his mind cleared, he focused on the tomboyish woman tending the fire. Hesitantly, he called out, "Lady Kiri?" Hearing her name, the woman stirring the pot turned her head and flashed him a confident grin, waving the wooden stick she was using as a makeshift ladle. "Oh, you're finally up. The food will be ready in a bit. Just sit tight and wait. Oh, and this here is Tsunade Senju. She's the one who saved you. You should really thank her." Tsunade Senju? Ryuji's mind froze for a moment. Of course, he recognized that name. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to be that Tsunade, from Naruto. But hemophobia? Have all her loved ones already died? He couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. Without hesitation, he gave a slight bow. "Thank you for saving my life." Tsunade, however, barely reacted. She sat in silence, gazing into the bubbling pot of meat with a deeply troubled expression. "Don't mention it. It came at a price." She finally turned to look at him, her golden eyes sharp and demanding. "As payment, you owe us an explanation. What exactly is going on in this world?" She was deeply unsettled. One moment, she had been leaving Konoha with Shizune, planning to live a peaceful life, and the next, she was here. Surrounded by corpses, blood, and devastation. For a fleeting moment, she had thought she had died and gone to hell. Ryuji let out a heavy sigh and sank to the ground. "Honestly, this place isn't much different from hell." Then, he began to explain. This world was struck by an unknown catastrophe that turned humans into mindless, flesh-eating corpses. The only way to kill them is to destroy their brains. But the worst part isn't just the zombies, it's this world's strange rules. Every time we kill a zombie, we gain experience points. These points level us up, granting us abilities unique to this world. The powers you've seen, like conjuring objects out of thin air, come from this system. He paused for a moment and instinctively opened his status screen. What he saw shocked him. He had reached level 51. Quickly, he browsed through the interface. Not only had his map function unlocked, but the quests and skills tabs were now accessible as well. Even stranger, a clock had appeared at the top of his vision, alongside cardinal direction markers, telling him it was precisely 8:20 a.m. and that he was facing north. His quest log, however, was completely empty. As for skills, only basic attributes, perception, strength, endurance, agility, and intelligence, could be leveled up. Special abilities remained locked, but at least now he could see that they existed. Still, he only had one skill point. He wasn't sure which stat to upgrade just yet. But this gave him hope. A real chance at surviving the next zombie horde. No. With these two here. His eyes flickered between Tsunade and Lady Kiri, and his anxiety eased a little. Kiri's combat skills were unknown, but if she had survived in a place like Empyrean, she had to be formidable. Tsunade, on the other hand, she was a powerhouse. Even if she couldn't fight due to her hemophobia, she could still build fortifications. At the very least, she'd be excellent at mining. The moment of contemplation was broken when Kelly spoke up. "So you're saying that summoning wood and creating weapons from thin air is actually a power granted by this world?" I thought you had some kind of storage equipment. She tilted her head, clearly intrigued. More importantly, do you have a way to return? Tsunade nodded slightly. The first time she had seen Ryuji summon wooden barricades, she had nearly mistaken it for the legendary wood release technique. But it seemed to be something else entirely. Ryuji confirmed their suspicions with a nod. Yes. And by spending experience points, I can turn you both into players. As repayment for saving my life. Would you like to become one? Kiri and Tsunade still looked skeptical, so he decided to explain further. Without player status, you can't interact with the unique elements of this world. For example, see that intact building over there? Inside is a merchant. She looks human, but she isn't. You can't harm her or her shop in any way. And unless you're a player, you won't even be able to buy items from her. Then, a thought struck him. By the way, how long was I unconscious? 1 day. Shit. Ryuji's expression darkened. That means we only have 4 days until the next zombie horde. He clenched his fists. 4 days was nowhere near enough time. They wouldn't be able to build proper defenses. The only viable solution was to dig an underground shelter. Zombie horde? Yeah. Every 7 days, a massive swarm of zombies moves in a single direction. When the moon turns blood red, they will all rush toward you, destroying everything in their path. I barely survived the last one. And looking back, it was probably the gas station fire that saved me. Kiri crossed her arms, deep in thought, while Tsunade's expression turned ice cold. And what about returning home? Ryuji hesitated for a moment before finally answering. I haven't found a way back yet. But I know there has to be one. He accepted the cup of hot water Kiri handed him, taking a slow sip. As he looked up at the clear sky, one thought lingered in his mind. Is Arena safe? I see. Kiri tapped her fingers against her arm, clearly weighing her options. Meanwhile, Tsunade's gaze sharpened. Her voice carried a chill as she pressed him further. Forget the player thing for now. If you were brought here suddenly, then does that mean you had a companion with you? Were you able to send her back? She stared directly into his eyes. And does your so-called method of returning home come with a price? Ryuji met her gaze, sensing the heavy weight behind her words. Without hesitation, he nodded. He had no reason to hide the truth. Yes, I sent her back to her original world. As for the method I mentioned, I discovered it through that experience. Because of fear, desperation, and other emotions, we ended up together. After that, I realized I had a unique ability. Whenever I share an emotional connection with someone, I gain a type of energy. Once I accumulate 1,000 points, I can send someone back. But whether they actually return to their original world or not, I don't know. Huh? Kiri tilted her head, pointing at herself. So you're saying, if I want to go back, I have to sleep with you? What kind of ridiculous method is that? You're just taking advantage of the situation. Her expression was one of sheer disbelief. Well, that's the information I have so far, Ryuji admitted awkwardly. But I don't think physical intimacy is the only requirement. Since it's based on emotional connection, maybe if we form a strong enough bond as companions, it could work too. Tsunade turned away, saying nothing. Let's hope so, she muttered. She still wasn't convinced that Ryuji wasn't behind everything. This was a bizarre world, after all, and so far, she had only encountered him. If she blindly believed everything he said, that would be far too foolish. Ryuji understood this. Tsunade was a ninja, trusting people so easily wasn't in her nature. As for Kiri, if she were the type to believe strangers without question, she would have been dead long ago. I know it's hard for you to trust me, Ryuji said seriously. But with the upcoming zombie horde, I hope you can at least work with me for now. Since he couldn't gain their trust immediately, he decided to act first and prove himself later. The first thing he needed to do was dig an underground shelter. Building a fortress wouldn't work. He had seen firsthand how overwhelming the last zombie horde was. A towering structure wouldn't hold. So instead, he would rely on honesty and transparency. I won't force you to do anything, he continued. You're free to explore and seek out the truth of this world on your own. But as a token of gratitude for saving me, I can provide you with supplies and food. Just please be careful. Avoid getting scratched at all costs. Without medicine, infection is highly likely. And if you ever encounter a screamer zombie, kill it immediately. They can summon more of their kind and drastically increase their speed and strength. He paused, then added, one more thing. No matter where you go or what you find, return by the 3rd day. If you don't have a safe shelter by then, you won't survive the upcoming horde. His tone was grave, he held nothing back. I see. Tsunade exchanged a glance with Kiri. Kiri nodded. All right. Then we'll be counting on you for now. This was the best compromise they could reach. Both women planned to explore their surroundings before deciding whether to trust Ryuji completely. But they appreciated his straightforward attitude. After discussing a few more details, such as different zombie types, they sat down for a quiet meal. Kiri's meat stew. Well, it was edible. But compared to the gourmet dishes Arena had made, it was nothing. Still, in times like these, he wasn't about to be picky. Once they finished eating, the two women prepared to head out. Neither of them even glanced at the mysterious merchant nearby. Ryuji stayed behind, watching their figures gradually disappear from the ruined town. He let out a sigh. What a shame. If Tsunade and Kiri had trusted him more, things would be much easier. Kelly had taken his scrap metal machine gun, but she didn't take all the ammo, just about 100 rounds. Meanwhile, Tsunade didn't take anything at all, seemingly trusting Kiri to protect her. Now, it was time for him to get to work. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji entered the merchant's shop. It looked exactly the same as before, untouched, unchanging. The merchant, as always, wore a polite smile, sitting still as if she were just a lifeless NPC. Without a word, Ryuji opened the merchant's menu and selected "Do you have any work for me?" The moment he did, the merchant suddenly moved. "Oh, you came at the perfect time. I have plenty of tasks that need doing." Her English was crisp and clear, yet somehow, he understood her perfectly. Her voice wasn't as charming as Arena's haughty tone, but it carried a soothing warmth. Then, a list of tasks appeared before him. Clear out all zombies in the fire station, 214 meters away. Retrieve smuggled goods from a 3-story building, 200 meters away. Gather food supplies from a wooden White House, 160 meters away. Clear all zombies from a wooden cabin, 121 meters away. Ryuji scanned the list and immediately selected the fourth task. It was the closest. He wanted to test how this world's quests functioned. More importantly, the town was completely burned to the ground. There shouldn't be any intact wooden cabins left. Would zombies just spawn out of thin air? Would he simply complete the quest by stepping into the designated area? The merchant's cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Wonderful. The last people I hired died trying to do that. I was just wondering who could help me next. A quest notification popped up in his vision. His map now displayed a large exclamation mark over a particular location, with the word clear marked beside it. So, the cabin's destruction didn't affect the quest mechanics. Did that mean zombies would magically appear when he arrived? Or would the quest auto-complete the moment he stepped in? Just when he turned to leave, a sudden thought struck him. The merchant. Could she be used to level up his endless traveler ability? His gaze flickered to the woman, who remained seated, her revealing outfit the same as before. Ryuji found himself hesitating. Should he do it? Or should he hold back? One thing was clear. The moment he started debating it, it meant the idea had already taken root. But for now. Not yet. Chapter 19, The Clever Use of Skill Points. After accepting the quest, Ryuji didn't head directly to the mission site. Instead, he sold 3 stacks of robot turret ammunition, purchased some materials, and crafted another pipe machine gun before setting off. Along the way, he saw no zombies, only ruins charred by fire. There might still be usable supplies in those ruins, but scavenging through them would take more than just a day or two. For Ryuji, it wasn't worth the effort. He didn't even spare them a glance as he marched straight toward his destination. Since it wasn't far, he soon encountered a large, floating yellow exclamation mark bobbing in the air. This overtly game-like visual in the real world made him uncomfortable. Still, he had to test it. Alright, let's see how this system actually works. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji activated the quest marker. He expected one of two things: either zombies would spawn out of thin air, or the mission would be instantly completed. But what appeared in front of him was a house. Yes, a fully intact house. The ruins that had been there just moments ago vanished, replaced by a building with its windows and doors sealed shut with iron plates. He stared in stunned silence for a couple of seconds before peeking through one of the windows. Inside, a zombie stood motionless in an eerie slumber. More importantly, he recognized this place. He had scavenged here before. He distinctly remembered finding a can of luncheon meat on that very table. But now, there were 2 or 3 cans of peas instead. This is actually fantastic news. That meant he would never run out of supplies. Raising an eyebrow in excitement, Ryuji aimed his machine gun at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, shaking the quiet air. The bullet struck true, and the zombie's head exploded in a shower of blood and brain matter. The noise immediately alerted the other zombies in the house. They staggered out of bedrooms and cupboards, snarling as they lunged toward him. Ryuji picked them off one by one with precise shots, shattering their skulls until none were left standing. Then, without hesitation, he vaulted through the window and cleared the remaining zombies inside. An interesting discovery followed. His interface's directional compass displayed red blips, indicating enemy presence. When he approached those blips, he found hidden zombies lurking in corners. A minimap now? That's really convenient. Smirking, he fired his last few shots, eliminating the final zombie. The quest completion notification flashed before him, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he thoroughly scavenged the house once more. Unfortunately, the haul was still disappointing, just some canned food and a few pieces of clothing, nothing truly valuable. Back at the merchant's shop, Ryuji turned in the mission. Immediately, a new interface popped up, and the female trader's voice rang out. "Thank you for helping me with this task. I wouldn't have known what to do without you. Here is your reward, please choose one." He glanced at the reward options. Minus 4,500 experience points, minus 600 Duke's Casino tokens, minus 1 skill point, a wrench, a medical kit. Ryuji clicked his tongue in surprise. That was a generous reward for just killing a few zombies. If quest locations refreshed into lootable areas, then he could farm high-value locations repeatedly. This is the real way to play this world. He couldn't help but laugh. Surviving on his own had been an uphill battle, but now he had an efficient system to gain resources. Then, he glanced at his level. Level 51. Seriously? You need level 50 just to unlock quests? That means killing at least 1,000 zombies. If I hadn't been lucky enough to set that gas station on fire, I'd probably still be stuck at level 40 or something. It was clear, this world wasn't kind to ordinary survivors. With a sigh, he chose the wrench as his reward. While the medical kit seemed useful, the wrench was the smarter choice. According to the item description, it was essential for salvaging mechanical parts from electrical appliances, components he needed for crafting advanced gear. Alright, time to take on the next mission. After accepting a supply retrieval quest, Ryuji hesitated. He had 2 unused skill points. Curious about their effects, he opened his skill tree and allocated 1 point into stamina. The moment he did, a strange sensation surged through his body. His fatigue vanished instantly, and his breathing became steadier. Every movement felt lighter and more efficient. It was exhilarating. The comfort was so overwhelming that he instinctively placed the second skill point into stamina as well. What followed was a threefold intensity of that sensation. A powerful rush of energy and vitality flooded his system, nearly knocking him off his feet. He gasped, savoring the feeling. For the first time in years, he felt invincible, as if he had regained the peak endurance of his youth. His vision sharpened. Even distant objects 50 meters away appeared crystal clear. He blinked. Wait a second. Wasn't I slightly nearsighted? His poor eyesight had completely healed. Glancing down at himself, he noticed another change. His once sluggish and tired body now felt powerful. Whoa. Okay, that's new. He immediately checked his stomach. The slight belly, often mocked by Irina, that he had gained from years of desk work was still there. However, something else had changed. His little brother, which had lost its spirit due to the severe damage to his body, was now full of energy, with his head held high, a desire. A primal need to unleash its newfound energy. He threw a punch in the air with all his strength. The feeling was completely different from before. He could easily feel that this was not his full strength, nor was it his limit. If he wanted to, he could punch with all his strength dozens of times in a row. He felt that the energy he consumed when he moved was reduced. This is no longer the useless white-collar worker who had worked for several years. This is true power. Ryuji clenched his fist. He felt much more energetic now. If he met Irina again, he would definitely crush her. Purely in terms of strength, of course. It's a pity that although my strength has increased, my physique has not changed. Ryuji looked at his slightly bulging belly and sighed helplessly. He was very envious of those bodybuilders, but unfortunately, his body was still that of a shabby white-collar worker. It seemed that if he wanted to have a good body, he still had to exercise. Well, at this rate, after a while, even if I'm not in good shape, I'll look good. Ryuji complained, then put his clothes back on and prepared to leave. He is now full of energy and vitality. He is determined to complete all of the merchant's quest and then see whether the quests reset. If not, he planned to start mining and digging tunnels. If they do refresh, continue to do the task. After all, only when he becomes stronger, can you mine and dig better, and fight against the enemy. But as soon as he took a step, the feeling of friction between the soft yet hard object and the zipper of his pants suddenly reached his heart and soul. He fell to his knees and almost cried out in pain, which was humiliating. Why is it so energetic? And is this what they call a bad start? Ryuji, who was kneeling on the ground, endured the pain and couldn't help but complain. It would have been nice if he was wearing his original clothes, but unfortunately, most of them were in tatters and it was obvious that his clothes had been cut apart in order to save him. It would have been fine if I had no energy like before. But now that he was full of energy, this was a painful situation. He tried to adjust himself, but unfortunately it didn't work at all. Changing the pants was not realistic at all because the merchant didn't sell pants here. Glancing at his own hands, which were covered in blisters and calluses, they were no better than the zipper. Ryuji could only helplessly look at the female merchant who had been looking at him with a smile. "I'm sorry, but I can't help it." Taking a deep breath, Ryuji, who was actually under a lot of pressure, closed the door of the room, blocked the window with his coat, and bowed to the female merchant. "I'm about to do something to you. If you object, just blink." The merchant still remained motionless. "Okay, then I'll borrow your butt for a bit." "Don't worry. I'll just rub it, I won't go in." Ryuji nodded to himself, stepped across the table to the back of the merchant, grabbed her denim shorts, pulled them down, and then squeezed his battered thing into that plump cleavage. Suddenly, he let out a relieved sound. "Ah." Chapter 20, The Merchant. The soft sensation brought a very comfortable experience, especially when Ryuji found that with his movement, the female merchant in front of him, who had no will at all, faintly reacting to his movements, her breathing quickened. This made him curious. Although her skin is a little rough to the touch, it was very soft, and her feminine scent is much stronger than Orina's. Only when you hug this slightly plump body, you will feel how satisfied you are. It is different from Orina's figure. No matter how plump Orina is, she is just a girl. But the woman in front of him looks like a woman who is almost 30 years old. At the beginning, Ryuji just held her waist, which was still slender but much more fleshy than Orina's. But he needed more stimulation, so his hands started roaming and exploring her body, which amplified his sensations. Her hips were much bigger and more perky than Orina's, and it was obvious that she was a mature woman. After all, in this extremely stressful world, even normal women would pursue some small primitive pleasures to relieve their stress. However, it was obvious that this beautiful lady had not done such a thing, because when Ryuji was checking, his fingers felt a slight obstruction. Seeking more stimulation, his hands continued to crawl forward. Soon he found two soft mounds. There was a faintly visible valley nestled between the two mounds. The untouched terrain intruded him, his curiosity guiding his movements. First gently, then firmly he traced the curves, then teasing the two small strawberries. A mixture of longing coursed through him. He stared to suck the pink strawberries, biting on them gently, but he couldn't detect any fruity flavor. "What a pity," he murmured quietly to himself. Ryuji, who didn't get to taste the strawberry flavor, shifted his focus. His hands continued to explore down the hillside, passing through a dark triangle area. He discovered a terrain that was warm, wet and unexpectedly inviting. The feeling so softness and moist texture that clung to his fingers was stark contrast to the firmer mounds he had encountered earlier. Amid this hidden terrain lay a small pearl that was demanding his attention. His fingers gently played with the pearl, earning him subtle reactions from the merchant. His earlier resolve faltered. Unknowingly, Ryuji allowed his instincts to guide him further, his movements crossing the line he consciously intended to pass. Ryuji, who was pursuing more excitement, his little brother naturally entered the valley. When he infiltrated into it, broke through the restraints in one breath and rushed to the extremely desirable place, he realized what he had done. Ah! This. Ryuji was sure that he had no intention of coming in at first, but to be honest, the rubbing action could really make it easy for people to come in. However, this thick, fleshy feeling was very intoxicating. Although the female merchant still had a smile on her face, Ryuji could feel that his little brother was still wanting more. Although he felt much better after coming, he was also trapped deep in the cave, which was constantly shrinking and constantly stimulating his senses. "I'm sorry, but..." Ryuji couldn't say anything. Things had came to this point and there was no way he could stop, so he just took a deep breath and continued his exploration. The merchant was silent, but her body is very honest, even too honest. Oh my god. Ryuji really couldn't bear it anymore, and he hugged the plump body of the female merchant while panting. Then after a while, he let go of the female merchant's body while panting. The female merchant remained motionless, and it was obvious that she accepted all the gifts Ryuji had just given her without any exclusion. Ryuji didn't have much to think about at this moment. He leaned against the counter, looking at the merchant's slightly wet thighs, and found that he was energetic again. This discovery made him feel extremely horrified, because even when he was playing with Arena, it took him some time to continue. For example, there is a period of hugging and kissing, and a period of flirting, or even teasing. But now, this aspect of himself has returned to when he was 16 or 17 years old, but it is different from when he was 16 or 17 years old. At that time, there was no women. So he vented all my energy through dreams and games. With a sigh, Ryuji inserted his fingers deep into the vagina, trying to retrieve what he had left inside the female merchant, but unfortunately, the only response he got was the huge suction that tightly wrapped around his fingers. and the door of that place was tightly closed. Recalling his previous experience of being swallowed by a carnivorous plant, Ryuji couldn't help but complain. Damn. It's actually this type. Isn't his something that only exists in novels? So, he had no choice but to enter again, hoping to release some things in this way. After all, if you want to get something from a greedy person, you have to pay something. This time, Ryuji once again felt like being wrapped by a carnivorous plant. When the merchant's body reached its limit again, Ryuji wanted to withdraw so that the things inside could come out. But unfortunately, he felt a very strong suction force, and he could not help but groan. However, his remaining rationality made him quickly press the female merchant's lower abdomen. Only then, when he pulled it out, to his surprise, small amount of what he had left inside began to flow out. This is just. Ryuji didn't know how to comment. He took out a bottle of water and wanted to wash away the marks on the merchant's body. However, he couldn't do it because he couldn't change the merchant's posture. And the method of stuffing the bottle directly into her was too weird. He resorted to patting her lightly on the hip with a resigned sigh. That was something Ryuji could only pack up hastily and put on the merchant's clothes. But when leaving, he felt a little guilty, so he opened the merchant's shop and bought a bottle of honey. "Oh, thank you for stopping by." The merchant spoke again according to the rules of this world, but Ryuji was stunned because the water stains disappeared. That's right, the water stains on the merchant's legs and the water stains where she was standing disappeared. Ryuji was silent for a moment, then stepped over the counter again, unbuttoned the merchant's shorts, and then reached his hand into the place he had just entered. Clean and tidy. Whatever he had left behind, or whatever she had left behind, had disappeared, leaving only a soft, damp, and squeezing feeling. It was as if he had never even been there. Aside from some scattered clothing, not even a single strand of hair had been displaced. Well, I guess that's convenient. Never mind. Ryuji didn't know how to feel about it, but it certainly saved him the trouble of cleaning up. Still, he carefully pressed down on the woman's abdomen, making sure there was nothing inside before finally breathing a sigh of relief. As long as she's not pregnant, it's fine. But that shouldn't be possible. To be honest, he felt like his moral standards had been slipping because of his actions. But at this point, there wasn't much else to say. After addressing the female merchant, he wasted no time heading toward his mission objective. He had already lost nearly an hour, he couldn't afford any further delays. As he ran, he tossed the remaining scrap metal from his inventory into the forge to be smelted into iron ingots. These were the foundation of everything, so he had to keep making them. Upon reaching the mission site, the familiar yellow exclamation mark hovered in the air. After confirming the task, a large residential building materialized before him. Without hesitation, Ryuji smashed through a window, swiftly eliminating the 4 or 5 zombies inside before locating the leather bag required for the mission. After storing the bag in his inventory, he pulled out his wrench and got to work dismantling the household appliances. Doorknobs, televisions, fans, each yielded mechanical parts, electronic components, and even some scrap plastic. When it came to beds, he could get short iron pipes from certain types, which once again made him curse the difficulty of this world. After stripping the house of all valuable materials, Ryuji returned to the merchant's shop, tossing more scrap iron, lead, and brass into the forge before quickly turning in his completed mission. This time, the reward was another skill point, but the item selection was a lackluster, a helmet light mod and an iron pickaxe. Since he could already craft iron tools himself, he didn't hesitate to pick the pickaxe and immediately took on another mission before rushing back out. The third mission was just as straightforward as the previous ones, no real danger, just simple objectives. The only exception was the food supply mission, which required him to dig up a buried stash. Opening the storage crate triggered a zombie spawn, but that was easy enough to handle. The rewards, however, were generous. Unlike other missions, he got to keep the food he collected instead of turning it in. It took him only an hour to complete both remaining missions, and with the female merchant offering no further quests, he checked his rewards. 1 iron axe and 20 Molotov cocktails. He nodded in satisfaction. The axe came with a heat insulation mod, which he ignored. The Molotovs, however, came with an alternative reward, 100 rounds of ammunition. Ryuji hesitated for a moment before choosing the Molotovs. He was running low on bullets, but more importantly, he lacked effective means of dealing with large groups of zombies. Checking his available skill points, he found he now had 3. He clenched his fist, already feeling the benefits of his increased stamina. If this were before, these missions would have taken at least 2 to 3 hours, and he'd be exhausted. But now, he still felt full of energy, as if he hadn't exerted himself at all. If the merchant had more quests, he could have easily taken on another round. So, should I invest in strength or keep upgrading stamina? After some thought, he decided to put 1 point into strength to test it out. As soon as he allocated the point, a wave of energy surged through his body, filling him with a nourishing, revitalizing sensation. But unlike when he upgraded stamina, this time, the comfort wasn't as overwhelming, it was more subtle. He simply felt that his backpack had become noticeably lighter. That's unexpected. Curious, he took out his iron axe and weighed it in his hand. It felt at least twice as light as before. Swinging it experimentally, he found that he only needed half the effort he used to. Which meant he would use less stamina as well. Not bad at all. Ryuji chuckled, placing the axe back into his inventory. That was a solid improvement. However, no matter how strong he got, he still wasn't on par with the zombies. Right now, the most important thing was fortifying his defenses. With the system's crafting tools, brute strength wasn't his priority, durability was. Just as he was about to allocate the remaining points, he hesitated. Thinking back to his earlier awkward situation, he shot an embarrassed glance toward the female merchant. Then, making sure the door was locked and the windows were sealed, he got to work. This time, however, he wasn't standing behind her, he was in front, half bent at the waist. He'd always wanted to try this position, but Irina had the god tongue ability. If he did this to her, she'd probably vomit, literally. So, this mindless NPC was the perfect test subject. I feel like my standards are dropping lower and lower. Muttering to himself, he unhesitatingly assigned the remaining 2 points into stamina. The next moment, an overwhelming wave of pleasure hit him, 8 times stronger than before. It lasted so long that he instinctively grabbed the female merchant's head, pushing himself deeper. It was warm, soft, and wet, though the lack of movement on her part made it feel somewhat off. And since she didn't react, the experience was underwhelming. For a moment, he wondered why he had even bothered. With a sigh, he finished quickly, some of his cum even spilling from her nose. Forgot her tongue doesn't move. Not that great. Making that mental note, he realized the fire in his chest hadn't fully subsided. So, he moved behind her, firmly gripping her waist, whispering an apology before continuing. Once his physical urges were taken care of, Ryuji resumed mining. This time, he was much better prepared. His iron pickaxe and shovel were a vast improvement over his old stone axe. He also noticed that his increased strength boosted his mining speed. The zombie corpses from earlier had disappeared, though he wasn't sure if that was a game mechanic or something else. Either way, he continued digging downward, aiming for 2 objectives. He had no intention of going straight underground. First, he needed to build a fortress. Then, beneath that, he would dig a deeper shelter. It was a risky and time-consuming project, but it was necessary. He had to understand the mechanics of the zombie horde and how he had survived that night. He also needed to accumulate experience and fully grasp the rules of this world. A secure base was essential. Otherwise, he would just be drifting aimlessly through this world, and even with an NPC to relieve stress, he knew he'd eventually lose his mind. After all, he couldn't fully trust others like him who had been transported here. Tsunade and Nikiri were characters he recognized, yet despite his honesty, they still treated him with caution. So, for now, the only person he could trust was himself. As he continued mining, lost in thought, his pickaxe suddenly struck something with a crisp clang. He froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. He had hit the underground portion of the merchant's shop. It's invincible even down here? Ryuji was stunned. He had dug nearly 10 meters deep, yet this section was still completely indestructible. No matter how hard he struck, he couldn't leave a single mark. Frowning, he dug 5 meters deeper, making a larger pit before striking the shop's walls again. Another clang. Unscathed. Clicking his tongue, he decided to test something. He took out a wooden frame and attempted to place it on the indestructible structure. He didn't expect it to work. After all, he and Irina had already tested placing objects near the shop before. It was impossible within a certain range. But this time, it worked. The frame locked into place as if it were any other structure. And it had the same system-generated properties as everything else. Chapter 21, Initial Cooperation. If I dig out all the walls around the trader's shop, creating a massive pit that turns the building into an isolated island, wouldn't that make this place an absolute safe zone? Ryuji stared at the newly formed stone blocks on the indestructible walls, unable to stop himself from entertaining the idea. After all, if the walls were truly invincible, then their defensive capabilities were not even a concern. He could simply focus on reinforcing other areas. However, the problem was that this would be an enormous project, one that he could never complete alone before the next blood moon. If he forced it, the outcome was clear. He would be drowned by an endless sea of zombies. If there were 3 of them working together, it might be possible, but at a steep cost. They would have to devote all their time to the task, leaving them no room for anything else. Moreover, this plan would make the trader's shop their only escape route. If they miscalculated the number of zombies, they wouldn't even have a way to flee. Unless they found an item that could make them fly or increase their numbers, this plan was simply out of reach. Damn it. But if I had more people, why wouldn't I just build a more advanced bunker instead? Ryuji sighed in frustration as he examined the indestructible wall. If he had a few dozen people, then forget about defensive walls. If they had enough machine guns and ammunition, they could probably fight through the horde head-on. After all, these zombies would die if their brains were shot, and they'd lose combat effectiveness if their bodies were torn apart. They weren't the supernatural kind of undead. With a dozen machine guns mounted in place, a sturdy fortress, and a supply of Molotovs, they could hold out without much difficulty. The remaining survivors could handle specialized zombies, patch up weak spots, and keep everything under control. But the real issue was, he didn't have that many people. And if he did, he wouldn't need the indestructible walls in the first place. What a waste. I guess I'll see if I can at least dig a big hole around the shop. Ryuji sighed helplessly. The memory of that ocean of corpses from before sent a shiver down his spine. Shaking off the unease, he continued mining. Time passed quickly. By the time Ryuji started feeling hungry, the sky had already darkened. He glanced at the ruined RV, now little more than scrap metal, and sighed. Then, he began constructing a shelter for himself. A 2-story wooden frame, with an opening left for a window. He reinforced it with his stone axe, upgrading each part. In no time, a standard wooden shack stood before him. He also set up a fence made of wooden frames to keep zombies from attacking the building directly and to give himself a better position to fight from. But no matter how he looked at it, the setup felt awkward. At least he had remembered to add wooden planks beneath the structure, creating a proper floor so he wouldn't have to sleep on the asphalt. The only problem was, he had no bed. He checked his crafting menu, but there was no bed or even a sleeping bag. Left with no other choice, he returned to the abandoned houses he had raided earlier and scavenged blankets and bedding, deciding to make do for the night. Tomorrow, he'd check if any mission-generated houses had beds, or maybe he'd try building one himself. Before settling in, he made a quick trip back to the trader's shop. This time, he didn't do anything questionable with a female merchant. He simply bought some meat, added more fuel and raw materials to the forge, and continued smelting iron ingots for future crafting. Then, without warning, he was suddenly teleported outside. So I was right. You can't stay inside the shop at night. Watching as the shop's doors shut tight, Ryuji let out a resigned sigh and made his way back to his shelter. He gathered some branches, cleaned them up, and started a fire just outside his house to roast the meat. As the rich aroma of grilled meat filled the air, a sense of loneliness crept up on him. Before, Arena had always been by his side. She might not have dared to speak loudly at night, afraid of attracting those bolt-like zombies, but at least she had been there. Now, Ryuji wasn't afraid of the zombies anymore. If anything, he wished they'd come so he could farm some more experience. He glanced at his experience bar, it was just a sliver away from leveling up. While roasting his meat, he thought about his next steps. Since he knew nothing about real-world architecture, he couldn't build a defense space using steel-reinforced concrete. He'd have to rely on this world's defensive structures instead. Which meant layering defenses. I really need to find a cement mixer soon. Ryuji mulled over his options. There was a broken mixer in the trader's shop, along with a damaged chemistry station. Neither of them worked. Fortunately, after checking the required materials, he realized he could probably gather enough parts to craft a new chemistry station by tomorrow. Once that was done, he wouldn't have to manually mix gunpowder anymore, and his production rate would skyrocket. Man, I feel lonely. His eyes drifted toward the trader's shop. He had actually leveled up earlier while mining, but he hadn't allocated his skill points yet. He had been too busy working, and by the time he had a moment to spare, the shop had already closed. Now, he wasn't sure whether to assign his points just yet. Even if he wasn't planning to do anything, simply having someone around would have made him feel a lot better. A deep sense of solitude weighed on him as he stared at the fire. The wind howled through the dead silence of the night, making him feel even more isolated. Back when Arena was with him, they had relied on each other, and the loneliness hadn't been as overwhelming. But now, he felt it completely. Especially in this dangerous world. He hurriedly ate his roasted meat and returned to his small shack. Curling up under the musty, unfamiliar blankets, he drifted into a restless sleep. Meanwhile, 2 other outsiders were not having an easy time. These things just keep coming. Kiri fired rapidly, the makeshift machine gun Ryuji had crafted roaring to life in her hands. Each bullet drilled into a zombie's eye socket, shattering its brain in an instant. Beside her, Tsunade was trembling. She clung to a small tree, her eyes shut tightly. But the moment Kiri's panicked voice rang out, she swung the tree like a club, sending zombies flying. Damn it. This world is insane. Kiri was utterly frustrated. Ever since she arrived in this world, many of her practical combat techniques and firearm skills had become unusable. Even her physical strength had been reduced to the level of an ordinary person in this world compared to her own world. To make matters worse, the bullets Rigi provided didn't match the caliber of her revolver, significantly reducing her combat effectiveness. Tsunade was in an even worse situation. Her hemophobia already put her at a major disadvantage in this world, but on top of that, the food here barely filled her stomach, and even the air seemed to lack something essential. As a result, her stamina and strength had been weakened dozens of times over. Otherwise, no matter how severe Rigi's injuries were, even using the most chakra-intensive healing techniques wouldn't have made her feel exhausted. Damn it! Kiri cursed as she quickly hurled a homemade grenade forward. Then, grabbing Tsunade, who had her eyes shut, she dashed toward a bridge they had crossed earlier. After parting ways with Rigi, they had set out for another small town. But the moment Kiri fired her first shot in that town, everything went downhill. Gathering supplies and dealing with the ordinary zombies hadn't been much of a challenge. However, they had completely misjudged the true danger of the nighttime zombies Rigi had warned them about, simply because of how harmless they had seemed during the day. So, when Kiri spotted a zombie approaching their camp, she didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. That was when every single zombie in the town came rushing toward them. Looks like that guy was telling the truth. Panting heavily on the bridge, Kiri glanced at Tsunade, who was also struggling to catch her breath. Shit. I really have turned into a player. She stared at the pressy to pick up prompt hovering over her gun, cursing under her breath. Her trust in Rigi skyrocketed in an instant. It seems like he wasn't lying about most things, Tsunade admitted, though her mind was still filled with questions. But why did he say that stuff earlier? Anyway, here, these are explosive tags. Hurry and throw them. Suppressing her fear, Tsunade retrieved two strange paper talismans, pressed them onto a rock, and handed it to Kiri. Without hesitation, Kiri flung the rock forward. The explosion sent a large group of pursuing zombies flying, but before they could celebrate, the sound of more undead emerged from the distant forest. This is never ending. Kiri groaned, quickly firing precise shots while searching for high ground. But before she could act, Tsunade suddenly grabbed her by the waist and hoisted her up. What the hell are you doing? Kiri yelped in shock. The next moment, she saw strange markings spreading across Tsunade's body. Then, like an off-road vehicle in full throttle, Tsunade surged forward at incredible speed. Her heavy breathing ceased, replaced by a calm, steady voice. This is one of my secret techniques. It temporarily boosts my strength and speed. These creatures have a limited detection range. If we just run beyond it, they'll stop chasing us. Oh, I see. Kiri started to cheer, but immediately shut her mouth, halting her gunfire as well. Tsunade focused on minimizing her footsteps as she sprinted over 200 meters in a flash. Finally, she collapsed to her knees, her entire body trembling. When Kiri gracefully landed on the ground, she noticed Tsunade's usually fair skin was drenched in sweat, her strange markings still faintly visible. Clearly, despite her technique, the psychological toll was overwhelming. Glancing at the zombies behind them, Kiri observed how they had halted at the exact spot where the two had been moments ago. They now wandered aimlessly, as if searching for something. Around a 100-meter detection range. 10 times greater than during the day? That's a serious problem. Kiri checked her remaining bullets, realizing how few she had left. With no better option, she hoisted Tsunade onto her back and immediately started heading back toward Rigi. At this point, at least some of what Rigi had told them had been proven true. That meant they could work together. However, that return method he mentioned. I still don't trust it. Kiri muttered under her breath. The journey back was far smoother than expected. Since they had already cleared most of the zombies along the way during the day, the path was relatively safe. By the time they cautiously made it back to town, it was already around 2 or 3 in the morning. Fortunately, Tsunade had managed to recover somewhat from her hemophobia, sparing Kiri from carrying her the whole way. However, upon arriving, they were met with a bizarre sight. The ruins they remembered had changed. Some of the burned-down buildings remained, but several new, perfectly intact houses had appeared out of nowhere. At first, they thought they had taken a wrong turn. But upon spotting the same collapsed gas station and the untouched convenience store, they realized they were in the right place. Did those buildings appear because of him? Kiri pointed at the structures with a wry smile. Could this be related to those weird options I keep seeing? It's just like those video games played by the elites in the Imperial Army. It's possible, Tsunade mused. This world has too many strange elements. She wasn't particularly surprised. After all, her grandfather also possessed techniques capable of instantly creating buildings. What really mattered was the fact that Kiri had gained similar abilities, like storing her gun in some mysterious space and crafting strange items. Just as Riji had described. That was the main reason they had come back. As for the possibility that Kiri was secretly working for Riji, Tsunade glanced at Kiri's tomboyish grin. She dismissed the thought. Her greatest weakness had already been fully exposed to Kiri. If Kiri had been a spy for Riji, she would have made a move by now. But in the end, it didn't really matter. With her hemophobia, she had no chance of surviving in this world alone anyway. After walking a short distance, they spotted a small firewood shelter beside the merchant's hut. The structure looked completely out of place, but the lingering aroma of food left no doubt, Riji was here. Exchanging a glance, they silently agreed not to wake him. Instead, they set up a tent nearby, roasting meat over a small fire while waiting for dawn. The night passed quickly. When Riji woke up, the first thing he noticed through the window was the delicious smell of roasting meat. Stepping outside, he saw the two women sitting around the fire, casually enjoying their meal. "Morning, buddy. Come grab some food," Kiri greeted with a grin. Riji glanced at their slightly disheveled appearances but chose not to ask about their ordeal. Instead, he wordlessly approached and pulled out 2 bottles of honey from his inventory. Sweet things are the best way to start the morning. Both women accepted the bottles without hesitation but didn't drink, signaling that they weren't injured. Kiri's cooking was still as mediocre as ever, too greasy for a morning meal, so Riji took out some canned peas to balance it out. The 3 of them shared most of the food in mutual understanding. After eating, Tsunade finally spoke up. "Make me a player. My hemophobia makes it impossible for me to fight. I have no choice but to rely on you." As she spoke, Kiri sent a party and friend request notification to Riji. Without hesitation, he reached out and placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. As a surge of energy left his body, his experience bar dropped. At the same time, Tsunade felt something that had been suppressing her loosen ever so slightly. "This is interesting. My strength has recovered a little." Kiri clenched her fist and swung her arm. "So it wasn't just my imagination." Tsunade nodded. "It seems we'll need to level up to fully restore our abilities." Riji didn't comment. It wasn't his problem. However, there was something he needed to evaluate. Since strong individuals get suppressed in this world. "Tsunade, what's your current strength level?" Tsunade approached a nearby concrete utility pole. With a single punch, it shattered. Riji nodded. "How many of those can you do?" "3 with chakra. But if I'm just punching normally?" "All day." Riji considered this. Then, he handed her a pickaxe and an axe. "Miss Tsunade." Riji looked down at Tsunade, who was only 1.6 meters tall but had an incredibly big chest, and lowered his head seriously. "From now on, I'm counting on you. For mining duty." This was top-tier labor, a first-rate miner. Chapter 22, The Thoughts of a Miner? Tsunade's eye twitched. She had already decided to leave behind the path of a ninja, to graduate from that profession altogether. But never, absolutely never, had she imagined herself becoming a miner. Or worse, a construction worker. At the very least, she thought she might end up as a doctor or something similar. Yet here she was, entrusted with this role by Riji. The sheer absurdity of it left her speechless. "Well, in a few days, a massive horde of zombies will descend upon us. We can only rely on your strength to dig up enough materials for fortifications and defenses." "Of course, I'll be helping too," Riji added with a hasty smile, attempting to soften the blow. "Fine. I suppose in my current state, I wouldn't be much help in a fight anyway." Letting out a sigh, Tsunade slung the shovel Riji handed her over her shoulder. Resigned, she nodded and accepted her fate. "What about me, Riji?" Kiri suddenly jumped in, patting Riji on the shoulder with an expectant grin. "Well, it's the same for you. Since neither of you can take on quests yet, you'll have to mine together. Don't worry, once I finish my task, I'll come down and mine with you. And most importantly, you're also responsible for protecting Miss Tsunade." As he spoke, Riji pulled an iron shovel and pickaxe from his inventory and placed them in Kiri's eager hands. "Kiri," she stared at the tools, then exchanged a silent, exasperated look with Tsunade. Both of them sighed. "All right, fine. This world is weird enough as it is," Kiri muttered, resting the pickaxe on her shoulder. Then, she turned to Riji with curiosity. "You said you wanted to build a fortress. Shouldn't we get started right away?" "Yes, that's the plan. But first, we need to gather enough resources to make reinforced concrete. In short, just keep mining. Here's your supply pack, eat when you're hungry." Riji smiled as he handed Kiri a large stash of food, water, 2 short iron pipes, and over 100 rounds of ammunition. Then, finishing the last piece of roasted meat on his plate, he pointed to the nearby shop. "I have to complete a mission first. Once you've mined enough iron ore, You can start crafting turret ammunition. You learn some cash that way and buy whatever you need. Yeah. Kiri rolled her eyes, downed the last of her meat broth, and tossed the empty can into the campfire. So, in short, our top priority is leveling up and getting stronger. Exactly. No problem. With that, Kiri and Tsunade headed toward the mining pit Rigi had dug earlier. Watching them descend, Rigi turned on his heel and walked toward the shop. As usual, he locked the door behind him, greeted the female merchant, and swiftly hopped over the counter. Then, he pulled up his skill menu and began allocating points and then. Meanwhile, outside the store. What's taking him so long in there? Kiri glanced at the closed shop door, frowning in curiosity. No idea, Tsunade replied after a pause. But whatever it is, I doubt it's anything good. From her perspective, Ryuji was far from a proper warrior. In a world like this, what else could he be doing? Oh. I think I get it. Kiri's expression turned slightly disgusted. She had been around battlefields long enough to know what stressed-out soldiers tended to do in their downtime. Still, back in her world, at least there was music, video games, comics, and novels, not to mention the camaraderie of fellow warriors. But here? She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Not that I blame him, but that female merchant actually offers those kinds of services? She reached into her pocket, searching for a cigarette, only to come up empty-handed. With a sigh, she shook her head. She had been trying to get her hands on some tobacco for days now, but for some reason, she couldn't find any. This world was strange. It looked like a place where people once lived normal, full lives. But oddly enough, a lot of everyday necessities were just missing. For example, she'd searched high and low for a lathe or even a simple wrench. No luck. So, all she could do was carry the machine gun Ryuji had given her, unable to modify or craft her own revolvers. I have no idea. Tsunade diligently dug into the ground, her shovel striking the ore with ease. What took Ryuji 3 or 4 swings to break, she could shatter in a single hit. Even nearby rocks bore the collateral damage of her sheer strength. Watching the speed at which she mined, she finally understood why Ryuji hadn't started building a fortress yet. At this rate, they could construct an entire stronghold in just a single day. As they worked, Ryuji finally emerged from the store. He gave them a quick wave before hurrying off toward his mission. Kiri watched him disappear into the distance, pondering for a moment before turning to Tsunade. Hey. You wanna go check it out? She motioned toward the merchant's shop, a sly grin creeping onto her face. Tsunade shot her a deadpan look, unimpressed. Not interested. But I am. Without hesitation, Kiri tossed her pickaxe aside and strode toward the merchant's shop. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head, but ended up following along anyway. The two of them stepped inside, immediately catching a faint, peculiar scent in the air. However, to their surprise, the merchant's clothing was perfectly intact, and there were no visible signs of anything inappropriate. She really hasn't moved an inch, Kiri murmured, waving her hand in front of the merchant's face and even giving her a light shove. There was no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, Tsunade folded her arms, pressing her forearms against her ample chest as she watched Kiri poke and prod at the merchant. Exactly what are you expecting to find? She asked dryly. And aren't you the least bit worried about touching something unpleasant? The lingering scent in the air wasn't fooling her. As a medical ninja, she could tell exactly what had transpired here the moment Kiri opened the door. That was why she had initially hesitated to enter. But Kiri, who had spent years in war zones filled with blood, sweat, and gunpowder, was far less sensitive to such things. She continued rummaging through the merchant's belongings before letting out a sigh. No cigarettes. Again, she muttered in disappointment. Then, something clicked in her mind. Wait. But he didn't actually do anything to her, did he? Kiri scrutinized the merchant's pristine appearance. There were no signs of any physical contact, let alone anything improper. Tsunade blinked in mild surprise, peeking at the merchant herself. It was true, there were no marks, no wrinkles in her clothing, no disheveled hair. Realizing this, she exhaled sharply and rubbed her temple. Why do you even care? Isn't it obvious? Kiri leaned against the counter, tilting her head. I want to know what kind of guy he really is. No offense, but you and I both look pretty damn good. If one day he sends me off on some errand and leaves you alone, I need to know whether or not he'd, lose control. Tsunade frowned slightly, but Kiri continued. Besides, I also wanted to see if he had any, outlets for his stress. But based on what I'm seeing, this guy is way too pure. And those calluses on his hands. Kiri recalled the hardened scars and thick layers of calloused skin on Ryuji's palms. A chill ran down her spine. Tsunade remained silent. Because she knew Kiri was right. It doesn't matter, Tsunade finally said, her voice distant. Even if it came to that, it wouldn't matter. She was already as good as dead. She had abandoned her past world, and as long as she could stay alive, nothing else mattered. If she found herself in a situation where death was inevitable, then so be it. That's a terrible way to think. Kiri scoffed, waving a dismissive hand as she browsed the merchant's inventory. She purchased 2 bottles of beer with some scrap iron she had earned from mining, then took another look at the weapons on sale. She frowned. Damn it, they're expensive as hell. Over 10,000 bucks for a single gun? Back in my world, I could get one for a few hundred. She let out a frustrated sigh, shaking her head before handing one of the bears to Tsunade. Tsunade chuckled softly but said nothing. The people she had loved, and the ones who had loved her, were already dead. But Kiri was different. She took a sip of her drink, a faint smile playing on her lips. Me? I plan on making it out of here alive. Chapter 23, The Bold Lady. Kirigi quickly went about completing his tasks. Thanks to his increased stamina, he managed to finish 4 missions in under 2 hours. Fortunately, he also stumbled upon a cement mixer in a pile of rubble, though it was broken. He figured he'd check if there was a way to repair it. The mission rewards were quite generous, and among them was something absolutely crucial, a crucible. Without a crucible, he wouldn't be able to produce steel ingots, and without steel, there was no way to make reinforced concrete. This find made him genuinely happy. The other 3 rewards weren't bad either, 2 wrenches and 20 antibiotics. Antibiotics were particularly valuable, as they significantly reduced infection levels, and the trader no longer had honey in stock. However, what truly shocked Rigi was the mining efficiency of Kiri and Tsunade. You guys are ridiculously fast. Looking at the massive mine in front of him, at least 10 meters deep and nearly 30 meters in length and width, Rigi was stunned. Meanwhile, Kiri, her pickaxe resting on her shoulder, simply shrugged, her face and body covered in dirt. It only takes me 2 swings to break apart a cubic meter of rock. Honestly, I think this is still pretty slow. I don't know where you plan on building, and I don't want to risk undermining the foundation. Taking a swig from her beer, Kiri seemed unbothered. Rigi didn't even question where she had managed to find ice-cold beer in this wasteland. However, she suddenly tugged at the collar of her shirt, releasing a wave of sweat-stained stench that instantly assaulted his nose. Unlike Arena, whose post-exercise scent was subtle, Kiri's body odor was overpowering, an intense mix of sweat, gunpowder, and machine oil. Rigi instinctively waved his hand in front of his nose, glancing at Kiri's dirt-covered chest and the droplets of sweat rolling down her skin. A sight that had once been tempting was now anything but. He. Noticing Rigi's disgusted expression, Kiri grinned mischievously, then suddenly lunged at him, locking his head under her arm. Rigi's face was instantly buried in something soft. But before he could process that, an overwhelming mix of sweat, gunpowder, and stale beer filled his nostrils. He struggled desperately, finally breaking free, only to find himself covered in dust and dirt. Well, at least he wasn't exactly clean to begin with. Just as he was about to complain, he noticed Tsunade emerging from the mine, looking just as worn out and covered in dust. So, he quickly changed the topic. I remember the trader selling sewing stations. They are too expensive, I could buy one and make you guys some new clothes. No need, Kiri replied, shaking her head. I've been through worse. We once got bombed for half a month straight in Ghent. Forget changing clothes, our own urine almost became a resource. This is nothing. She took out a casino token and twirled it between her fingers, grinning. Besides, there should be some old clothes in the houses, right? We can just wear those. Better to save money for more important things. And, well, I know how to make clothes myself. She puffed out her chest proudly. Don't underestimate a girl raised in Ghent. I can do everything, from fixing machines to babysitting kids. Need grenades, Molotovs, or even a homemade Gatling gun? Lady Kiri got you covered. She thumped her chest confidently, causing a noticeable jiggle. Ryuji quickly averted his gaze, trying to focus on something else, like the cement mixer he had hauled back earlier. Then, a thought struck him. Wait, you said you can make grenades? Kiri blinked, caught off guard by his sudden interest. Yeah? Supplies don't always make it to the front lines, so we have to improvise sometimes. Ryuji's eyes gleamed. What materials do you need? Tin cans, gunpowder, fuses. The usual, Kiri replied. Then, narrowing her eyes suspiciously, she asked, Wait, you're not expecting me to sit here churning out grenades for you, are you? Forget it. You don't have the materials. At best, I can make some basic explosives or landmines. And since there's no gasoline or oil around, making Molotovs is completely out of the question. She shook her head. Ryuji felt a pang of disappointment but then remembered something else. Hey, Kiri. He pointed toward a fuel barrel nearby. What if we modify those barrels, pack them with explosives, and use them as makeshift cannons? He vaguely recalled something similar being used before. You mean? Kiri trailed off, her eyes widening in realization. A moment later, she shook her head. It might work, but it'd be extremely dangerous. It'd probably explode in your face. Without proper welding tools or equipment, I'd have a really hard time making it safe. But I guess we could give it a shot. She spread her hands in a helpless gesture. I see. In that case, can you at least make some remotely detonated mines? Ryuji sighed. He knew Kiri hadn't witnessed a zombie horde before. She had no idea how terrifying it could be. Even though the system's building mechanics were convenient, there was a flaw: everything was numerical. In the real world, a wooden barricade might hold against a zombie attack. But in the system's world, numerical values determined its durability, and once that number hit 0, it was instantly destroyed. The same thing had happened to his previous wooden barricades. He feared that concrete fortifications would suffer the same fate. That's why he kept looking at the trader's indestructible walls. If worst came to worst, maybe he really would have to build a floating base, perhaps a suspended platform with an isolated cliff or an escape route. Yeah, I can make some mines, Kiri nodded. That's easy enough. Good. Then let's keep mining for now. Seeing that it was still only around 10 in the morning, Ryuji grabbed his pickaxe and shovel, joining the two in their work. As the materials piled up, he felt more and more at ease. The forge continued burning, smelting more iron, while he chopped down trees and fed the furnace with additional resources, focusing on making as many steel ingots as possible. The three of them worked tirelessly, barely stopping for a quick lunch. Kiri and Tsunade, not being ordinary people, had impressive endurance, so they only had a light meal before getting back to work. By 5 in the afternoon, their stamina was nearly depleted. Prioritizing their safety, they decided to rest. After dinner and a quick wash, Ryuji realized something crucial: he forgot to make beds. Fortunately, none of them were too picky. So, they simply curled up in the tiny shack he had built and fell asleep. However, half asleep, Ryuji suddenly felt something constricting his body, like a massive python squeezing the air out of his lungs. He gasped for breath, struggling to wake up, only to find Kiri had wrapped herself around his arm like a giant teddy bear, pressing his face against her chest. Desperate for oxygen, he pried himself free, panting heavily. Just as he turned to scold her, Kiri rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled in annoyance. Ugh! You're so noisy. You were suffocating me. Ryuji snapped. Kiri clicked her tongue and lazily waved a hand. PFFT. That's it? You woke me up for that? Geez, let me know when you start rubbing up against me and finish, okay? Yawning, she wiped the drool from her mouth, gave him a half-hearted middle finger, and collapsed back into sleep before he could even react. He lay there, silent. Then, 20 minutes later, the sound of her grinding teeth and snoring filled the room. Taking a deep breath, he covered his ears. But the next moment, Tsunade's snoring also started. And louder than Kiri's. Ryuji. He suddenly missed Arena again. Chapter 24, A Surge of Stamina. No, I can understand why people from the Empyrean snore while sleeping. After all, you've been through constant wars, sleeping poorly makes sense, especially after drinking beer. But Ryuji glanced to the side, where Tsunade was lying sprawled across a blanket, legs wide apart, arms thrown open, her ample chest completely unconcealed. You're supposed to be a ninja specializing in stealth missions. And you snore too? Unable to endure it any longer, Ryuji covered his ears, watching Tsunade snore away without a care in the world. Under the moonlight, both of them looked stunning after a bath. Especially Tsunade, lying on the ground, her natural curves captivating. However, the thunderous snoring from both of them made it impossible for Ryuji to sleep. But what really made things unbearable was, hey, it's dawn. Time to get to work. Kiri smacked him on the butt, jolting him awake. Huh? Still groggy, Ryuji looked at Kelly, then at the sky, and silently made a decision. Tonight, we're sleeping in separate rooms. Ah, okay. You guys go sell the extra ammo, I'll make breakfast, and after we eat, we'll start digging the fortress. Half asleep, Ryuji sat up, his head bobbing as he struggled to wake up. The two women ignored him, going off to freshen up and then heading to the shop to sell the excess turret ammunition. By the time they returned, Ryuji had already prepared a pot of meat porridge. Just like before, it was a simple mix of peas and small chunks of meat, nothing fancy. The only difference was that he had found some salt. It wasn't much, but it was good enough. At least, none of them complained about the taste. Alright, time to get to work. Ryuji slapped his face to wake himself up. He had 8 skill points, 4 from missions and the rest from leveling up. He planned to spend them all in one go. This was why he had the women go off first. Yeah, you go do your thing. We'll start digging according to the plan. Kiri waved him off. Their previous discussions had led to a solid strategy. They would dig a massive pit around the merchant's shop, making it deep enough for zombies to fall in. Above it, they would construct a suspended house while keeping enough earth and stone for additional defenses. Ladders would be built for emergency escape routes. A cliffside bunker with a tunnel connecting to the suspended house would serve as a fallback option. Of course, the house wouldn't truly be floating. They would reinforce the remaining foundation with solid blocks, ensuring stability while maintaining access to the underground bunker. If everything went as planned, they could remain safely in the suspended house. If it ever became unsafe, they would retreat to the cliffside bunker via the tunnels. Building the ladders was simple, and with Tsunade's absurd stamina, digging out the surrounding area would only take a day. The biggest concern was ensuring that the underground bunkers were deep enough and had a proper defense strategy. But with the system's building blocks, that was manageable. If needed, they could use a narrow cave entrance to funnel zombies in and deal with them one by one. Their strategy was solid. Ryuji said nothing, simply slowing his eating pace. Once he confirmed that Kiri and Tsunade had gone off to mine, he bolted toward the merchant's shop. He was in such a hurry that he didn't notice the two women exchanging a knowing glance behind him. They weren't interested in whatever he was about to do, just amused by how eager he seemed. Shutting the door behind him, Ryuji activated his skill menu. One by one, he dumped his points into stamina. Instantly, his body felt stronger, flooded with energy. His fatigue vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality. But then he noticed something. At 6 points, each additional upgrade now required 2 skill points. He hesitated for a moment, frowned at his remaining points, then gritted his teeth and committed. The moment he added the next point, a powerful wave of pleasure flooded his body. He gasped, barely resisting the urge to cry out. His limbs buzzed with energy. He had never felt this alive before. But now there was a problem. His stamina had become too high. He felt like he could run for miles without getting tired. No, not just run, his body felt weightless, as if he wasn't even exerting effort when he moved. After some rather intense physical activity, even after 5 or 6 times in a row, when the merchant's belly bulged slightly, he still felt no fatigue. Even the merchant collapsed in exhaustion, he remained completely unfazed. This is an insane transformation. Ryuji took a deep breath, looking at his still overcharged body. He did not dare spend the remaining skill points, because he'd already been here for nearly an hour. If he tried to explain this as just checking the forge, no one would believe him. Damn it. Taking drastic measures, he grabbed a roll of duct tape from the merchant's shop and secured his overactive little brother against his thigh. Only then did he sprint out the door. But something was different. He was fast. Before, he had the stamina of an average guy. Now, his sprinting speed rivaled Olympic sprinters. And if it weren't for the taped object, he felt like he could run even faster. Kiri, watching him dash past, squinted at the suspiciously taped object on his leg. This guy. She had seen a lot of things in bars, some more impressive than this, but never had she seen someone this active after such a situation. She scoffed. Hey, Tsunade, we should build beds and separate rooms. I don't trust this guy at night. Alright. Tsunade, as always, kept her response short and to the point. Meanwhile, Ryuji's first 3 missions went smoothly. With his newfound energy, these slow-moving zombies were no challenge. If not for his self-imposed restraint, he'd have hacked them apart just to burn off his excess stamina. But then came a problem. Ryuji stood at the edge of a massive pit. Kiri and Tsunade's digging had been way more efficient than expected. The hole was 40 meters deep and 50 meters wide. And right in the middle of the pit was a floating quest marker. How the hell was he supposed to activate that? After some thought, he climbed down a ladder, built a temporary wooden structure, and jumped up to press E. A wooden house materialized midair and immediately plummeted into the pit. Mission failed. Ryuji watched, speechless, as the house crashed into the bottom and shattered into pieces. A new quest marker popped up in the exact same spot. He pressed E again. Another identical house appeared, only to drop straight down and crash into the ruins of the previous one. And then, the quest marker respawned again. Is this a bug? Chapter 25, Lady Kiri's thoughts watching yet another house crash to the ground, along with the zombies inside getting smashed into a bloody mess. Ryuji couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Would this count as some kind of infinite resource? Excited by the idea, he quickly descended to the ruins, hoping to salvage anything useful from the wreckage. Unfortunately, despite the wooden house being completely demolished, it still didn't contain anything particularly valuable. All he managed to scavenge were some food supplies, leather, and a few mechanical and electronic components, nothing too special. But this does give me an idea. Ryuji stroked his chin as a thought struck him. If he could find a house that offered valuable rewards, clear it out completely, and then demolish it entirely, would that allow him to repeatedly farm the same high-reward location? That way, all they'd have to do was go down and collect the loot. Deciding to test his theory, he built some blocks to reach the marked location and began refreshing houses over and over, carefully observing how far away a house had to be before the mission was considered a failure. So, the mission fails if it's more than 10 meters away? Looking at the newly spawned house that had landed on top of the ruins, yet remained intact, Ryuji nodded thoughtfully. Then, he pressed the interact button again, summoning another house and letting it drop directly onto a protruding zombie's head. He repeated this process 7 or 8 times until, finally, something unexpected happened. On the last attempt, as the newly spawned house appeared, its foundation touched the remnants of the previous houses. In the next instant, something bizarre occurred. A lone pillar of dirt and stone materialized beneath the house, elevating it. But more than that, all the previous wreckage, including the ruined houses and the zombies, vanished without a trace. Not just the ones trapped under the rubble, but even the still-moving zombies nearby, they were all gone, replaced by patches of dirt and stone. So that's how the system works. Ryuji nodded, finally understanding the mechanics. In other words, if a newly spawned house made contact with the ground, it would reset everything on that spot. But if it didn't touch the ground, only the house itself would be refreshed. That's kind of weird. If this were a normal game, the ground should reset right from the start. Maybe this is a bug caused by the game adapting to reality? He still thought of it as a bug, but that didn't stop him from planning to exploit it. Still, I haven't found a repeatable mission yet. I'll have to look into that later. With a nod, Ryuji turned to the zombies inside the house, who were now furiously roaring at him. He smirked, lifted his foot, and kicked open the already battered wooden door. FBI, open up. Gunfire erupted in rapid bursts, and in no time, the zombies collapsed one by one. After looting the house, which, unfortunately, didn't yield anything too valuable, Ryuji used wooden blocks to climb out of the isolated area and return to hand in his mission. After that, he joined Tsunade and Kiri in mining, gathering supplies, and preparing for the next steps. A day later, Tsunade and Kiri had already dug through 3 of the merchant's walls. Unlike the other side, where Ryuji had encountered an impenetrable barrier, but they did not dig directly to the range of the invincible wall here. Instead, they left a large area of land for other purposes. They even decided to keep the pond. What shocked them the most, however, was that no matter how much water flowed out of it, the pond never ran dry. This discovery left the two completely stunned. To be honest, even Quaz surprised, though he had gotten used to such absurdities by now. Man, I'm exhausted. Kiri stretched lazily, soaking in a warm tub. After a full day of mining, nothing felt better than a hot bath. But as she glanced at Tsunade's smooth, flawless skin, curiosity got the better of her. So, how do you even manage that? Tsunade, who was busy washing her blonde hair, paused for a moment. Thinking Kiri was referring to her chest, she answered naturally, it's just natural. Kiri blinked in confusion before rolling her eyes. She reached out, pinched Tsunade's shoulder, and sighed in envy at how smooth and soft her skin felt. No. I meant your skin. And for the record, mine isn't exactly small either. To emphasize her point, Kiri lifted her chest slightly, letting the water ripple around her as her curves stirred the surface, creating an alluring effect. Oh. Well, that's because of my chakra and bloodline, Tsunade explained matter-of-factly. My lineage is quite unique, and the chakra techniques I practice also contribute to my skin's condition. But you wouldn't be able to learn them. Tsunade's tone was serious. I've observed your bodies closely, especially when I treated that guy, Ryuji. His physiology is completely different from people in my world. Even the average civilian in my world has twice as many cells as he does. And as for you, while I haven't examined you in detail, I couldn't sense any chakra in your body. Without chakra, there's no way to learn the abilities from my world. She wasn't just making things up. Although she wasn't a specialist in sensory techniques, she had enough skill to detect chakra. She had already checked Kiri before, and there was none. As for Ryuji, for his body, trying to extract chakra would result in just one outcome: death. If Ryuji ever tried to extract chakra, his cells would undergo massive necrosis, and the efficiency of chakra circulation in his body was abysmally low. To put it into perspective, if the resistance of chakra flow in an ordinary person from her world was 1, then in Ryuji's body, it was undoubtedly 10. If it hadn't been for her that day, no ordinary medical ninja would have been able to heal him completely. If Ryuji attempted to use chakra, not only would he fail to grow stronger, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk. I see. That's a shame, Kiri sighed. I heard that the mages from Merid have methods to keep their skin flawless without using cosmetics, but now that I'm here." She looked at Tsunade with little enthusiasm. Her eyes lingered on Tsunade's curvaceous, well-proportioned figure before she couldn't help but ask, "Speaking of which, have you ever done it?" She made a no sign with her hand, then suggestively pushed a finger through the circle. Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. "You don't actually believe that guy's nonsense, do you?" She glanced toward the shop, where Reggie was supposedly handling supplies, preparing ammunition, studying items, or whatever excuse he had come up with this time. But both she and Kiri knew the truth. That man, filled with pent-up desire, was most likely using his calloused hands for something else. Honestly, it was a little difficult to watch. But at the same time, they couldn't really blame him. Their outfits were rather revealing, and they hadn't made any effort to change that. Any normal man would have a reaction. At least Reggie had the decency to deal with it himself rather than bothering them. That alone made him better than most. Still, they couldn't resist poking fun at him. "It's not just that," Kiri continued. "If we really can't leave this place, there's a high chance I'll end up sleeping with him. And if what he says is true, I might even have a way back to my own world." She casually pulled a bottle of beer from her inventory, cracking it open as she spoke. She wasn't just making conversation, she was testing the waters. If Tsunade had any objections, or if she had someone she cared about, then Kiri would back off. This kind of thing was worth verifying. "Of course, I'd take precautions," she added, taking a swig. "I have no intention of bringing a child into a world this desolate and hopeless, only for them to grow up as frustrated as that guy, unable to find an outlet. So I want to know, does it really feel as good as people say? If it does, and if what he says turns out to be true, then I won't hold back anymore." Her tone was serious. Tsunade could tell she wasn't joking. "I had a lover once," Tsunade admitted after a pause. "But before we could do anything, he died." Her thoughts drifted to Dan, and she let out a weary sigh. Every time she thought of him, a dull pain settled in her chest. There was nothing she could do about it. Dan had been her only source of comfort back then. But even with him, she hadn't escaped her fate of solitude. "I see." Kiri looked a little disappointed. Chapter 26, a conversation between two women, but this really couldn't be helped. Kiri sighed inwardly. They still had no way of figuring out what kind of person Reggie truly was. Someone had to test whether he really had the ability, or the intention, to send them back to their original worlds. This world was certainly interesting in its own right, but she had unfinished business waiting for her back home. Revenge. Yes, revenge. As Kiri ran her fingers over the scars on her body, she didn't need to think twice. After losing both herself and Katu, and with that traitor's betrayal sowing discord within the ranks, there was no way Arden Heights could hold its ground. Even if she wasn't a military strategist, she knew well enough that internal chaos at a time like that would be devastating. What mattered most was, even before she had fallen into the Sky Sea, she had already begun to suspect there was a traitor among her people. If she could somehow get back to Arden Heights in time, maybe, just maybe, she could still prevent Khalid's army from overrunning the place. And the price? Just her virginity, something she kept intact for over 20 years. Compared to her comrades' lives, compared to the chance to slit that traitor's throat with her own hands, it was nothing. Her initial distrust of Reggie had stemmed from how overly upfront he'd been, to the point where it was suspicious. What kind of person just casually admitted to things most people wouldn't dare to speak aloud? It made it hard not to suspect he might be the one behind their forced displacement, maybe to toy with them, enslave them, or worse. After all, she'd seen plenty of scumbags like that in her time. But tomorrow would be the 5th day. She would have been stuck in this world for 5 days soon, and who knew when Khalid's forces would attack Arden Heights. If she didn't hurry, even if she managed to return, it might already be too late to save anything. She hadn't forgotten the state she was in when she arrived, plummeting straight toward the sea from the sky. To return, she'd have to make her way through at least one or two of Khalid's camps. But is there really any need to rush this much? Tsunade asked, frowning. Wouldn't it be safer to observe him a little longer? Tsunade could understand Kiri's desperation. If she still had family or comrades waiting for her back home, and if sleeping with Reggie really was the only way to return, then purity wouldn't exactly be a priority. Especially for a ninja. Besides, she was a medical ninja. Restoring the so-called physical signs of virginity was child's play for her. She could easily repair that part of a woman's body, even without surgery, even just activating her strength of 100 seal once would do the trick. But she had no plans to go back anymore. There was nothing left for her in Konoha, only painful memories. The only person she might still care about was Shizune, Don's niece. And even if Tsunade disappeared completely, the old man back home would probably take good care of Shizune. He always did have a soft spot for certain things. I'd love to stay and explore this fascinating world too, Kiri said, spreading her hands helplessly. But I can't. There are too many people waiting for me back home. And I have something important I need to finish. She grinned, half joking. Besides, I've always been curious about that sort of thing anyway, about whether it actually feels good or not, so I guess this just kills two birds with one stone. Tsunade fell silent. Honestly, she really liked Kiri's personality, straightforward, bold, not unlike her own younger self. In another time or place, if her mood had been better and the world a little less bleak, she would have loved to sit down and drink with her properly. But not now. Still, Tsunade couldn't help but offer something, even if it was a little ridiculous. When you're about to leave, she said slowly, come find me. If it bothers you, I can fix it, make it like nothing ever happened. Kiri blinked, genuinely surprised. What, isn't that basically cheating? She chuckled. Nah, that's totally unnecessary. I mean, sure, it's a little regrettable. Ideally, I'd like my first time to happen after some romantic date or something, but since things have come to this, there's no point worrying about that anymore. She waved the idea off without hesitation. Besides, fake is fake. A lie's still a lie. If someone really loves me, they wouldn't care about something like that anyway, right? Kiri shrugged again. And honestly, it's not like men come with an obvious label showing how many lovers they've had. If people are gonna care so much about this kind of thing for women, what about men? Are we supposed to avoid any guy who's ever been in love before? Ha. If that were the case, there'd hardly be any men left to marry in this world. She laughed, a little helplessly. What really pisses men off, she added, isn't a woman's past, it's women who act all high and mighty like they're some kind of untouchable goddess after having done everything behind the scenes, using it to squeeze more out of a man. Kiri jabbed a thumb proudly at her own chest. I'm not that kind of woman. I've got nothing to hide, nothing to lie about. If it happens, it happens. Love and real relationships aren't about that crap. If a guy cares so much about whether a woman's a virgin or not, he's either immature or it's just part of the comedy of love, something both sides can laugh about later, not something that should break them apart. Besides, she said, grinning widely, I might not even get married someday. Might die out on an adventure somewhere. So I'm not gonna get hung up over things like this. And if it comes to it, I'll be honest about everything, no regrets. Tsunade, from her half-ancient, conservative world, could only stare at her in silence for a long moment. Finally, she shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I just can't agree with your way of thinking. To me, when you love someone, you want to give them your best, your everything. Whether it's your first time or anything else. Tsunade hugged her arms around herself. It felt almost laughable, that despite being older than Kiri, despite everything she'd been through, she still couldn't match this woman's view of life. And so, almost unconsciously, she asked, you must have really loved your family, huh? Otherwise, she couldn't understand why Kiri would be willing to sacrifice even her purity to return. But Kiri's answer was flat. Calm. Almost terrifyingly so. They're all dead. When I was little, I watched my mother get shot dead right in front of me, Kiri said casually, like she was talking about the weather. If it hadn't been for a cool old man who took me in and raised me, I probably would have ended up like a lot of other women in Kalat, forced to sell their bodies just to survive. She paused for a second, then gave her own soft curves a playful squeeze. Though, I mean, let's be honest. With looks like mine, I would have done pretty well for myself. Kiri grinned, giving her ample chest a teasing little shake. After all, no matter how you look at it, these are pretty impressive by normal standards. As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but drift over to Tsunade, and well, there was just no competing with that. On Tsunade's somewhat shorter, more compact frame, those outrageously large assets looked even more surreal. If not for Tsunade's mature, world-weary face, anyone would have mistaken her for one of those eternal ally big boob types from fantasy stories. Ahem. Tsunade instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. She was long past the age of caring about such things, or at least, that's what she told herself. But still, being openly envied by another woman? That always managed to bring a tiny, proud smirk to her lips. It was like the classic male obsession, sure, length wasn't everything, stamina and skill mattered more, but men would still brag about size. It was an old, almost primal pride. And for someone like Tsunade, with her more traditional mindset, she still took pride in her figure. Good childbearing hips. Beautiful looks. Back in her youth, those were prime qualities. Honestly, if not for her temper and her decision to become a ninja, she probably could have married into nobility. Not the daimyo of the Land of Fire, her bloodline was too closely tied to theirs, but maybe one from the Land of Lightning or the Land of Earth. Not that those nations exactly had a good relationship with Konoha, so it would have been complicated. Still, what caught her attention the most wasn't the past, it was Kiri herself. "You really are tough," Tsunade said, watching Kiri with something close to admiration. If only she could live as freely as this girl, maybe she wouldn't feel so lost all the time. Kiri had survived a far harsher life than she ever had, yet here she was, laughing, joking, drinking like life was just one big party. In comparison, Tsunade felt small. Kiri, meanwhile, just shrugged. "Tough? Nah. I'm just doing my best to stay alive, same as anyone else. And if I'm gonna be alive, might as well enjoy every damn day of it, right? Who knows if we'll even see tomorrow. Wasting time drowning in sorrow is just boring as hell." With that, she tilted back her beer and downed it in one go, then grabbed a towel and casually began drying off her gorgeous, well-toned body. Tsunade finally climbed out of the bath too, and as she bent over slightly, well, even Kiri found herself staring. Droplets of water slid down Tsunade's impossibly full curves, gathering together at the very tips before falling like tiny streams from her pink nipples. Honestly, that size was just ridiculous. Chapter 27, Beyond Human Limits. While the girls were enjoying their bath, Ryuji was busy with something else entirely. He had just maxed out his endurance stat. And the moment he did, he felt it. His body was completely different now. Every movement felt light, powerful, almost effortless. No matter how much energy he poured into his actions, it was like his stamina just wouldn't run out. Even when he unleashed an all-out punch with everything he had, he barely felt drained, and within seconds, he was fully recovered. This was beyond human. Incredible. Ryuji muttered, his hands resting on the merchant woman's waist as he marveled at the sheer power coursing through his body. It wasn't just about endurance or strength, even his output had changed. What used to take him 3 rounds to fill up now only took 1. And the recovery time? Ridiculously fast. Give him a minute or two, and he was good to go again. But there was one problem. Damn, this burns through nutrition like crazy. Feeling his stomach growl with a deep, gnawing hunger, Ryuji realized the cost of this new power: protein, calories, hydration. All of it burned away at terrifying speed. Which, to be fair, made sense. Nothing came free. And while he'd been eating tons of calorie-rich canned food and meat just to sustain himself lately, even that wouldn't cut it if he kept burning fuel like this. If I keep this up, am I gonna starve to death? He glanced down at his now fully spent little brother and nodded solemnly. Yeah. This is very scientific. And he knew, if he was well-fed, well-rested, and in the mood, this thing was going to be dangerously hard to deal with. I seriously need to find some clean, soft fabric and make some underwear. Damn, I never realized underwear was such a great invention. Ryuji wasn't the type to wear them much, he liked sleeping naked, and often rushed out without them when he was in a hurry. But now he understood. No underwear was suffering. Finally giving that soft yet incredibly firm chest one last squeeze, Ryuji once again mentally pressed the E key, pulling up the merchant lady's shop interface. In an instant, the merchant lady's messy hair, the fine sweat on her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks all vanished without a trace. Ryuji casually began browsing through her stock. And then, he noticed something surprising. The merchant lady's inventory had refreshed. Not only was there another batch of dozens of slabs of meat, but now there were even more useful items for sale. Stretching his body a little, Ryuji began carefully checking the new additions. This time, the shop had several types of seeds he had never seen before, and even some rotting flesh available for purchase. That last one, honestly, he'd never expected. But these weren't what he urgently needed right now. Instead, his eyes went straight to the weapons section. The iron pipe machine gun still only had a 15-round magazine. No matter how fast the reload speed was, there would always be a vulnerable gap between bursts. Yet the weapons sold by the merchant lady remained absurdly expensive, several thousand casino tokens each. Sure, Ryuji had earned over 10,000 tokens from recent quests and trades, but even so, he wasn't about to blow all his savings at once. And then, wait. She's selling a furnace at a chemistry station this time? Ryuji absent-mindedly played with the merchant lady's little strawberry-shaped tips between his fingers while considering his options. Right now, gunpowder wasn't exactly scarce. Even if manually crafting it was slow, he didn't have to worry about running out, not with Tsunade's insane mining abilities backing him up. The raw materials would keep coming, no question. Still, just to be safe, Ryuji bought both the furnace and the chemistry station. His goal was to keep all three of them mobile and ready to launch quick assaults without worrying about resource processing. With that done, he kept scrolling through the rest of the merchant lady's stock. In the end, Ryuji only bought a few medical supplies, some food, the furnace, the chemistry station, 40 Molotov cocktails, and all the gasoline available. Everything else he left untouched, ensuring he still had 5,000 Duke's Casino tokens left in reserve. I'll hand these over to Kiri and Tsunade later, see if there's anything they need. After about half an hour, Ryuji finally stepped out of the merchant's cabin. Feeling his stomach growl, he decided to check the crafting station to see if there was anything new he could make. That's when he noticed something. Steel frames. Ryuji thought for a moment, then went ahead and queued up 300 steel frames for production. According to the description, each one had a whopping 10,000 durability. Way sturdier than wooden defenses, no doubt about it. The only downside was the crafting time. 2.5 minutes per frame. By the time this batch finished, it would probably be morning. Well, let's make a few and see how they perform first. Kiri mentioned she could repair a cement mixer. If reinforced concrete turns out to have better durability, then I won't waste resources on this. Ryuji opened up his newly bought furnace and was instantly met with an absurd sight. Over 10,000 steel ingots already sitting inside, and the iron supply still maxed out, steadily smelting away. Tsunade's mining speed is just ridiculous. Ryuji couldn't help but complain out loud. It was honestly too crazy. He'd even had to craft dozens of storage boxes just to hold all the ore she dug up. At this point, the furnace simply couldn't keep up with the raw materials she was feeding it. He quickly grabbed some steel ingots, tossed them into the workbench, and set the steel frames to craft. He also transferred all his bullets into his inventory. Should be enough bullets. Right? Looking at over 10,000 rounds sitting neatly in his inventory, Ryuji still wasn't entirely sure. With the sheer number of zombies out there, you could never be too careful. That overwhelming sense of hopelessness, those endless, densely packed waves of undead, was still burned into his memory. Let's hope it's enough. Taking a deep breath, Ryuji returned to his camp. After swapping supplies with Kiri and Tsunade, giving them a share of food and bullets, he went straight to take a shower. Dinner went smoothly enough. With the area around the merchant's shop completely dug out, leaving only a narrow path for them to travel, there was no need to worry about zombie attacks for now. But it wasn't until Ryuji lay down to sleep that he realized something crucial. He forgot to build a new house and bed again. Chapter 28, The Invincible Iron Fortress. To Ryuji's utter despair, neither of the two women in his party cared much about beds or the comfort of their rooms. One of them was dead inside, and the other had just come back from the battlefield. Expecting either of them to care about things like bedding was pure wishful thinking. So Ryuji could only pitifully wrap himself in his tattered quilt, covering his ears, trying his best to get some sleep. Unfortunately, that didn't work. Moonlight streamed in through a specially left open window, casting its silver glow over the female ninja named Tsunade. Her skin was paler than the moonlight itself, her flawless curves and silky complexion irresistible to Ryuji's helpless gaze. But there aren't any merchants around to help me relieve this stress either. Ryuji buried his face in his soft blanket, feeling like crying but having no tears. He feared that if he kept looking any longer, he might just lose his mind, pounce on Tsunade, and then promptly get sent to the afterlife by one of her punches. And so, unsurprisingly, he was once again condemned to a sleepless night. The reason for his insomnia was obvious. When Kiri woke up the next morning and saw Ryuji's miserable, flustered face, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Embarrassed beyond belief, Ryuji fled into the female merchant's shop without even having breakfast, eager to inspect the steel frame components. But what he saw there brought him a genuine surprise. If summoned directly from the system, the steel blocks only had 10,000 horsepower like any other system-constructed object. However, if he chose to materialize them into reality, they turned into 1 cubic meter blocks of solid steel. Better yet, before materializing them, Ryuji could adjust their shape in the system interface. After testing this feature, he found himself staring at a perfectly shaped, preformed steel component right in front of him. This discovery instantly flooded his mind with countless construction possibilities. I can use the steel frame as the core, and then shape these steel pieces into a real outer wall. Watching the steel blocks change shape at his will, Ryuji's face lit up with excitement. The only pity was that there weren't any pieces pre-designed with screw holes or bolts. If there were, he would have added 2 or 3 extra layers of steel plates on top of the system's basic steel frame. After all, the durability of system-generated items was entirely different from that of real-world materials. While data-driven creations had their convenience, their durability simply couldn't compare. Thus, the most logical approach was clear: use system-made components as the internal skeleton, and cover the exterior with real-world steel. Let's see what shapes I can use for reinforcement. Ryuji quickly flipped through the available steel components, looking for ones that could fit perfectly over the steel frame and act as protective armor. One particular piece caught his attention, a component shaped like a cylinder on the bottom, but flat steel plating on the top. It could fit snugly over another modified steel block. Unfortunately, it lacked any way to fix ropes or cables, so it wasn't suitable for his final design. So Ryuji kept searching until he settled on a plan. He found some cylindrical shapes and placed them atop his fortress wall, then transformed the steel frame into a hollow cylinder, intending to materialize it and fit it over the frame. If everything worked as he hoped, any zombie attack would hit the solid steel exterior cylinder, sparing the fragile system-generated frame inside. This should work. Ryuji licked his lips nervously and separated a hollow steel cylinder from the system, manifesting it into the real world. In an instant, a steel column 1 meter tall and 1 meter in diameter appeared in front of him. Though its appearance was simple, 2 thick steel plates forming a hollow cylinder, each plate was a staggering 10 centimeters thick. That kind of thickness exuded pure, absolute security. Ryuji slapped the steel cylinder with growing excitement, his grin twisting into something almost maniacal. Let's see those zombies try to claw through this. Memories of that terrifying night, trapped in the RV as zombies dug through the walls, were still fresh in his mind. He never wanted to experience that again. But then, he realized something awkward. This thing is so damn heavy. Ryuji strained with all his might but couldn't even budge the steel column. Staring blankly at the massive hunk of metal, he quickly calculated its weight. With a 1 meter circumference, 1 meter height, and 10 centimeter thickness, Ryuji arrived at a rough estimate. Shit. 2.5 tons. If I remember correctly, even the world's strongest humans can only lift around 200 or 300 kilograms. Looking at the steel wall in front of him, Ryuji felt utterly defeated. He had found the perfect method to protect himself, but ironically, that same method now prevented him from actually completing his project. Just as he was wallowing in frustration, Tsunade and Nikiri approached, each carrying a pickaxe. Seeing the hopeless look on Ryuji's face, Tsunade walked over, curious. What's wrong? She glanced at the steel column built into the wall. After all, this wasn't the little steel box Ryuji had talked about before. Tsunade, you're just in time. I need your help. We need to figure out a way to fit this thing over the frame here, then test if my plan will actually work. Before Ryuji could even finish explaining, Tsunade rolled her eyes, casually grabbed the steel column that Ryuji could barely lift a fraction of, and effortlessly raised it like it weighed nothing, sliding it perfectly onto the system's steel cylinder. Smooth. Effortless. As if she was handling plastic instead of steel. Watching her move so easily, Ryuji couldn't help but swallow nervously, his eyes involuntarily drifting to Tsunade's snow-white hands and her seemingly delicate, slender arms. Thank God I have self-control. Ryuji felt genuinely grateful for that. He was also thankful for the female merchant's existence, allowing him to release his excess energy. Otherwise, if he ever lost control and tried something stupid like relying on hemophobia to threaten Tsunade, she wouldn't even need to take him seriously. One punch, and his body would probably get blown apart on the spot. This should do it, right? But with this setup, the system parts inside won't still take damage from attacks, will they? Tsunade knocked on the steel cylinder, having fully understood Ryuji's plan. That's what I need to test. Ryuji nodded. If, after adding this outer shell, the system component inside still lost durability from outside attacks, then the problem remained unsolved. Alright, let me handle that. Before Ryuji could respond, Tsunade raised her fist again, and without hesitation, punched the steel cylinder. Instantly, a shock wave and a sharp screech exploded from the point of impact. The hollow steel cylinder, perched atop the system frame, shook violently. Ryuji finally let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, then there shouldn't be any problem. As long as they built 2 layers of these defensive walls, it should be enough to hold off the zombie tide. With that thought in mind, Ryuji was ready to hand over all the steel blocks to Tsunade so she could start building their iron fortress. But just as he was about to do so, he saw Tsunade casually slot the hollow steel pillar back into place, and then, without warning, raise her fist again. Ryuji froze for a second, then quickly grabbed Nikiri, both of them covering their ears while hurriedly moving out of the potential blast zone. The next moment, Tsunade threw another punch, and this time, she was clearly being serious. That same shrill, ear-piercing sound rang out, but this time Ryuji could clearly see what happened. The steel pillar he had placed all his hopes on didn't just get knocked loose, it was sent flying straight into the large pit nearby. By the time it landed, it no longer resembled a pillar at all. The area where Tsunade's punch had landed was completely shattered, punched clean through. Ryuji's neck stiffly turned towards Tsunade, who was now casually stretching her arms like nothing had happened. Lady. Was that punch worth like 10,000 durability points or something? Used a bit more strength this time. Punching through it was the best way to deal with it, Tsunade said, stretching her arms and causing her impressive assets to bounce ever so slightly with her movements. It was such a casual motion, but in this moment, she looked overwhelmingly powerful. My god. Are you really human? You're sure you haven't been cybernetically enhanced or something? Kiri stared at Tsunade in disbelief. She'd seen strong people before. At most, they were guys swinging around concrete pipes like clubs. The really monstrous types usually relied on body mods or powered exosuits. But this... She'd never even heard of an exosuit capable of punching through solid steel like it was paper, though, to be fair, she also hadn't seen that much of the world. After all, she was just a gunslinger from the lawless zones. This is the power of chakra, Tsunade explained with a shrug. That said, even among ninjas, there aren't many who can pull off what I just did. As she casually turned to get back to mining, Ryuji quickly stepped in front of her again, his face deadly serious, and took out every last steel frame he had on him, holding them out toward Tsunade like he was presenting an offering to a deity. Please. I beg you to take on the role of our construction worker too. There was absolutely no doubt in Ryuji's mind, the most qualified person to handle construction here was none other than Tsunade. Oi? Stop throwing all these weird jobs at me. Tsunade twitched slightly at the corner of her eye. Well, I guess I'm the only one here who can do it. And let's face it, my biggest contribution right now is just being stupidly strong. With an exasperated sigh, she accepted the bag from Ryuji, taking away all of his steel materials, though she still threw in a bit of a disclaimer beforehand. I'll do it however I like. Don't expect me to make it look fancy or anything. Of course. No problem at all. Ryuji agreed immediately without hesitation. In that case, leave it to me. Kiri, come help too. Oh, right, since you're asking for my help, bring me back some boosts, playing cards, mahjong tiles, and dice or something later, alright? It's gonna get boring doing nothing but this every day. Taking advantage of the situation, Tsunade threw out a few small requests of her own. Ryuji didn't even hesitate for a second. How could he possibly refuse such minor demands? Absolutely. Consider it done. Can you phrase it differently? Of course I can. Watching Ryuji suddenly get so excited, Tsunade couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead. She had a feeling that Ryuji was getting a little too worked up. And that feeling was absolutely correct. Ryuji was beyond excited. Ever since realizing that Tsunade could actually build a perfect fortress to defend against zombies, it wasn't just excitement anymore, it was pure adrenaline-fueled euphoria. Because this meant he could finally relax. No longer would he have to live in constant fear of a zombie horde crashing down on him. Even though he'd accepted Tsunade's request, Ryuji still watched her carefully as she tested the framework with wood, then began constructing it with steel. The whole process earned his genuine admiration. Tsunade really was the real deal. Same went for Kiri. With these two working together, a solid-looking defensive stronghold was rapidly taking shape before his eyes. Halfway through the construction, Ryuji left to complete his assigned tasks. It didn't even take him an hour to finish all four. As usual, the scavenged loot wasn't exactly impressive. The best thing he found was 20 rounds of ammo, so underwhelming that he was honestly at a loss for words. But the mission rewards made up for it: 20 Molotov cocktails, a revolver, perfect for Kiri, and a batch of valuable medical supplies. Ryuji used all 4 of his newly earned attribute points to boost his strength. In an instant, his strength level shot up to level 5. Level 5 strength made Ryuji feel like his movements, the same ones that used to require his full effort, could now be accomplished with only 1/5 of the power. And when going all out, he could unleash 5 times his original strength. Level 5 strength. 5 times the power. 5 times the force. 5 times the sheer overwhelming might. In that moment, Ryuji felt like he'd evolved from a frail office worker into a walking powerhouse. But this wasn't just a simple stat increase. It wasn't about adding fixed numbers per level, his actual strength was being amplified by 500%. That was insane. Feeling more confident than ever, Ryuji walked over to the workbench where they'd been crafting the steel framework, grabbed a steel frame, and materialized a hollow steel pillar, one that, just a moment ago, he wouldn't have been able to budge no matter what. Wearing a borderline maniacal grin, he let the steel pillar slam down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Then, rolling up his sleeves with confidence, he grabbed both ends of the pillar and lifted it. Well, kind of. The pillar rose a little. But that was it. After struggling for a few seconds, Ryuji was already tempted to let go. There was just no way he could lift it like Tsunade had, effortlessly and over her head. As she passed by to grab another steel frame, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. You probably gained that strength boost from some skill points or something, right? But if your base strength wasn't that great to begin with, it doesn't matter how much you multiply it, the result's still going to suck, Tsunade said, perfectly delivering a critical hit straight to his ego. Ryuji silently let go of the pillar, his face blank, and walked away like a defeated prisoner. Kiri and Tsunade burst into laughter at the sight. Yeah. If professional strongmen, people who train day in and day out, with specialized diets and grueling routines, could barely lift over 200 kilograms. What made him, a desk-bound office worker, think he could compare to them just because of some system buffs? However, the three of them soon ran into an unexpected problem during construction. When Tsunade reached a height of 15 meters and was about to build a turn in the structure, disaster struck. The moment she added a system-generated steel pillar to the framework, everything she'd built instantly collapsed. Caught off guard, Tsunade, along with the steel pillars they'd painstakingly placed on their indestructible wall, came crashing down. Ryuji instinctively moved to rush over, but there was no need. Tsunade casually threw a kunai with a wire attached, anchoring it to a nearby pillar of untouched earth. With a punch, she blasted aside every steel pillar blocking her path and swung herself cleanly onto a nearby staircase, landing safely without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, a massive number of materialized steel pillars tumbled into the pit they'd dug, including the system-generated ones Tsunade had placed for convenience. They were crushed and sent rolling into the abyss below. As for the system pillars still in midair, they warped and shattered on the spot, turning into useless scrap metal. Staring at the utter devastation on the ground, all three of them looked grim. The pit was nearly 30 meters deep. Damn it. I didn't expect there to be a limit like this, Ryuji cursed, staring at the fallen steel pillars. He had warned Tsunade that system blocks had their limits, but he never imagined that a single turn in the structure would bring the entire thing down. It's fine, Tsunade said calmly, climbing back up. We'll finish eating first, then I'll go down and haul everything back up. It'll probably only take about an hour. The real shame is all those system-generated steel pillars. But don't worry too much about me. I'm not going to die from a fall like that. Tsunade slowly made her way back up, though she was a little nervous. If she hadn't kept a black-up steel wire and a kunai on her for safety, she really would have fallen. Not that it would have killed her, of course. Ryuji was speechless. Man. I really don't understand you ninjas. Chapter 29, layers upon layers. Just like Tsunade had said, for Ryuji, this was practically an impossible task, but for her, it was no more difficult than a casual stroll behind the house. The most outrageous part was, she did it so effortlessly. With a single leap, she could cover 7 or 8 meters horizontally and soar 5 or 6 meters into the air. If she exerted herself a little, she could even jump straight from the bottom of a deep canyon to the rooftop of a building, leaving Ryuji completely dumbfounded. Sure, he knew Tsunade was a ninja. He'd seen what ninjas were capable of in anime. But witnessing it in real life was a completely different level of absurdity and awe. Honestly, if Tsunade hadn't personally mentioned that she could still get cut by blades and wasn't especially resistant to piercing attacks, Ryuji would have thought she was practically a female Superman with an indestructible body. The scenes he'd seen in anime were nothing compared to experiencing them in person. They were worlds apart. Ryuji was certain, if it weren't for her fear of blood, Tsunade wouldn't have to worry about zombie hordes at all. Even standing alone on an open plain, she'd be perfectly safe. Finally, after 4 or 5 failed attempts that afternoon, they managed to build a relatively safe shelter. Huh. The rules of this world really are strange. But I guess this is the best we can do for now. Looking at the 5 by 5 meter metal cube in front of them, Tsunade shrugged helplessly. After countless experiments, careful planning, and various tests to ensure that their activities inside wouldn't cause it to collapse, this was the final design they settled on. This house didn't even have a conventional door. Their plan was to seal the entrance with 2 steel plates and then lock them down with system-generated blocks. Around the walls, they had also designed shooting and ventilation windows, crafted from reshaped steel frames, so that Ryuji and Kiri could keep clearing out nearby zombies. These openings, too, would eventually be sealed shut with real-world steel blocks. That was the only way to guarantee true safety. Even though I still think you're a bit too paranoid about these zombies. I gotta admit, this thing looks pretty impressive. Kiri nodded approvingly at the house floating between the canyon walls. But still, it feels kinda sketchy. She pointed at the gap between the support pillars and the so-called invincible walls. We've tested it a lot, sure. But it just feels like it could fall at any moment. As long as we don't go adding blocks randomly or let the steel plates get pierced, it should hold. Besides, we've got a backup plan, don't we? Ryuji gestured to the undisturbed soil beneath their feet. Tsunade was currently using her fists to hammer steel plates into the dirt, reinforcing the underground tunnel and secret chamber they dug earlier. If their shelter was ever truly overrun, they could retreat through this hidden passageway straight into a lower-level safe zone. The reason they didn't go all in on this underground plan from the start was simple: they didn't have enough steel. Ryuji worried that if they used all their resources to fortify an underground bunker, the endless zombie horde might eventually tunnel through the foundation, causing the whole structure to collapse in an instant. Better to prepare for both possibilities. During this time, Kiri had also tried to repair the cement mixer, only to shrug in defeat, admitting she'd bragged too soon. Turns out, there wasn't even a motor inside. No amount of skill could fix that. Well, then. Guess it's time to start setting traps. Ryuji looked out over the vast, cratered expanse of land, took a deep breath, and pulled out a huge pile of gunpowder. He started by fixing some wooden planks into the ground, then manifested empty cans, filled them with nails, packed gunpowder into both the cans and the planks, and grouped them together. But the real insanity came next. He spread nearly half a meter of gunpowder over a wide swath of the ground, then covered it with wooden floorboards. His plan was simple: if he couldn't make it explode, at least the entire floor would ignite instantly. While working, he also kept crafting wooden spike traps from his inventory, cauldron-like barricades made of sharpened stakes, and set them up in layers across the center of the canyon, forming one defensive line after another. This guy. I think he's got a touch of paranoia. Kiri twitched as she watched Ryuji work. She genuinely felt he was going a bit overboard. Let him be, Tsunade said casually, laying steel plates and dividers over their escape route underground. We've just about mined everything useful here anyway. We won't be staying long. She didn't think much of the zombies' threat level either. Time passed quickly while Ryuji obsessively set traps. After lunch, he crafted wooden planks to make 3 beds and some partitions inside their steel house, creating sleeping spaces for the 3 of them. He also filled 2 barrels with water and moved all their supplies next to the shelter. At Ryuji's request, Tsunade and Kiri also helped set up additional defenses and scatter flammable materials, stuff Kiri could easily ignite from above with a gunshot. The finishing touch? While the 2 women were cooking, Ryuji insanely dug out the only path leading to the outside world, completely cutting them off from potential zombie intrusion.